doing, Minerva? Minerva. Oh, Minerva. Huela bona. Well, hello. Is this somehow paused? Somebody just said it's paused and they can't see me. I don't know if that's... Oh, okay, cool. Oh, I guess if you pop off to something else... I sent a text message to a friend who keeps wondering, when are you going to be on live again or whatever, so... Okay, in case you can make it in, I send a message. Anyway, I'm just home from work. Just fought through traffic. Oh, yeah, this is an old one. This flag's all faded off of it by this point almost. But, you know, I hit some points on, you know, binationalism or whatever today, so it kind of went along with that topic. I usually have some kind of themed shirt for different topics I'm lecturing on. At least one of the lectures a day will have some kind of shirt that'll match it. Oh, looks like Faisal has a different username there on there. Now, thanks again on the shirt. So little nice little peace and why can't we all get along somehow message. Oh, banning Students for Justice in Palestine. Holy crap, that is pissing me off. I've seen several places where there were short-term bans, and a couple places where they've relaxed it, including one of the ones I'm at, where they weren't able to do anything for the past month, but are finally able to start planning events, which is cool. Other campuses haven't at all. The two universities I teach at, one of them, they never did, so there's still stuff going on. But yeah, this clampdowns are getting nuts. And on social media, too. TikTok's been removing stuff. Facebook's been removing stuff. And fucking Elon Musk is now saying anybody who says that decolonization of Palestine is supporting genocide. Are you fucking kidding me? You can't believe that people like that are illiterate. Elon Musk is not illiterate. They're just intentionally dishonest. It's not like, tons of other countries that were decolonized involved genocides of the population that had settled in there. I mean, South Africa, they didn't murder every white person that lived there. What the hell are they talking about? So anyway, so a big old, if anyone's listening, fuck you, Elon Musk. If my Twitter finally disappears, I'll know why, because, obviously I'm not going to stop talking about decolonization. Somebody just asked about the shirt, so it's, shalom and salam, so peace, and it's basically for binationality, so it's got both flags on there. It kind of fits something I was talking about today. Let's see. Gosh, so hard to... what did Elon... Okay, so there's a question about the 6-Day War and something about Elon. Musk is now saying that anybody who talks about decolonization or anybody who talks, who uses that term like from the river to the sea, is calling for the genocide of Jews. So it's a violation of the terms of service. So he can just ban accounts for anybody that's saying either of those. I mean, so really, to criticize colonialism now is to call for genocide? These people are fucking insane. Okay, so somebody said, can they ask a question about the 6-Day War? Yes, for sure. Oh, it's so hard to see some of these things. Oh, look at the little voice thing. Let's see if I can switch this a little bit. Give me just a second to tweak a couple of settings here. Come on, you. Nope. So let's do this. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. And then a guest saying, "Hey, look, there's 4 people who want to pop on and say hello." So I'm going to do that. And then, yeah, if somebody had the question on the 6-Day War, if you're going to pop in by voice, great. If not, just type it in here and I'll have to scroll back looking for it.
Hello, Professor.
Add a few people on who want to say something.
I am Mustafa, that guy in the comments. He has a debate, and I told him to come ask you all the questions that he might have.
I'm going to have to find some more people who can serve as like
and if you want, I can be
to kind of like help keep the...
Yeah, if you want, you can make me a mod. I would have
line later. Let's see.
Yeah, Petra.
Many requests on here. I can't get all these.
Yeah, you can make me
fill in what I've got here, and then
I only have one brief question, then I can like drop. I was the one who wanted to ask about the 6-Day
I mean, you guys wouldn't know this about me yet, but as long as I stay active, it takes a long time for me to get tired. By the time I finish this tonight, I'm going to pass out because I slept about 4 hours last night, and had a long old day. I just spent about 3.5 hours in traffic getting home, but hey, I'm fine to talk for as long as you guys want to talk. Eventually, I'll just pass out somewhere.
I can just ask one question and then I'll drop. I just had a question about the 6-Day War, so I can.
Is that some people that are trying to talk? People can hear me, right? Looks like somebody's trying to say something, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, can y'all hear me? Hello.
I can't hear anybody yet.
Oh.
Let's see.
No.
Oh, I just heard a sound.
Okay.
Can you hear this?
I can. Hey.
Oh, okay.
Hey. Oh.
Yeah.
Can you
Is it just Kimberly that you can't hear? Kimberly, maybe talk. Let's see.
Wait, can you hear me?
I can hear that. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
For a while, I wasn't hearing anything, but now I am.
Do you need a moderator, Liam?
I would.
Sure. Yeah. If somebody can help.
I
keep
would
things
love to help. You know that I would. I said it in the first 2 lives. I would love to help mod.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. See if I can remember how to set those up.
I can do it too if you want that.
Okay, now how did I do that? Let's see. Terrible eyes. All right, here's one.
We'll get there eventually.
Nope, not that. I can not remember where I saw that. I had to add the moderator part. Where was that? There's the thing. 3 little dots. Add moderator. There it is.
Yeah, I would love to help. You know that.
Yeah, I just sent that to. I just sent that to you now.
Thank you.
Okay, so then Lisa, were you the other one who said they wanted to help out with these things?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I will do that at the same time.
I think you assigned someone else. I don't know why it doesn't show on my end.
You're under the Falha.
Yes.
Name? Then it should be there. That's the one I hit a minute ago. Maybe it takes a little while to go through.
Yeah.
Yeah. It says moderator when I look at your name now.
Okay. I'll close the live and come back in a second. By the way,
you're good. Put a little comment in the comment box, Falhal, and then it should show the little moderator icon to the right of your name.
Thank you, Lisa. You rock.
Yeah. We're all figuring out how this thing works a little bit at a time.
Yeah. Here we are. Yes. Lisa had a question. I have a couple of questions, but I'll wait for
There
her.
was something before. I want to make sure. I'm gonna see if I can scroll back and find it. Somebody said they wanted to ask something about the '67 war.
It was me, Kimberly, in the box.
Oh, perfect. Then
I requested.
you can hit it. Perfect. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I've been reading up a lot about the Six-Day War specifically, and I heard something about the Palestinian Fedayeen being a part of the tension, but I'm kind of confused as to what escalated the Six-Day War. I know that Israel preemptively striked Egypt, which is what started it, but I had a question with predominantly what caused the tensions to escalate after the Nakba. And I know that there were some village attacks on the Israeli side, but also on the Palestinian side, up until the 1960s. So I think I'm just trying to kind of better understand how it escalated into the Six-Day War. And then another thing is with regards to the Canaanites.
Mm-hmm.
And I do know that both ethnic Jewish people and Palestinian people are descendants of the Canaanites, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Maybe you could
It
say
really goes
a
back
couple of
before
things
that
about
too. But yes.
both of those things. What the Fedayeen have to do with it and all that stuff. I just wanted.
I'm just looking for a little pen here and a tablet because I will not remember everything, especially when people ask more than one question. I will totally forget things.
Oh, I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
No. It's just my. I have a great long-term memory and a terrible short-term memory.
I feel you. I have the memory capacity of a potato, so.
Okay, so for the '67 war,
Mhm.
I'll try to be as quick as I can, but there's actually quite a few different things that lead up to it. It's not. It's not.
Would it be okay? I'm sorry, but would it be okay if I screen record this so I can learn it and I have it in detail with you?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask permission.
I'm trying to get the habit too of doing it. I don't know when I'll find somebody who has time, and I don't know if I'll have time to chop these things up and repost them somewhere. But
Post them, yeah.
I've got a computer running on the other side of the office that's recording this as well too. But yeah, go ahead for yourself. But definitely, do whatever you like. So for '67, there's a lot of unresolved tensions along the armistice lines, so that's still there. There's fighting back and forth. There's a whole buttload of skirmishes along the frontier with Syria. Many of them provoked by the Israelis, but not all of them. There's fighting across the Jordanian front. That's where the Fedayeen come in, because the Jordanian military has no interest at all in fighting the Israelis. But fighters will often cross over from there because it's where most of the Palestinian population is concentrated and quite close to it, so they can get across the border. And they'll come across and they'll shoot at police or soldiers or whatever. Sometimes it's civilians. So that causes tensions, and the Israelis are, raiding back across. And there's tensions along the Egyptian border since the Suez Crisis. Since in the Suez Crisis that the Israelis had actually occupied the Gaza Strip for several months and took the entire Sinai, and then had to be convinced to back out and leave that. So that's really tense. And there's a number of weird missteps that lead to it. One of them that is the most confusing to historians. I've never seen a convincing explanation for this one, but have for all the other ones. There's a report that a Soviet official hands to Nasser in Egypt that says that Israelis are massing troops along the border. And we don't really know why somebody said that, because it wasn't happening. But that tells Nasser, well, war might be coming. So he orders the UN peacekeeping troops that are in Sinai to leave, and he sends his troops in. But here's where it just starts to get stupider and stupider, because he tells his troops to take a defensive position closer to the Suez. But the generals are spoiling for a fight because they're pissed at losing twice already, because they lost in 48 and 56. So they put their troops close to the Israeli frontier. So they're packed along there, which, the Israelis are right to kind of like, hey, what's going on here? And then they close the Straits of Tiran again, which can affect Israeli shipping since they can't use the canal. So there are legitimate acts of war taken by the Egyptians at this point, although technically war had never really ended, since 48 was only an armistice, and Israel had unilaterally, with no provocation, invaded Egypt in 56. So the Egyptians are kind of like pissed about that still. But their position, the troops being placed close to the frontier, is a threatening position to the Israelis. Nasser does not want war. Nasser is basically playing a little bit of brinksmanship, but his generals are pushing him even further than he wants to go, hoping to get some kind of concession out of this. Because everyone knows they would not win a war with the Israelis. But you're still kind of like playing the game. You're dancing around each other. But you're right to point to the Fedayeen and their role in it, because it does keep up some of the tensions, and it provides more of a pretext, at least for the Israelis. But the 67 war isn't really ultimately about the Palestinians, with one key factor and something that's very, very poorly understood. After 56, when the Israelis had occupied the Gaza Strip for a few months, and they realized they have no real ability to manage this, they don't know how to handle that many people there, they started drawing up plans. And it didn't take them, it didn't take them long to come up with a good plan for that. And that was ready years before the 67 war. They had a comprehensive plan written for how to manage the population of the entire West Bank and the Gaza Strip. So they had it in mind that they were going to take that territory at some point. And it's just a matter of Egypt and Syria giving an excuse and the Fedayeen giving an excuse. You've got the fighters crossing over from Jordan, obviously pissing off the king there. The Syrians are talking a big talk but not doing anything, but they are yet saying, like, we will drive the Jews into the sea, we will kill all the Jews. They didn't do anything, but they're saying it, but it is a belligerent threat. And the Egyptians actually did two things that do count as like very hostile. A blockade is technically an act of war, and putting the troops close to the border is a threat of one. Again, in longer context, they were provoked by the earlier attack, but still, that fits into there. But then they do strike first. But it's a matter of it's just everyone giving them an excuse for something they already wanted to do. Okay, so does that help?
Yes, that helped a lot. And if I'm not mistaken, the Fedayeen were refugees from the Nakba, right, from 1948.
Right, exactly.
So they still had it. That was their motivation.
Yeah, that'll be something that stays the case for decades. It's not really until the first Intifada that Palestinians inside the occupied territories, or inside territory controlled by Israel, actually start fighting them. All the way up until, before that point, it's refugees and descendants of refugees, people that are stuck living in outside of Palestine entirely, and are understandably pissed. They want to go home, so this is their only option, is to get involved in some way. So the Fatah and the Popular Front and everybody, they're always recruiting from the refugee camps that are well outside of Palestine.
Yeah, thank you very much. That makes me understand a lot. And then
Liam, just by the way, if that is BEER, I would just not put it on the camera just in case they banana. What you're drinking. I don't want you to get bananaed if it's beer.
Oh, so what? I don't know what bananaed means.
Sorry,
you're not
Dan, basically.
You're not allowed to drink?
Yeah, you can show it on the live.
I'm going to get a plain glass I can pour that into.
Do it.
Yeah, I just don't want you to get so I just wanted to warn you.
Again, I'm a total newbie. This is just 2 weeks since I set this thing up, so I have a lot to learn still. Excuse me, Miss Dog.
Sorry for cutting you off, Kim.
No. That was actually very, very good of you to say that, because it saves the live, and then helps other people also ask questions.
I recently read that the 6-Day War was actually only a 5-day war, but because it was mentioned so many times, was it in the Torah, this figure of 6 days, they called it the 6-Day War. I don't know if that's true. I think Miko Peled, who wrote a great book. He mentioned that in an interview.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, they did stretch it out a little bit by attacking Syria near the end. It would have been over in 4, maybe into the 5th day, but the Syrian front had been totally quiet, and they're like, "Nah, we're going in."
Yeah. I think the second question.
After a very long day of work, I love a great glass of apple juice. Everyone should totally get into apple juice. Look at this fine glass of apple juice here.
It looks almost like a natural frothy kind of apple cider that you would get at the farmer's market.
Of course. I mean, I live on a mountain, so why wouldn't I have access to mountain cider? Of course.
The second question I had was with regards to the Canaanites. I know that a lot of people tend to label Palestinians as just Arab or tribal Arab in order to dismiss their indigeneity to the Levant region. And so my question is, would you then say that both of them are a mix of different indigenous groups that existed within that region, or that they're just Canaanites? And how did they kind of separate and break off and change into who they are now?
Yeah, how the different cultures evolved into what they are now, linguistically, religiously, whatnot, it becomes a very long talk there. But the short is, in both historical and genetic terms, everyone in that area is indigenous, really. There's obviously tons of outside contributions. It's a historic crossroads. Lots of people have passed through that land. Many of them will stop, settle in, people have sex, so things get added in. But modern Lebanese, modern Palestinians, and Israelis all actually descend from populations that actually predate the Canaanites. You know, that it actually goes back into the Neolithic period. It's the same basic genetic, mix, just with things added on. So over time, you end up with, the Israeli Jewish population, because they scattered around the world for a long time, they mixed in with different populations. They're obviously going to pick up all kinds of neat traits and bring those back. And then within Lebanon and Palestine, there's that whole bunch of people that have passed through the area, mixed in over time, some of it way back in time. That's honestly, the word Palestinian comes from Philistia. They're an immigrant population. They're from the Aegean, around where Crete and the Cyclades are. They're from the islands, and they move over and settle in, and eventually they get assimilated. They blend in. Their culture and language will disappear. The one that sticks around the longest, has a long stretch, is the Canaanite. So it is an important one there. And modern Hebrew identity evolves out of that. The Hebrew language is very closely related to all of the other languages of the Canaanites. So the Moabite language and the Edomite language and the Ammonite language and the Phoenician language. They're all very closely related, and they use the same writings. They're slowly transform into totally different languages, providing some of the foundations for Aramaic, for example, mixing in there. But Hebrew is the one that lasts the longest, and survives, because it survives as a liturgical language for so long, and then eventually gets revived as a modern spoken language. But Jews and Palestinians literally descend from that population that lived back then. So Canaanites are descendants of the Neolithic and Canaanite polytheists. They're descendants of Jews and Samaritans. They're descendants of Hellenized Christians that lived there, and then eventually they're Arabized. The language gets spread in. People love to say, "Oh, they're just Arabs." Well, Egyptians and Syrians and Iraqis and Moroccans, none of them were Arabs. They're not peoples descended from the Arabian Peninsula. It just, the language spreads with the empire, and the same with the Latin spread. The population in Spain and France aren't descended from people from Rome or Italy, but the language spread. So later on, the Palestinian population does adopt Arabic, but it's still the same people.
It's kind of like a difference between Francophone countries and then France, like French people, or Anglophone countries and English people.
Yeah,
just because countries speak in English doesn't mean that they're English.
Right.
They're Anglophone. Yeah.
exactly. To use a modern, instead of like going all the way back to the Romans, yeah, we can obviously use modern colonial languages.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
But
never
I was
mind
reading this. There was a
England.
study. Yeah, there was a study that was released by the University of Tel Aviv, I think, very recently with regards to the Philistines, not actually coming from the Aegean Sea, but there's archaeological evidence that showed that that they were also kind of native to that area. I don't know, like how.
Sort of, it
Uh,
blends. The lowest level, if
yeah.
you go to the very lowest level archaeologically, the
Mm,
pottery is all Mycenaean. Their material
mm,
culture is Mycenaean. Some people have argued that they adopted those things as they settled in there, and then it's just a coincidence. But it's the longer they're there, they become more and more Canaanite. So the pottery styles change. Everything changes
yeah.
the higher up you get. So I think what is more likely the case with it is it's similar to the Exodus case, where it's not a huge number of people, but there are some people who settle there, and they always blend in with people who are already there. And we do
Mm,
have, during the whole Bronze Age collapse period, there's this decades of constant warfare and devastations and famines, and people are moving around. And there's a lot of like cultural memories that get passed along in the Greek world that later become, stuff once they start recovering, that they're remembering
mm,
people who scattered around and settled in different areas. So it's very probable that some people did make it there, but the majority of the population would have been natives, and they would have
yeah.
blended in, which is why they eventually assimilated and lost their own language.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about like culture. Culture is never stagnant. It's always the cultural landscape always changes.
Always
So
evolving.
that's my I come from a field of post-colonial studies and theory, so and cultural studies. So that's kind of like my field studying about different cultures. But thank you very much. I've asked enough questions already and there are already other guests in the box. I'll just
Yeah,
mute
yeah.
myself now. Thank
Let's
you very
bounce
much.
around, but that's great. Thank you. Okay. Oh, hey, look, there's somebody else asking to pop up here. Let's do that before I forget about it. Okay,
Hey,
so somebody's moderating something. Who's next?
can I go, layman leftist? Okay. So I wanted to ask because I saw you talking the other day about I was watching and listening in, and you were talking about the inception of the animosity and talking about how there was like I want to make sure I get it right because if I talk about it, I don't want to have my info messed up. So I want to get it clear with the Ottomans. Were they like third party landowners and selling people their land for a cheaper price, and like people had the deeds to it, or how was that working out, and was that the inception of the animosity in general?
uh, it'll play a part in building animosities for sure. In the later Ottoman period, once they have altered the legal system and private property and land exists, then people do start selling land to these absentee landowners who don't actually live in Palestine, never actually go there, but they own the deeds to these things. They start selling it, and not cheaply, because it's hard for people to rationalize selling something to, well, what they know as a colonial project. So they were often selling the land at 4 times the market value for it. But if people have the money and want to buy it and they're willing to sell, okay, so they sell it and people move down into the area. So it gives people an ability to move into the area. The earliest stages, it doesn't really involve a lot of dispossession. It's mostly like finding a way to collaborate. Oh, you already live here, cool. You keep living here. We're going to build our settlement right next to yours, on this other part of the land, and we'll find a way to work it out. But by the early 20th century, they begin increasingly, when they purchase land, they're throwing people off of it. But by that point, the Ottomans have already stopped the land sales. They realize there's a problem here. People are abusing this system. So they pass laws specifically to ban the sale of it to foreigners who want to come and settle. So then at that point, Ottomans who want to sell it, they're coming up with all kinds of like shady cheats, because people will do fucked up stuff whether it's legal or not. They'll find ways to transfer shit. So the land sales do continue, but the Ottomans were trying to prevent it by the beginning of the 20th century, just not very effectively. But a lot of early land purchases were perfectly legal. People bought the land. But increasingly, they started throwing people off of the land, and that does start creating tensions.
Okay. And then, all right, so like massive amounts of like
worked the land themselves, didn't need him farmers. I mean, okay, that may be true. People, then you've got the whole like New Hebrew sense they wanted to work the land. That okay, yeah, we get that. But the people who did live there and their families had lived there for maybe centuries, where do they go? The problem is they end up moving into the towns. They're struggling to find jobs there to get by. And if the economy can't produce jobs enough, then you got a bunch of like angry people who don't have jobs and have been kicked off of their land. So of course it's going to create tensions, regardless of what the Zionists actually wanted. So just to cover the follow on that. So
Liam, can I ask you one thing to just clarify? During the creation of the state of Israel, what percent of the Palestine was actually owned by Jewish people?
about 6%.
So yeah, it was only 6%.
If you look at the UN General Assembly's partition plan, in the proposed Jewish state, it's about 11%, but in all of Palestine, it's about 6%.
And where can
mind you, a huge chunk of Palestine is actually the Negev, which doesn't really count because no one's going to farm there. So of like good land, it's actually it feels like a much larger percentage to people, but it's a relatively small chunk of the total country. Anyway, the person was it Layman? You had a second part of that question though.
I was gonna ask. Well, I've shoot. What was the other thing I was gonna ask? Oh yeah, I was also gonna ask how Ashkenazis ended up becoming more European looking, and I was also gonna ask for a place where I can read on the land rights and laws and stuff during the Ottoman Empire. Like what book I can read if someone wants me to cite a source on that.
I can go and look in the Ottoman section and see which one would be the best choice there. So there's a little break here, or send me a message and I'll take a look. Because it's mentioned in varying ways in quite a few of them about the whole Tanzimat period. But I don't want to list every book I've got that covers 19th century Ottoman world. So I can find like the best one that you can zero in on. For Ashkenazim, you guys don't mind if I swear, right? Is that like a TikTok violating thing?
I don't. Well, it depends on what you say. I don't want you to get banned.
If I say people fuck when they meet each other,
yeah, that's fine. I think fuck is fine.
People travel, and they settle in different areas and they meet locals and they fall in love and they fuck and their kids come out looking mixed. So it's just how that. So Jews in Eastern Europe can end up, looking like local Slavic populations. They'll start being, blonde hair will show up a bit more often, blue eyes will show up a bit more often. But the same thing is true for, Iranian Jews looking Iranian, or Moroccan Jews looking Moroccan, or Chinese Jews looking Chinese, or like the Ethiopian Jews looking Ethiopian. It's people always blend in. But if you actually test the DNA of all of those populations, they carry things in both the maternal and paternal lines that are distinctly of Levantine origin that we can trace back to that location. But it mixes in other elements. In the same way that Palestinians have a great deal of variety in the way that they look too. Some are distinctly darker. There are actually blonde and blue-eyed Palestinians because, go figure, Crusaders stayed behind. Some of them stayed behind and fucked. So they passed some of that in there. So both populations have variable elements that come in there, but it's always because humans are humans and they hook up.
Yeah. I pretty much say the same thing to people, but they, like, some people told me it was eugenic that I said it. I was like, I don't, like, how?
Like, yeah, I don't get that at all. It's just, it's a natural thing. Over the course of centuries, when people live next to each other, somebody's going to fall in love and they're going to convert in, and there you go. So people convert to Judaism. It's always happened. It's always been possible. So everywhere Jews have settled in, some people have like, oh, hey, this person converts in, and there you go.
Okay.
Follow-up question. In the last live, you mentioned that we were talking and hypothetically, and you mentioned that both the Palestinians and the Jewish people descended from Prophet Abraham. So it would be actually, you mentioned something that really was a cool suggestion. If it ever became a united nation, it can be called Canaan, for example. But and I wanted to confirm with you: is Prophet Abraham is from Mesopotamia? He's not from the area, correct?
In the stories, but again, there's a difference between looking at it with a mythical lens versus a historical lens. For people who want to construct national identities or who have a particular religious culture that's important to them, then the mythic dimension matters, and it is real and vital there. From a strictly historical or archaeological perspective, Abraham isn't a real figure. There's like zero evidence that Abraham existed, and the stories make it kind of clear that he didn't because of the way that they're written and the details that are in there. The Mesopotamian origin serves an etiological function to talk about the influence of Mesopotamian cultures on the Levant, because the much older, larger civilizations of Mesopotamia exert a significant cultural influence on the Levant. The calendar that's adopted by the Hebrews is of Mesopotamian origin. The weights and measures system is shekels are Mesopotamian, not Levantine. There's a ton of things that they pick up, that they adopt. So by saying that Abraham comes from Ur of the Chaldees, it's a way of saying, hey, we have an origin there. But even there, like, a reference to the Chaldees doesn't fit the time period. Tons of the details in the story, like camels are mentioned in the Abraham story. Camels weren't domesticated until almost 1,000 years after the point that the story is said to have taken place. It's clearly written much, much, much later, and stories like that generally serve particular purposes to explain how did we become what we are? Why are we? Why does this make sense? And Abraham probably originally served exactly that function. But again, within a religious context, you have to take it very differently. And if we want to talk about the religious similarities, the fact that Abraham is a significant figure in all three of those monotheistic faiths, which is why we call them Abrahamic faiths, then you can say, cool, there is a link there. We're all ultimately cousins in that way. I mean, the whole like Ishmael versus Yitzhak part, like the separation, and it creates like, oh, the Arab peoples can descend from Ishmael. Cool. There's a way mythologically to link the peoples as well, but it's an entirely different argument. So we'd have to talk. We're talking about one or the other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it now. Yeah, thank you.
They can be, either argument works. There's totally ways to link the populations together, whether through history and archaeology or through the mythic traditions. You can still bring them together and see that brotherhood.
Okay.
Yeah, they are different.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to talk about something coming from really, really unique place, which is called European Jerusalem. Do you know what I'm talking about? What city?
Oh crap! I that sounds super familiar as a nickname for.
European Jerusalem is a Sarajevo from Bosnia. I'm from Bosnia. I actually I was born and raised in Sarajevo.
Okay.
And basically, it's a divide from east and west. It's a clash of cultures. In downtown of Sarajevo, you have a synagogue, Orthodox church, Muslim mosque, and Catholic cathedral. Basically, in a very small area, you have three major religions represented right there, and it's quite a unique place. Well, I survived genocide. We were surrounded for 1,400 plus days, basically 3.5 years, and I live in the United States now, but until 25, I was living there, and it's really hard for me to watch what's going on in Palestine because I lived through it, and I can't even describe how horrific things are, what's going on there, because I buried my friends in the parks and soccer fields because we couldn't go to cemeteries. They were shelling us and snipers. So my brother was shot by a sniper, and he's in a wheelchair, but he's okay now.
Well,
Buried my cousins. So
he survived, which is great. I mean, that's
yeah. despite that he lost left kidney and spleen, so he lost two organs. It is what's really shocked me through all this is finding out how our government, United States government, and Congress, how corrupt we are as a country. That everybody is in the pocket of Zionists, pretty much. That no one
Of
dares.
lobbyists in general, but sure, yeah, the Zionist lobby is one such, but yeah.
Yeah. Correct. There's a lot of different lobbies, but one of them. So no one dares to say ceasefire. It's like forbidden two words to say.
Yeah.
Even the Canadian Prime Minister too, Trudeau, couldn't say
Yeah.
ceasefire. It's
Him catching himself, gets the first syllable out and has it back up. That was hilarious.
Yeah, cease and then start backpedaling.
It's pathetic.
So, I felt somewhat like Palestinian at one point, and throughout the war, and I was always wondering, why are they trying to exterminate us in Bosnia? Because we are multicultural and multi-religious society. That is uniqueness of Bosnia. The Roman Empire split across Bosnia. So everything east from Bosnia is Orthodox. Now you have, Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, Russia. So those are all, Slavic countries, but they are Orthodox. Everything west from Bosnia is Catholics, Roman Catholics. And then Sarajevo, because we were ruled for 400 years by Ottomans, there are pockets of Islamic people. Basically, those are Slavic people who lived in the area, and after 400 years, they adopted the Islamic religion, Islam, basically. So now you have a huge mixture, and there's also Ashkenazis that actually were kicked out of Spain and they moved to Sarajevo, Bosnia, and they lived there. So, and also there are gypsies too, as well. There are so many different religions and different people living on a place together, and they had no problem living together for years.
Yeah. I mean, the sad thing is what you're describing used to be the norm. And it was the norm in much of the world. It was the norm in Europe. It was the norm in the Middle East. That people would be all kind of mixed up, have tons of different languages and religions in cities. That's just how cities worked. Cities were mixed up and multicultural by default. What ends up happening is that there's a lot of homogenizing forces over time. And most of them, the most violent ones, a lot of the most pernicious ones, really only take off in the 19th century. So the whole question of Bosnia is fascinating because realistically, okay, so that whole area, I mean, and when we think about some of the different cultures and places there, it's all still South Slavic, regardless of what the religion is.
Yugoslavia means land of South Slavic people.
Right, but even yeah, exactly, and even beyond that. So looking at say like Bulgaria is also South Slavic.
Correct.
Their name comes from the Bulgars, a Turkic population that moved in, but there wasn't enough of them, and they eventually assimilated into the local South Slavic population. Move it, Minerva. And so there was a significant population in that area that just kept absorbing people. But yeah, there's interesting divides that show up. The Eastern Roman Empire held on to portions for a little bit longer, so the Orthodox Church took off more in those. The ones closer to the west were closer to Italy, so they were more influenced by Roman Catholicism and adopted that, as well as like Hungary, which also had adopted Catholicism.
Croatia as well.
And then, the very long Ottoman rule, some South Slavs converted to Islam. I mean, it happens everywhere Muslims are, so you end up with a big mixed up population. But the sense of a different identity, that's a very modern idea. The language is the same for Croats, Serbs, and Bosniaks. The historical culture is exactly the same, and they used to all live next to each other. But people start creating identities based upon differences because nationalism functions as an ideology. The nationalism that's invented in the end of the 18th century, nationalism works by creating in-groups and out-groups. It creates a perceived authentic identity and cuts tons of people out. And if you get people thinking, I am this, then somebody who's different is a problem, right? So if what becomes fundamental to being a Serb is having the Orthodox Church and using the Cyrillic script, then suddenly Croats are a problem, and vice versa, where they never were before. So it's the spread into a lot of areas. The situation that you've got in Yugoslavia actually closely mirrors the situation in a lot of the Middle East because it happens much more recently. A lot of earlier nationalist movements took root in different places much sooner. But while there's recognized differences, a lot of the South Slavic territories, they held themselves together much longer. Yugoslavia is a great example of that. And a lot of the other countries that were there were also still pretty diverse. But the idea does still catch on, and people start thinking, well, I need to make sure, like, I've got a country that's for people just like me, and not the inability to share. It's very similar to what happens, the way that those identities are cultivated in Yugoslavia in its later stages, under people like Milosevic. The kind of nationalist rhetoric that's being promulgated there actually closely mirrors a lot of what, for example, France was doing in mandatory Syria, where people had tons of different religions. You've got Armenian Apostolics and Greek Catholics, Greek Orthodox. You've got the Sunni Muslims. You've got Shia Muslims. You've got the Alawites. You've got Druze. Jews. Tons of different peoples all live there. But essentially, they have the same culture. They eat the same food. They wear the same clothes. They speak the same language. They're the same people. They just have different religions. But France starts getting people to think of yourself as Alawite first, and then Syrian. Think of yourself as Sunni first, and then Syrian. Think of yourself as Druze first, and then Syrian. And by cultivating an identity based on a sect, it creates tensions that we still see today, and people are still killing each other in places like Syria and Lebanon over this shit. But it wasn't really a thing before. A lot of the diversity that you saw for longer in places like Sarajevo used to be the norm in a lot of the world. But a lot of modern political forces, one of the tools for controlling people is to divide them against each other. It's easier to control a population that's more homogenous, so they favor homogeneity. If you all have the same basic ideas, I can manipulate you with the same basic tools. And if you are a particular group with a particular identity and this other group is different, then I can turn you against them. Focus on that enemy. Oh, don't trust the Roma, they're thieves. Oh, don't trust the Jews, they're going to rip you off. Like you can turn people against each other. And if they're fighting each other, they're not noticing what the ruling class is doing. It's part of it is a very time-honored tradition in politics, but some of the tools only develop in the 19th and 20th century, and nationalism is one of those.
Yeah, actually, basically, it was very evident to me, emergence of nationalism, how immediately split country, because ex-Yugoslavia was basically made out of 6 different republics: Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia, Montenegro, Macedonia, which was very different too in some ways, and then Serbia. And then 2 autonomies. There was Vojvodina and Kosovo, and now Kosovo became independent now too.
Sort of.
Yes, and what's really interesting, I think it's part of human nature that we constantly trying to divide each other or ourselves. If we are all exactly the same, there will be group of taller versus shorter, or skinnier versus non-skinnier, or fatter, or prettier looking than less prettier looking. So we constantly divide ourselves in some kind of groups. And I think it's a part of human nature. It's a flaw to us that we don't see each other same. My brother used to say, like, oh, they're mixed marriage. Like, no, there's no such a thing as a mixed marriage. Mixed marriage of what? 2 humans? How's that mixed marriage? They're humans. But we came up with that term of mixed marriage. This is a human nature of segregation.
Right.
That's unfortunate, really.
I mean, one quibble I'd have, and this comes out of tons of time I've spent studying questions of like what is human nature and a kind of like biological and anthropological point. The division you're talking about, there is a certain tribalism that's useful that we're predisposed to because we existed as small hunter-gatherer bands, and those bands had to have certain things in common to work together and compete. But that isn't necessary to really perpetuate in the way that we divide ourselves. Our biggest problems are political, because the only reason those bands competed in the first place was over resources. And whenever you saw a lack of problem with that, whenever resources were easily available, whenever a particular land is extremely abundant and people don't have to fight, then they mixed and merged and intermarried constantly. This looking back at Stone Age, Paleolithic populations and whatnot, and then people who maintained that lifestyle much longer. And then also too with larger agricultural civilizations, when food is plentiful and everything's peaceful, then people mix and merge and intermarry, and they've got no real problem with each other. But political systems can always divide people up, and they can exploit that tribal lizard brain and kind of activate it and turn it against people. But it doesn't have to be that way, is I guess the point. I mean, if you get over the scarcity issues and people don't have to fight over resources, then our nature simply isn't activated. Those particular potentials don't come out unless someone chooses to focus on them. And it turns out that it's really in the interests of power to exploit that tribal wiring. So, I mean, you're partly right, I think, but I have to quibble a little bit. That's not, we're not doomed to do this.
Yep. Thank you so much. I appreciate this conversation very much. So, okay, I'm done.
Well, thank you. It was great. I appreciated that.
Do you mind? Is it cool if I ask?
It's really good to have parallels to it, and I love that he sees the parallel with what was happening in the 90s as Yugoslavia tore itself apart, and the kind of internecine squabbling we have in Israel-Palestine. There are really interesting parallels there. There's a ton of places like that where you can see it. The fight in Northern Ireland is another similarity. There's tons of places where we can really profitably look at how this stuff happens for learning how we can do better. So it's a really good one to bring up. So I appreciated that. Oh, yeah, exactly. And actually tons of South Asia stuff. Someone's mentioning Bangladesh, Pakistan, a whole bunch of the internecine fighting in India too. People are attacking each other for religious differences, even though they speak exactly the same fucking language. So yeah, there's a lot of places like this where people exploit minor differences and turn people against each other.
Could I ask you some questions, Professor?
Yeah. So again, well, everyone's taking turns. So yeah, for sure.
I know. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that there was somebody in front of me.
Yeah, I think we finished the last one. So yeah, jump in.
Okay, I don't know if you're familiar with the debater. His name is Destiny. He does streams on.
I know him. I was actually on his show once a few years ago.
Oh, okay. I'm getting prepared for a debate.
I don't follow him. I honestly, I don't follow any YouTubers or podcasters. I don't usually have time for it. But I've been on a number of funky shows, so I've met people that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm getting prepared for a debate with him in a Discord server about Palestine and Israel, and I just wanted to generally ask you some questions, because at least from what I've heard from what his arguments are, so one of the things that he says is he tries to make the argument that it's not necessarily bad for Israel to be trying to claim land of the Palestinians because of the fact that there, quote unquote, was never a state of Palestine because of, the Ottoman Empire control and the British claiming the territory, right? So I guess I would just what would you say is going to be the best method to be able to attack that argument? I generally attack it on TikTok, but with somebody like Destiny, I know it has to be.
Oh my God, there's so many ways you can go at that one, but I'm not sure what would work best with him. Because if somebody doesn't have a problem, morally speaking, with what happens there. So, I mean, think about the nations of the Americas. Right. The Iroquois didn't have a state in a recognizable form that the Europeans did, but they had tons of institutions the Europeans were directly influenced by. Plenty of ideas that showed up in the European Enlightenment actually have their origins in North America. Tons of contact and influence and whatnot, but they didn't have state structures in the way Europeans recognized them, so they just steamrolled them, committed genocide, took the land. Right. So Destiny's argument is basically saying that's okay. That's totally fine. And to me, that's like, wow, that crosses a massive moral red line. But if he doesn't have that problem with it, there are people that have the might makes right kind of argument. Is
Right.
that where he's going?
Right. That seems to be kind of what he's saying, and that's generally what people will try to, when they make that argument on here, that's where I go with it too, right? Is that, obviously we're not going to view might makes right as any kind of a legitimate form of when it comes to having claim to land or property in general.
I mean,
So
technically speaking, it's a violation of international law since World War II. The last time that borders could be changed by force was the deals made during World War II. And when the UN was created, they locked in ideals and basic traditions that we've held to ever since, that you're not allowed to do that. Which is why immediately with the conquest of the territories in 67, because the UN recognized Israel's borders. I mean, they conquered a bunch of territory in 47 and 48 that wasn't supposed to be theirs. But once they'd done that and they gained membership to the UN, those are the borders that are internationally recognized, nothing else. So it's
and then
sort of stuck there, and it's simply, legally speaking, inadmissible to take that territory and to conquer it.
right, right. And then the other argument that he tries to make is, and I'm sure you've heard people make this argument before all the time too, is they're justified in their actions because they've quote unquote always been attacked. But this seems to be historically inaccurate though, right? Because it doesn't really.
They have been, just not there. And not always either. It depends on what you want to do it. The Christian culture historically had real problems with Judaism as a religion.
Right.
And there's a long, long history of anti-Judaism, particularly in European history, although it shows up in a few other areas too. It doesn't become like a racial issue until the 19th century, but there is a long, long history of attacking Jews for being Jews because there's something about their religious culture that particularly offends Christians and occasionally other peoples, mostly Christians. But that's not an argument for oppressing somebody else. So the way if that is an argument that he presents, I think the way that I would go at that is something that his mother should have taught him: two wrongs don't make a right. If it's bad to oppress a population for who they are, then what gives that population the right to oppress somebody else? Go back to the whole Holocaust line, never again, right? Never again should be for anybody. I mean, we should have learned a lesson here that ethno-nationalism has consequences. The Nazis' ethno-national policies had nasty consequences. So why would you want to hold to the same basic philosophy that says your group of people deserves, honestly, the claiming of territory has really nasty Lebensraum echoes, like we need this living space and these other people have to go away.
Right.
So what it's basically doing, and what somebody making the argument you're describing is doing, they're literally justifying Nazi policies.
Right. That's kind of where my mind went.
They were more powerful than Poland. They believed they needed that land. They thought that, and there were German minorities all over Eastern Europe. There are tons and tons of them in the Baltic states, all across the East, all into Russia. And because they're tiny minorities, they could say, well, they're being oppressed, so we need to go in and save them and protect them from oppression. It's only superficially different.
Right.
So it forces them to kind of justify horrific Nazi shit. I see similar arguments that honestly have people using the same rationale that people like Al-Qaeda use too. It's hilarious to watch like American conservatives use bin Laden's logic. The attacks, like, okay, so you're saying that because somebody from this population has struck at you, that it's okay to hit back at the whole civilian population. Okay, cool. September 11th ring a bell? Do you not know what you're fucking saying? It's so bizarre. So, but yeah, the argument you're describing that you're saying Destiny uses, it's a thinly disguised version of like Nazi rhetoric.
Right. And then
it could be challenged on that basis, I think. Like, turn it around and say, if it was wrong here, why is it not wrong there?
Yeah, and I guess that would also go to the point where, because he also argues, like one of his more radical arguments that I've heard him give, where he just tries to justify the collective punishment of all of the Palestinians based on the existence of Hamas, right? He says, because Hamas XYZ, this therefore justifies these things to occur. And he even has ultimately said that he would be okay if the Palestinians were just completely G-sided out of existence, right? He has openly said
You're
this.
kidding.
No. He's openly said this, and this is where, like, I know to people this seems like a very rudimentary or basic argument to be able to overcome, but when he uses these kind of philosophical justifications for it, that's where I get into the worry about it, because again, I want to make sure that I give good representation for the pro-Palestinian movement, and that I don't just go up there and he just, runs that rhetoric, and I don't necessarily have a good response to it.
Quite honestly, I think that's a likely outcome with people who have arguments like that. One thing that you run into, and this is where, I mean, on the one hand, I want to say, like, part of me wants to say, like, ask him if he remembers me and see if he wants to talk to me about this. But on the other hand, do you really want to? Because if somebody has the moral wiring to say that that's okay, because that's really ultimately what it is. There is a morality behind what he's saying. It's just a different morality than I have or you have.
Mine. Right, exactly.
But they're making an argument from a particular moral place that means you're going to be talking past each other, and there's very little possibility of having any kind of productive conversation on that. If somebody is able to justify the G word or whatever, there's no way you're going to be able to get them through a debate or conversation or anything else to see the common humanity of another people. It's just not going to work. I wouldn't sit down with Himmler and try and convince him not to do what he did. It makes no fucking sense.
Right.
The best thing to do is try to prevent people from falling from those arguments, that haven't already gotten there. But if that's the ideals that they've adopted, I don't know that you can effectively defend a Palestinian position against somebody who takes a position like that.
Honestly,
right. And like somebody said in the my bad.
no, go, Mustafa.
Well, I was just gonna say, like somebody said in the comments, I guess the only thing that would come down to is just more of a rhetoric debate at that point, where it's like, okay, well, if you're saying that this is justified, then you would have to say that all these other instances of genocide would then be justified as well, right?
And again, if somebody's comfortable enough with that, they may be able to do that, or they may come up with it's different because, and then they'll give you a bunch of bullshit reasons why it's different. I think what you can do in a situation like that, and what I would try to do if I was in the position you're in, is don't try to argue against him. Try to lay out a convincing position to make sure other people don't fall for his bullshit.
Right.
That's sort of the best you can do. If you represent your position well, then somebody, and if you can call out, and that's where the connection you're making, if you can come up with a couple of really good examples where it's very similar, don't use the Nazi one because it's too overused for people. Find some similar positions where you can make a parallel and say, well, then you'd be okay with this, right? And it'll help the audience to make a connection, between either what he's doing and or his dishonesty. If he waffles on it and says, well, no, it's different, try to show the audience that it's not different, that it is the same, and that's where his logic takes you.
Right.
Oh, Armenia's a neat one.
That was what I was actually thinking.
Yeah, and even beyond that, it's not just. This is I always talk about them as the Ottoman genocides because they actually went after Assyrians, Syriac Christians, Greeks. Somewhere between like 700,000 or 800,000 Greeks were killed in that process too. There are a lot of people who died. It's going after national minorities who don't fit the definition of what it means to be a Turk anymore. And that's what you're dealing with here. The definition of Israeli doesn't countenance the possibility of being an Arabic speaker.
Right. And then I guess a question away from that aspect of the destiny debate. When it comes to the Armenians, don't we see what currently is happening to the Armenians by the Azerbaijans? Isn't that also funded by the state of Israel as well? So doesn't that also point back, even in the modern sense, doesn't it point back to Zionism as well?
Not to Zionism, but maybe in a way. Okay, so here's the key. Zionism, in its unreconstructed form, in its 19th century model, when it has that ethno-national component to it, it's what allows some Zionists to work with other ethno-national movements and racist movements. The Israeli state had very close ties to apartheid South Africa, for example, and they didn't have a problem working with them. because they can see a similarity in what they're doing in trying to hold on to a territory and control a population for a particular people. It's not all forms of Zionism clearly that are able to do that, but there are major strains in Zionism that could definitely totally steamroll other peoples the same way. And yeah, there are economic and military ties that connected. I wouldn't say that Zionism though plays a part in what's going on, other than it's simply that the ideologies are similar enough. They're different forms of nationalism, and nationalists recognize that they're nationalists. It's in the same way that, like, fucking, you guys know Richard Spencer in the U.S.,
Yeah.
the white
Yeah.
nationalist. He actually likes Israel. Doesn't like Jews, likes Israel, because Israel is founded as an ethno-national state. So he sees a similarity in the goals.
Right.
Nationalists can recognize each other and the similarities, and I think that's some of what goes on in the Artsakh issue there. Realistically, the bigger problem there is the development of modern national identities in both places, and the fact that the Soviet era borders are ridiculous. If people didn't have this weird attachment to land and could just like change borders and be happy with that, that'd be one thing. But because there's so many international problems with that, it's so difficult politically to change borders, and people still want to claim to like a weird ethno-national idea that gets people fighting. It's just so that conflict is another interesting place where you can see a similarity here too.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stick around just because you're a very knowledgeable individual. I've already been taking notes of the things that you've been saying, but I appreciate you answering the questions that I have when it comes to specifically Destiny's debating tactics.
Yeah, if you want to chat specifically about some of that too, and give me some more of the things that he's saying, because again, I don't follow these shows or whatever, but I have at least spoken to him once, and I have engaged on this topic a lot. So if you want to once you figure out some of the arguments you want to make, like these positions I want to take, if you want to kind of run some things by me, and maybe you can workshop some stuff.
Yeah, no,
I wouldn't mind helping there, because anybody taking those positions needs to be taken down for the sake of the audience.
Right, exactly.
Mustafa, before you come off the mic, can I just say that I think you also need to spend some time calling things for what it is. I think part of the issue, particularly with the violence that's happening against the Palestinian people at the moment, is language is incredibly important. I think that particularly as it's very clear that the fight is also being taken on territories that we don't know, we haven't had in the past. So things like social media and so on, as a way to manufacture consent.
Right.
And there's this, I think it's an uneasy allegiance between Israel and the extreme far right, right? Especially as the extreme far right, if you really lean into it, is kind of, making a hero of somebody who is, ultimately the enemy of the people of Israel, right? So I think that needs to, that line needs to be explored, and the connection, especially the use of language and ideals, be explored, right? The other thing also is, I think that using word, language like fascism, and not just things like Zionism, it makes people understand in with things that they already know that is morally wrong, right? Especially things that worry them. So I think it's important to kind of not only draw those connections, but also highlight the point is, the places where there is going to be a difference. At the moment, one of the biggest I think plans with what's happening is making sure that the American public is on side. Given that what I think 62% want a ceasefire, they're already losing that aspect, but they still want to make sure that they continue to push this desensitization to continued violence. So yeah, I think those things are worth maybe both drawing attention to, but also making sure that you catch that language, because there's a hell of a lot of dog whistling. There's this kind of weird connection that's trying to be made between September the 7th and 9/11. Even some of the visual language that we're seeing. Photographs are being staged to look almost exactly like what happened in Iraq. One particular one is there was a photo that came out where the IDF are sat on sofas outside a demolished hospital
Right, I've seen
drinking
that.
tea.
Hmm.
I don't know if you've seen that picture at all.
Yep, I did. Yep.
Yeah, that picture is identical to the picture that where the U.S. troops were in Saddam's castle, sorry, castle palace, where they all sat in his sofas drinking tea. So again, there is this weird correlation that they're trying to make, and then now that we see with with regards to this letter, it's about making sure the American public continue to stay in that place where they can manipulate that anger and understanding of things. I don't know if any of that helped.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Most definitely. I appreciate that.
There's I want to like some of that is great. I want to echo that. I want to add like one quick point to that, if that helps. I would, with somebody like Destiny, unless you are really really comfortable with what fascism is and not just like a basic dictionary type definition, I would avoid it, because it is so easily parodied from the right, and they turn it into like, oh, that's just a nonsense word, it doesn't mean anything anymore, and they have a ton of like rhetorical tools for completely dismissing it, unless you can really drive home exactly what it is. Nationalism is easier to define as a basic term, and I would, in that situation, especially since you brought up the term Zionism and the, connecting it to the whole Armenia kerfuffle, I would say don't use that word either. Just use nationalism, and get him talking about nationalism, and get him trap him so that he is defending ethno-nationalism. Because as soon as you get somebody overtly defending ethno-nationalism, then you can catch him around like, okay, now, so then you're okay with this, and you're okay with this, and you're okay with, because there's, it is the most destructive ideology in modern history. Everyone's all like, oh, communism killed 100 million people. Nationalism has killed a lot more people than any other ideology of the last few centuries. So if you can catch him on that, I think it opens up certain possibilities for gotchas. But I would focus on the term nationalism and not Zionism or fascism, because they're both easier for them to get around.
To them. Right.
Yeah, they have a lot of bullshit rhetoric that they can get around that, and then it won't actually hit his audience. But nationalism could.
Okay. He's gonna bring up funding too. I just saw something he posted. He talked about funding for Gaza and compared it to Cuba, and then he had a picture where it has Cuba looking like a futuristic city. It like saying if it had the same funding as Gaza, and like who has not like. Hasn't there been like blocks of like every humanitarian aid effort to Gaza? Where's the confusion?
Yeah, about 70% of the aid is being appropriated by the state of Israel right now. Like majority of the aid that's monetary has been appropriated through the organization.
Honestly, even without that, tons of aid has historically been stolen by a lot of the leaders themselves too. Several of the Hamas leaders are literally billionaires. I mean, because they siphon off. A bunch of money flows in from Qatar. Cool, I'm going to take some of that for myself. There's always corrupt leaders in any country. So yeah, the whole thing. I mean, the Israelis sees a lot of that. The leadership there seizes a lot of it. It doesn't get to ordinary people.
Right.
And like futuristic Cuban cities, like what the fuck? That is so weird.
Yeah. I don't know what Destiny. This is what's so crazy is, of all of the debaters, I would have assumed that Destiny would have been, pro-Palestine because of his other positions that he holds. Like it was very weird to see this rhetoric, because like how we're saying, like there is this very big connection to like the right wing when it comes to blind support for Israel or carrying the water for the actions of the state of Israel. And even though Destiny's definitely not left, I guess he's not like he
seems like he seemed from our discussion to be basically like a liberal, like a classic liberal. So he has a lot of right-wing ideas.
Right.
But not like fasci ideas per se.
Right.
He's contrarian to Hassan like every step of the way. Like Hassan bought a house and he's like, well, he does the you bought a house argument, you know, like because Hassan advocates for socialism and all this other stuff and
Oh,
egalitarianism in
the old
general.
iPhone argument.
Yeah. You know,
That's funny.
he's just a neolib. Like Destiny is a
Yeah.
complete neolib. So you could destroy him on like if you bring up shit like that, I feel
Yeah.
like you get him.
Sadly, yeah, a lot of liberals are really weird about the Israel situation, and they will justify the craziest shit. And so that actually
Yeah.
makes me think the nationalist line is an even better tack, because if you can pin him on that, you're tying him to the far right. And
Right.
I think if that might help, if his audience shares a lot of the basic neolib ideas, that might get some of them going, wait a minute, what? So
Perfect. No, yeah, I appreciate it. Like I said, I'm gonna, I'm gonna stick around and just, keep listening to what you have to say. If you need to free up a box, though, you can drop me at any time because I'm just working while I'm up here.
well,
So.
then if you're not, then just drop out yourself, because I'm,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not, I'm
yeah,
not going to
yeah.
think
No
about
worries.
who's
No,
going
no,
to
no,
do
no,
it.
yeah, no
So
worries, no worries.
By the
anybody
way,
kind of finish sharing something, just pop out, because there's always people trying to hop in.
Yeah.
can Mustafa, can you lead walk the doctor through the process of changing the mod settings, please?
Oh yeah, yeah. Faisal was there's an option that mods have to be able to bring up and drop down guests. You just have to give it to them. If you go into your settings, like for the moderators, it just says manage moderator settings, and then it'll pull up a list of their powers that they have.
Where's that at? Because when I saw something like that before, where it said manage monitors, and that wasn't an option. So I don't know if
Um,
it's in somewhere else, or if they
Liam,
just
I
haven't.
think for the sake of you just managing the pace, it might be better if you're the only one that has that.
Yeah, it helps manage the panel also. That's why I'm
Yeah,
suggesting.
we can work that out later, and maybe
Yeah,
spend
yeah,
time
that's
trying to figure out how some of those things work. But we did find that page once before, where it said manage moderators, and here are the powers, and there were like
fine.
4 things on there, and the ability to bring people up was not listed.
Oh, it does. Oh, okay. Yeah, your page might not have the manage guest
So
option. Sometimes people
some
don't.
of it may be like at different levels, or once you've been doing it for a while, there's different things that will appear. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, that's generally how it is. But yeah, again, I really do thank you for your time. You're very knowledgeable. I've got you with a follow because I'd love to bounce some other ideas off of you when it comes to like, economics and things like that. Because I used to be, I used to be more of like a libertarian, like ANCAP kind of view, and I've now strayed away from that because that's absolutely atrocious. So I see you're an anarchist, so I'd love to kind of
Well,
pick your
yeah,
brain.
I study a lot of like economic thought. So there's a ton of
Yeah.
like, I've got everything here. I've got like far right libertarian ANCAP shit. I've got tons of like neoliberal economics. There's a bunch of like Marxian economics, a bunch of anarchist shit. I mean, I'm fascinated by economic theory. So
Yeah, me too. No, yeah, very much me too. But yeah, word of advice, man, just burn the hand cap stuff. It's not worth
well,
it.
my goal is to understand people, though. So I mean,
Right,
so
right.
I always have tons of stuff from different perspectives. So there's a lot of shit in this house I don't agree with.
Yeah, I got you, man. All right, man. Thank you for having me, man. Thank you to the panel as well. You guys are all wonderful, beautiful people. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Let's just hope that the Zionists will flee a lot faster and their airport doesn't close because already 300,000 of them have already left. So, all right, on that note, I'm out of here. Can't wait to party with my brothers and sisters
Come
in
on,
Gomorrah and have
along
real fun.
somehow, figure some, get past it.
I wanted to ask a question actually about you mentioned, I believe it was a couple of lives ago, you mentioned something about the deeds the speculators or spectators, I'm sorry, of the
Yeah,
Ottoman Empire.
land speculators. Yeah, sure.
Yes, can you elaborate on that? Exactly how that happened? Which government was it at the time? When did it happen?
The when the Ottomans tried some early forms of reform, trying to adapt, because the economic systems of the world were changing, and they were falling farther behind. So it was taking like more and more of their tax revenue just to keep up militarily, because they weren't making as much money in the older system. So they start trying to reform, but a lot of the early attempts they fail. I mean, like Selim III was just straight up assassinated by the Janissaries. Finally, a series of significant losses convince them that they have to sort shit out, and Algeria is one of those. So in the 1830s, they're like, okay, we need to start trying to change some of the way we manage things, administration, economically. And at that time, who's the global superpower in the 1830s? Britain, right? Britain just dominates the world. So they turn to the British and they start borrowing a lot of standard British liberalism. And British liberalism has all that free trade economic shit, but it also has a bunch of social liberalism stuff. So it's why the Ottomans actually pass a straight up citizenship law. They're the first major Muslim polity to give equal legal rights to all people regardless of religion. So like, completely ditch, the Islamic status there, start, moving to a more like fully secular legal system. There's a lot of significant changes. One of those changes is adopting the concept of private property. This was a tricky one because of the Turkic origins of the Ottoman state. And neither the Turks nor the Mongols had a concept of private property in land because they're originally pastoral nomadic populations. Tons and tons of early Mongolic and Turkic states don't last very long. They all implode because they're trying to apply the earlier military patronage state model, even though they've conquered land, and that doesn't work. There's a whole, maybe it's a much longer discussion to see like where all the different parts it doesn't work, but one of them is the question of property. They come up with weird compromises. The three major like Turkic-led states that cross a particular threshold and become major imperial powers that can last, the Mughal, Safavid, and Ottoman empires, they all retain certain elements of the military patronage state model, but they blend it with a bunch of local influences to create a settled bureaucratic empire that gets over a lot of the downsides. But one of those features of the old military patronage state model the Ottomans kept was the property one. So all the land in the empire belonged to the Sultan by right of conquest, because it was originally a military elite, took the territory, cool, it's all mine, yeah. But people had rights to use it. And it could be given out in two basic ways. One of them is through patronage, so, particular figure, instead of like a hereditary aristocracy like Europe had, where like the Duke de such and such has this land and he gets to pass it to his boy, whatever, and you create all these different lines there. The Ottoman state worked differently. So particular governor, whatever, of a province, here you get to run all this big land for me. It still technically belongs to the Sultan. So if his kid is terrible, then that kid is not going to get to use that land next. It'll go to somebody else. It always can revert to the Sultan. And then beyond the patronage aspect, ordinary people had what are called usufruct rights. So, hey, there's no house on this hill. I'm going to build my house on that hill. The house is mine. I built the house. It's mine, which means I have a right to use that land. But I don't have a deed. I don't own the land. I own the house that's on the land. And I have use rights to the land around it. Hey, no one's using this valley to graze their goats. I'm going to start grazing my goats there. I've now established the right to use that land. No one else can bring their herds in and take that, but I don't own it. That model is tossed in a series of reforms between the 1850s and 70s. There's several laws, but the first big one is like the Ottoman Land Code of 1858. And it establishes a principle of private ownership, of title deeds to land. And this is a radical shift for people because the Ottoman state has existed for centuries in this area, and the concept of private property was never there. No one had the right to own land. We'd all gotten used to usufruct rights, patronage, and everything else. So people simply didn't understand the system as it was being implemented. So they were open to being exploited by really smarmy people who are going to come in like, oh, the government's just trying to like con you, man. They just want to draft your kids in the army and they want to tax you more. That's why they're asking all those questions on those paperwork. So don't sign that shit, man. Give it to me. I'll fill it out and they'll tax me instead. And that's Fellaheen, that sounds great. Like, shit, they're not going to tax me. They're going to tax you instead. Nothing changes for me. Cool. I'll do that. But that means that somebody who doesn't live there owns the land. And a year later, you suddenly start getting a rent bill. You've never had to pay rent because no one's ever owned that fucking land. But now someone does, and they can charge you for it, or they can sell it out from under you.
And
So That's I know that's kind of a big answer, but that's the shortest I think I can make that. So does that what part's missing there for you?
Yes, yeah, no, no, actually, that's great. That's exactly what I wanted to what I wanted to
Okay, cool.
know. But the question, when did it exactly become a problem, and how did it contribute to the issue that came with the Jewish immigration from Europe?
The earliest purchases start happening in the 1870s. They pick up a bit in the 1880s. And because Zionists are walking in offering to buy big chunks of land and offering more than it's worth, and people are selling, and people are going into the area, people start complaining to the Ottoman authorities. And the Ottoman authorities finally start pulling that back and start changing it and putting in exceptions in some of the later laws. So like in the 1890s, they're like, nah, you can't do that anymore. So at that point, they have to start kind of cheating a bit, but they still find ways to acquire those title deeds. But it starts to become a problem for the Israel-Palestine issue really only in the 20th century, because the later waves of migrants that are influenced more by the more extreme ideologies of the WZO with the whole like the economic nationalism that you get with like the kibush havodah, this sense that like I need to have only a Jewish economy. I can't work with Arabs. I can't have them as my employees. I can't, buy from them. So people start going in and kicking people off of the land entirely. Where earlier on they found ways to work together, to build a kind of like common agricultural economy, to share some of the territory. So yeah, I own your land now, but you can totally keep living here and farming. I'm just going to take like a cut off the top, kind of like the old manorial system in Europe. There's a way in the first waves of migrants in the first few decades where it's not always perfect. It has tensions in it, but it's not nearly as bad as it gets in the early 20th century when people start walking and say, dude, I own your land now. Get the fuck out.
Okay, so before the fall of the Ottoman Empire, just to make sure that I follow the sequence correctly, before the fall of the Ottoman Empire, that new private property practice was being implemented, and those speculators were conning people into signing papers that they were never familiar with, because this whole system is a European, or it comes from a European origin, and they never were familiar with that system of owning property. And those speculators got filthy rich because they owned shitloads of land. And you mentioned that some British people started to buy even before the fall of the Ottoman Empire.
There's a lot of purchases, and not just by Zionists. There's tons of land purchases and things being done, which is again why the Ottomans eventually try to start stopping it. But they try that too late.
How did they try to stop it?
They started passing laws banning certain types of sales. So, you can't sell to like these outside, colonial type projects. So they straight up banned the sale of properties to Zionists, but it still happened.
And how did it happen?
They had to come up with like, all kinds of, the same way that companies get away with all kinds of weird illegal shit now, like shell companies and all kinds of shit. You come up with like weird legalistic bullshit to disguise what's actually happening. So it's still going from party A to party B, but it's passing through some different, levels to get there. But early on, it was just straight up like, I'm going to walk in and say, hi, I'm going to offer you a whole bunch more than this land's worth. Can you sell it to me? And like, cool, I'm going to sign it over and it's done. It was much easier in the 1870s than it got later.
And did the British buyers or the Zionist buyers buy directly from the villagers, or did they buy from the spectators who were
usually not? There were land sales from people in the area, but not. It doesn't add up to the 6%. It's not a lot of it. But there were some locals who did sell, and some of that is just walking in and saying, hi, I'm going to offer you 4 times what this is worth, and you can take that cash and, move into Nablus and start a business, and you'll be fine. So some people did, but a lot of the bigger tracts of land that were acquired from people who weren't in the area at all. They were absentee landowners. And
okay.
It's really like the land reforms start long before the Zionists are doing anything at all. It's before Zionism really exists. The first land reform bill is in 1858, and the first actual Zionist book is in 1862. So it's the actual mechanisms predate it, and people were taking advantage of it even before the Zionists did. But the Ottoman Empire is still technically around until after World War One, so it's long past like when they started trying to halt this, but it was way too late at that point. And a lot of the biggest problems with reform, the Ottomans did a ton of really interesting reform work all across the 19th century, and ultimately it's why Turkey is the only major part of the Middle East never to be colonized. Technically, Saudi Arabia wasn't, but it's because nobody wanted a big chunk of the desert in the center of Arabia because oil wasn't even found there until the 1930s. It was useless to anybody. But the only major part of the Middle East that was never colonized is Turkey because of those reforms. But they didn't get out to the provinces fast enough. There's a ton of problems in the implementation, and that's a long conversation. But this problem here of land reform issues, that because it was so badly implemented, it actually impoverished a lot of the Palestinian population. So again, the farther away you get from the metropole, the more complicated the situation gets, and the more that the reforms did more harm than good. Even though the closer you get to the to the central part of the empire, the reforms actually did a lot of good for people. So it's a really complicated picture, though.
Yeah. So, and is there any documentation of the incidents where those spectators started to sell to new colonizers before the fall of the Ottoman Empire? Is there any resource that you can refer me to, or a book to see the history of maybe some of the bulk purchases that happened at the time from the spectators?
I mean, yeah, there is a lot of research on that, by Ottomanists and by Turkish historians that actually go through the archives, because a lot of the purchases stuff, these things are filed. I mean, there's a ton of records in Ottoman Turkish of these land transactions. I've never done that kind of archival work, and I can't read Ottoman Turkish. I can barely get by in modern Turkish. I can read a little bit, but hell no, I wouldn't do serious research in it. And I sure as hell can't read Ottoman Turkish. I'm more of a dabbler in that part of it. I've read a ton of like secondary literature, so I've got a shelf on Ottoman and Turkish history, but
Okay.
it's other people's areas of expertise. I could give you though a few of the authors that I like that do talk about this, and then you could look at like their footnotes and track down, okay, where are they pulling this stuff from, and it'll point you to some of the Turkish scholars and other scholars who are actually doing that archival research. Would that help a little bit? There's a step in between. You'd have to take a look at what they're pulling from, but I wouldn't know the best sources for the direct archival material. I just know it exists. Did we lose sound? There's a weird hissing sound. Oh.
Okay.
Rita wanted to go next after.
Yeah. So the thing is that I've been trying honestly to understand the other side of the other point of view, to see how was it justified, at least at first at the beginning, when someone might walk into an area, or a group of people walk into an area and suddenly, yeah, this is my land. What if, because logically, if even the villagers at the time started to sell those lands, that shouldn't have been a problem. But if someone bought it from someone else, that's someone else, and came to tell them, yeah, now I own it, there's a deed that you didn't know that you should have to claim ownership. That's why I'm interested in that now more than ever.
Yeah,
It just helps understand.
Yeah, no, I get you there. It comes down to, I mean, and it is unjust. So there is a basic question of justice there. But the problem here is the Tanzimat era of reform is directly influenced by British liberalism. And the core feature of that economic system is private property. So the sales were perfectly legal. In the same way, it's essentially fucking Palestinians over the same way that English peasants were fucked over by the Enclosure Acts. Because people used to have access to tons of land, and they could just farm that land and raise food to feed their families. But suddenly someone says, I own this land, and they put up fences and they hired a handful of people to work it, and everyone else who used to live off that land, fuck you, move to the cities.
Okay.
It's exactly the same dynamic, and it caused massive disruptions, tons of violence. It literally contributed to the rise of like revolutionary socialist movements, all kinds of shit. People were pissed, and it took centuries to calm down. Today, everyone just takes private property in land for granted in the Western world, but it was really, really disruptive when it was first done. And what happens is the Ottomans adopt that British system without a lot of awareness of how difficult it is to implement without fucking people over.
Okay, and I'm trying to understand that also. How does it tie? A couple 2 years ago in 2021, there was this mass displacement in Hay Sheikh Jarrah in Jerusalem, and the reason that this is interesting is because I was wondering if that ties into that incident, because personally I asked at the time, is it
Not to
that
that at all, no.
because based on what I heard, the people in Jerusalem already had deeds that were legal deeds that just explain the ownership from from the time when the Jordanian government was the governing entity for the West Bank and Jerusalem. So that's why I'm intrigued. Is it possible that it ties back to the Ottoman Empire and the time when those spectators were signing those deeds? Or is it something else that
No,
happened?
that doesn't. That's just that doesn't. I mean, the fact that people own things, that's just property rights in general. The specifics of what's often happening in places like Sheikh Jarrah is the application of force, and the fact that the court system is slow, and a lot of it is stacked in the favor of of a lot of people with Israeli citizenship. So settlers can literally walk in and seize a house by force and kick people out. And well, they're like, well, I have legal rights. I have the deed. I should be able to live here. But then it has to go through the court process. It can wind through and take years. And the longer that takes, the more likely the settler's seizure is going to be accepted. So it's a completely different dynamic.
Did you know anything about the legality of that process, or
Well,
how did
the
it go
problem is
exactly?
that ultimately, you're dealing with a lot of weird gray areas because of the way that the territories were taken in. It wasn't fully annexed legally by Israel, and the population in even East Jerusalem is where Sheikh Jarrah is. So people have residence rights. That land was literally annexed to Israel. So you'd think all Israeli laws would apply equally, but the problem is the people there don't have the same rights. And it's difficult for them to use the court systems. And there's all kinds of obstacles and barriers, language issues, funding issues, the ability to actually work through that system. So it's the same kind of problem you have in any other country. Lawyers can get away with almost anything, even though something looks transparently illegal. People find weird loophole bullshit to pull off. So people are gaming the Israeli system. There are laws in Israel that should protect the people in Sheikh Jarrah. They literally should. The laws should protect those people, but they're not. Because people are finding ways around it, and they're exploiting their better knowledge of that system to screw the people who don't know it.
Okay. Yeah, that's something worth actually to look into.
It's a completely different phenomenon though. So you don't want to connect that to the Ottomans issue.
Okay.
But yeah. Okay. I saw like was it I think Benito wanted to say something next. I think.
Yeah, I'll tie it into kind of the conversation we're having, so it kind of flows. Awesome to speak with you again. Yeah, you're always great to chat with. Um, Kind of, I want to understand because this is just like a big gap in my education in this history is kind of post-Ottoman economics, migrations. To give you an example, I live in Latin America, and there is a ton of Arabs who all moved to Latin America post. I'm guessing like end of Ottoman, post-Ottoman, and the majority, from what I've understood, for the Lebanese here in Mexico and in Brazil and Palestinians in Chile, is that a lot of them moved post-Ottoman, pre-Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be interested in that kind of push and ebb and flow, like the kind of economics and the logistics behind that, and then also in the times at the beginning of the Mandate of Palestine under the British, what did migration into that region look like from other Arab regions?
Okay, hold on a second. I was trying to document the first question. What was the second one? Migration and what? What's the second half?
So migration out of mostly Lebanon and Palestine at the time into Latin America,
Okay,
and
that one.
then migration from other Arab regions into British Mandate Palestine, because there was I don't understand the
Yeah,
economics at the time. If there was like a ebb and flow, you know what I mean? Like people left and
yeah,
then the
right.
British came in, if there was economics that drove people to move in.
Yeah, okay, so yeah. Okay, so two very different dynamics. The first one is easier. The first one actually ties into the same basic reason tons of Europeans were on the move at the time. Uh, there are massive, massive economic disruptions, spreading around in the 19th century, and tons of people can't make a living the way that they used to. Either it affects many townspeople because their industries can no longer function because of tons of legal changes and competition with foreign goods that they never had to deal with. This actually affects a number of Palestinians. But it used to be a thriving trade in things like soap manufacture, and the people were selling the soap all the way up to Aleppo. But British soap was cheaper and with no tariffs because of the Tanzimat borrowing from British liberalism. Well, the Palestinians are just fucked. So a lot of those businesses, there are tons of like leather working businesses, a whole bunch of traditional Palestinian businesses are going to be hurt. This is the same dynamic you have in Europe and other parts of the Ottoman Empire. And it affects people in rural areas even more because as land is being enclosed and people are applying capitalist techniques to agriculture, then you don't need as many farmers. You're producing large amounts of food with fewer workers. So you're displacing huge numbers of people. That's actually how my ancestors got here from several countries. My Sicilian ancestors were dirt poor farmers from near Palermo. My Polish ancestors, they were rural people too. The Irish ancestors, they were rural people. They couldn't make it anymore. The system had kind of cut them out. So they had to hop on ships and sail on out. And a lot of people left the Ottoman Empire for the same basic reasons. They couldn't make it anymore, and they had to. So they're like, the land of opportunity, places to. So the New World is beckoning. So yeah, tons of Arabs end up moving to the New World, just like a whole bunch of Jews and tons of other Europeans moved to the New World. But it's all options.
Just a quick question in the midst of that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's a reasoning behind it, if there was some type of pressures within the region at the time, but it seemed like the vast majority that moved here to Latin America were Christian Arabs, predominantly.
Yeah.
Was there any push behind that, or was there any type of
No, it's more a matter
dynamic?
of okay, so some things there are some tensions in the Ottoman Empire. Okay, so I have to give a two-part answer here because on the one hand, it's more a matter of there's an attraction because you're moving to an area that already has a Christian population and you're then part of a majority instead of a minority. So there's some attractions there. For the same reason that like a lot of European Jews who move to the U.S., they're like, "Fuck, I'm going to stay in Brooklyn because there's already a shitload of us here." And you can blend in. You've got like some networks you can build on, some similarities. But there is a process happening, especially in the later 19th century, so past the Tanzimat era. There was, by the time you get to 1876, the Ottoman Empire is in serious crisis. There's actually a coup that topples the Sultan, and they actually for 2 years were a constitutional monarchy. But the person they picked, who agreed to rule by the constitution, betrayed them. He spent 2 years building up a coalition to overthrow the system and create an absolute monarchy, and that's what he did. In that period, there are some significant shifts. Many areas of reform, like in economic areas, educational areas, they continued. It didn't stop. And some of that actually accelerated. But there were significant shifts in identity. We know a lot more about the Ottoman genocides in World War I, so like the attacks on Armenians there, but that built up over decades because of the changes under Abdulhamid. Because they start centering Ottoman identity as instead of like the historical link of all being part of like we all live in the Ottoman world or something, or loyal to the Sultan, some shit like that. They started emphasizing the unique contributions of Turkish people and of the Sultan's role as Caliph and the Muslim nature of the empire. So Turkish-speaking Muslims become real Ottomans, where a shitload of, at its height, like 40-some% of the Ottoman population were Christian. It was always a very diverse state, but it's been shrinking for a long time, and in part due to like revolutions, states breaking away, like Bulgaria breaking away, Serbia breaking away, the Greek War of Independence in 1828. They're losing more and more Christian territories because they're adopting European-style nationalism. So the Ottomans become suspicious of Christians because they tie them to that phenomenon. They start wondering, all these other populations, what if they do the same thing? And ultimately, it leads to a complete redefinition of what it means to be an Ottoman. And as that process is happening, and it becomes a much more distinctly Muslim empire, because again, they're terrified of their own Christians rebelling, breaking away, and over again, other European powers, like, were supporting these. I mean, when Greece wanted to break away, people from like France and Britain, they went down to help. The Russians helped with a number of the South Slavic states breaking away. So there's this sense that all these Christian powers in Europe are going to betray us and support all these Christian populations who no longer want to be Ottoman. So all the peoples who weren't rebelling, like, the Pontic Greeks or the Armenians, they start looking at them very suspiciously, like, it's just a matter of time before you guys do the same shit. So there was a push among many of the minority populations in the empire, and and that will affect a lot of the Christian populations too, in like the Arab world. You're talking about like Lebanese Christians and whatnot. As the empire is defining itself more as Muslim and Turkish, then you're kind of doubly fucked. You don't fit anymore. Does that help?
That helps tremendously. I'm always a numbers guy. I'm always like curious, like what was the volume? I'm sure you don't have it top of head, so
I'm honestly terrible with numbers.
I feel like it's a gap in my history, and it's a gap in the history itself. Like, I don't think there's like good note taking and immigration checking at the time. But I'm fascinated by that too. That leads me to the second
material. You'll find a lot more of it in hey. You'll find a lot more of it in Latin American immigration records than outflows, because the Ottomans at that point were, they had much, much better bureaucracy than they had before, so there are records, but they're still not perfect. It's one of the reasons that we'll never know exactly how many Armenians died, because the censuses are incomplete. They're better than they had before, but they're still incomplete.
Yeah,
so
and I encourage anyone here to look into.
They won't know.
I encourage everyone here too to look into like Arab contributions in the Latin world. It's really pretty fascinating stuff. There's been a lot of presidents who have been of Palestinian Lebanese extraction, but the thing is, like, here in Latin America, like it's not really a lot of people don't self-identify as Arab per se. They just identify as their nationality or where they're from. Like Peso Pluma, who's like a big singer now from Mexico. His name is Hassan, and it's.
Yeah, one part of that, though, is that the modern Arab identity didn't exist. People in the 19th century in the Arab world, in places like Lebanon and Syria, they didn't call themselves Arabs, because Arab had a pejorative sense. It was like, oh, that's the Bedouin. That's these like, camel people, whatever. That's not us. We're not like that. The word Arab was dusted off and given a whole new understanding politically in the early 20th century. It starts a little bit in the late 19th century with the whole Arabist push back against the Ottomans, Turkifying. Hey, you're going to knock this over.
I guess, and then when it comes to, at the same time, you obviously have a lot of people predominantly Christian leaving the Ottoman Empire for different reasons towards Latin America. Was there a pull, I guess this is the heart of my question, to British Mandate Palestine? Because you obviously have these European powers coming in.
Yeah, that other half. Okay, not as much, but there are some peoples that move around. So there are some poorer populations that move in. And there's a lot of really dishonest stuff that tries to exaggerate this and say there's a lot of Arabs who moved in. It's not much, and a lot of the populations who moved in weren't even Arabs. Oh, if the fellow who was from Sarajevo is still in the group, there's a chunk of Bosnians that the Ottoman Empire actually transplants into Palestine. And they actually rebuild parts of the old Roman city of Caesarea, and they're planted there for a while. So there's some really interesting. I got to see some of this because that city has like Roman Empire layers and Byzantine layers, and then like Crusader era layers, and then there's this nice little Bosnian period, and they've got all their stuff on top of that. And then
there's also a lot of Circassians in the north too.
Yeah, there's
a bunch, came the same
but
period.
That's because of the wider that's because of the Russian genocide. They end up all over the place. So there's a whole bunch of the Adalia people that end up in different countries, so a number of them end up in Palestine. The Ottoman Empire has a long history of being a refuge. This is a really funny one for people who know European history and know anything about the wars of religion that happened in the Protestant Reformation. There's a lot of violence, like in the Reformation period. But there were people who fled over the borders into the Ottoman Empire when their side lost, because the Ottomans were like, you're Christian, right? I'm a Calvinist. No, you're Christian, right? Okay, cool. Here's your tax rate. I'm done. I don't care. Like, the differences didn't matter to them at all. So
Yeah.
it was a refuge for various sects because of the way that they structured their legal system. So
Yeah.
tons of
I'm
Sunni pastors.
Sephardi. My grandpa's from Istanbul, so
Yeah. So tons of people have moved into the empire historically and moved around with the empire. They've always been fine with that. And then there's a chunk of like Sudanese migrants at one point. There's some of them that actually a handful of them, I think. There's some of their descendants are still along the coast plain in Israel today. But there's a handful of populations that move in, partly for economic reasons and partly because of instability back home. So some of the colonial fighting in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan displaces some Sudanese. They migrate northward, and the Ottoman Empire's like, I guess you can live here. Why not? Because the whole idea of
I was.
national nations didn't exist. Peoples always had mixed up for a long time, so it just
Yeah,
wasn't.
I figured. I just wondered with the British being there. I know there was like the port of Haifa was much more developed. There was
Yeah,
the
that's all.
first
That's all
airport was
later.
put in.
The migration of non-Jews isn't really a thing during the British period. It is a thing in
Really?
the
Okay.
Ottoman. Once the British mandate is in place, they put in a whole bunch of stuff to consciously make it easy for a whole bunch of European Jews to move in, and they're kind of expecting that. But there's relatively little movement beyond that. They like worries about the borders. Okay, what about the semi-nomadic people? I mean, can they come in? Can they not come in? They talk about things like that, but there's no significant population movements that aren't Jewish during the early
Well,
mandate.
there was nothing comparable to say per se like a white paper for non-Jewish
Yeah,
people at the
yeah. There's
time.
there's nothing managing it, nothing attracting it. People aren't moving in for economic reasons because actually the Arab economy was shrinking in the mandate period.
Oh,
The
okay.
By the time you get to the beginning of the 20th century, so 20 years before the Ottoman Empire ceases to exist, the economic nationalism that you start seeing with the Second Aliyah is actually progressively screwing the Palestinian economy. They can't keep up. A lot of the economic growth is actually Jewish. It's actually funny. By the 19 I sometimes bring this up when I'm talking about the economic issues in the Great Depression. During the height of the Great Depression, there were two economies that were growing fast in the world: the Soviet Union and Palestine. They break all the rules of the Depression because there's a whole bunch of completely separate forces at play there. The movement in of people that had
Argentina was
skills
moving
and
pretty quick too, right?
yeah, there are places that aren't as bad off, but any place that's connected into the global capital flows and is dependent upon trade was in trouble. Um, but the but there's so many interesting flows in of middle class Europeans because of the rise of the Nazis and whatnot, that it creates a very distinct dynamic for Palestine in this period. But other people weren't moving because if you weren't a Jew and you couldn't connect into that economic growth, you're walking into a situation where you're going to be even more impoverished. The Palestinian population was suffering economically in that period. Their economy was not growing; it was shrinking rapidly in the 1930s.
Got it.
So,
Okay. Well, I really
but in
appreciate
the
the
late
clarity.
19th century, it was still growing. There were still, I mean, some of the reforms were actually helping. And actually, this is a fun one in the last decades of the 19th century, like the orchard spaces around Jaffa. I mean, they quadrupled, and then they went up another 7 times after that. Like more and more land is being cultivated because they're exporting tons of crops. The businesses are growing, and then it all just turns to shit in the 20th century. But in the late 19th century, Palestine was actually growing rapidly, which is how it attracted a lot of migrants. There were people who could come in, and they could count on being able to find jobs. But by the time the
Well,
British
I
are there,
appreciate your time. Okay.
yeah, no worries.
As always, Liam, you're a gentleman and scholar, quite literally. So appreciate your time, and yeah, good luck with the rest of your chat.
Thanks. Have a good night. Minerva. Buena bona. Okay, what are we looking at here? Oh, look, I got a little space. I can pop somebody up. Look at that. There's a new face here. Okay, so does somebody else have something they've got in mind? Oh yeah, there's some cats coming. Yeah, I have cats. I had 3 cats until quite recently. Moshe died a few weeks ago, so I'm still kind of bummed about that. But this is Minerva. She's my little Roman war goddess. And then hanging out by my feet is Socrates. He's my my fat gray tabby.
I think layman leftist also wanted to come up if you've got
Yeah,
space.
when you add one person, then it like zeroes out for a minute, and you have to pause, and then you can add another person. I can't hit them all at
Okay.
once. The app is funky that way, so I'm hitting that. But there's the next one. Okay, perfect. Oh yeah, somebody mentioned the names. Yeah, I've done this for a lot of years. I've always named critters in languages that I was studying. So I had a cat named Louis for a while, and he spoke French. And I had a cat named Stefan and spoke German. Like Moshe was Hebrew. I mean, I speak Latin with Minerva here. They all end up in some different language because it's fun. I'm easily entertained. So then I pick I try to look for names of interesting people or historical figures or something like that. Oh, somebody else speaks German to cats. Cool.
So I was gonna ask because the guy he left, but he was talking about a big portion of Arab Christians coming to South America. I don't know about the Ottoman Empire, but I know if people were able to leave during the British occupying, there was like a point in time, right, where people were getting starved in mass in Lebanon, right? Like a
Yeah,
million.
there were a lot of conflicts that built up, and people did have to get out. That's dealing with the French, though. The Brits never touched Lebanon.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and French colonial. I mean, British and French colonial policies were both harmful to people, but they were harmful in slightly different ways. Britain always liked to look for local elites that they could manipulate and then get people distracted. So you'd often turn to like religious figures because if people will fight over cultural shit, then they're not going to notice that somebody's screwing you. But they're looking for like local elites that they can corrupt and put in power. France always preferred some kind of direct control, and its divide and rule policies tended to be a lot more pernicious. They both fed into problems and local identities that caused issues, but France's approach was generally a lot more toxic, and it did lead to. I mean, as French influence started rising in the 19th century, even before the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, because they forced their way in, there's tons of influence, there's a whole bunch of people on the ground, a whole bunch of French missions operating. Suddenly, you've got fights being picked between like Maronites and Druze, and they're attacking each other because they're being influenced by a lot of those ideals. So it's a long-term nasty process, but yeah, not connected to Britain or Palestine.
But wait, but who starved? Because you remember, like a million Lebanese people starved at one point when somebody sanctioned Lebanon off from the Silk Road or something like that.
That I don't know. By that point, I mean, trade over land had declined long before the period we're talking about here. It's one of the reasons the Ottomans were struggling economically for centuries and started losing wars in the 17th and 18th century, where they've been like just kicking everyone's ass for a long time, is because trade is now by sea and they're getting cut out, so they can't profit from the stuff flowing in. But that's a lot of those changes are happening way before the area we're looking at here. I don't know of a die off that massive. And it gets hard to even use the term Lebanon in that period anyway, because it isn't distinct from Syria yet. But I do know that there's a lot of fighting breaking out in the later 19th century as people's identities are shifting, and there definitely are economic disruptions as they're losing those trade routes, because some of the Silk Road traffic, they terminated on the Mediterranean in Syria, or Syria/Lebanon. So things would have passed through before, and people would have made money along that, and they weren't. So it is, but it's I don't remember a really huge rapid die off. I know a lot more about the long-term economic decline in the area. So we'd have to look something like that up and see.
I'll have to look back at it because I can't remember it all right now.
Yeah, if you can find where you found that and let me know, then I can probably add context to it and we can talk about it. But I don't know the specific issue you're thinking of at all.
Okay. All right.
I was just asking if Astra was still there, but I don't think she is. So, Cactus, do you want to go next? Cactus? I don't know if he knows he's Cactus. If not, I'll jump
Where's
in.
Oh yeah, there's a little cactus emoji, but no
Yeah.
name. Yeah. So somebody on here is a
Oh, there he is.
saguaro.
Oh
Who's
yeah,
the saguaro cactus?
I actually did have a question.
Go
I
for
used to
it.
be the red square. I used to have the red square, and I changed
Oh
it.
yeah,
Yeah, so
I
we
saw a couple of
DM'd as
comments from
well.
you earlier.
Yeah, we DM'd as well. I DM'd you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was asking about like books to read about anarchism. But I had a specific question, especially since you mentioned that nation states can be so problematic when it comes to who does and doesn't belong on certain land. So as that pertains to anarchism, like how do you see anarchism being implemented when it comes to like the quote unquote borders between
Ah.
like some sort of like not necessarily borders, but how are these free associations going to interact? And like, do you believe in like gift economies, or what are your thoughts on that sort of thing?
Okay, let's see where we start with something like this. The one issue with any kind of anarchist social structures is that we're stuck with the nation state model. So ultimately, it can't work. This is ultimately the problem that a lot of the Marxist-Leninist economies ran into too. They had the same basic issue because they were constrained by the nation-state model and the international capitalist economy. Throughout Soviet history, they continued to trade with the rest of the world, used currency, everything else. They focused on borders and had tons of different national identities. All of that is ultimately contradicted by the sources they're trying to say this is where we want to go to. But they're trapped. And anarchists are even more trapped because they can't come up with all this sort of like bullshit that the Marxist-Leninists did, like, these all transitional states, and we're going to use the existing models and deploy them for a while for us and then slowly take them apart. Anarchists are like, no, toss that shit now. So there's no easy way to do that. Revolutionary anarchism is ultimately impossible, but you can develop things within particular systems. Like the Zapatistas are a good example of that. There's been tons of places where people have carved out separate ways to work things for themselves, to organize themselves, and are figuring out how to do this stuff. And I think the goal of a lot of movements like that is to show how it can work. And that one's interesting too because it's inherently multicultural and multilinguistic. There's several languages spoken in the Chiapas region. And if you can find ways to get people past this sort of like narrow nationalism that they've been hit with since the 19th century and think instead about their commonalities, this is why ultimately this is why socialists talk about class consciousness. If you're thinking more in terms of your economic issues and the differences and similarities there, then the fact that somebody else speaks a different language from me or has a different religion shouldn't be threatening. I can still work with them. I can still trade with them. We can still be neighbors. We can still find ways to work things out. So I like the fact that people continue to build effective mutual aid societies, create co-ops, try to find or lay out, pioneer, make work certain models, and over time the goal, I guess, is to show that it can work and to shift the paradigm for a lot of people, get them to think maybe we don't need the rest of this shit. We can find another way to live.
Yeah, that's interesting too, because like I always mention or think of like the autonomous region of North and East Syria, and it's not like it's not like a perfect society or anything, but it does sort of demonstrate some of those, I guess, more basic tenets with regard to
Yeah.
focusing on our commonalities.
Yeah,
And
Rojava is a very multi-ethnic area. There's I mean, you got Yazidis and Christians and Sunnis and and then Sunni Arabs, but also like the Sunni Kurds, and it's very diverse. and they're finding a way to make things work. It's definitely it has a lot of problems, but ultimately so does the Zapatista state. But they're trying to implement more decentralized forms of control, more elements of direct democracy. And that I think is worth pursuing, because if you can find ways to make local direct democracies work and then connect them at larger and larger levels, so there's still a way to deal with bigger issues, to come up with some kind of like link together different confederations of people, then ultimately it gives us the ability to surpass the state model. But until people can show that it works not only on the very local level, but you can build larger structures out of this, it's very hard to shift that. And it's hard to get enough territory to do that, because it's not really in the state's interests to allow these experiments. It's one of the reasons that I think the Zapatista state is fascinating, because being unwilling to go in and shoot the hell out of people, there's been a weird standoff for decades now where they do have effective autonomy, even though it's not recognized. And Rojava also has fallen into a similar kind of like black hole, where it's not really in the Syrian interest state to conquer them by force, but neither can they really develop a lot of the same institutions that they would really need. And it traps them into a lot of like weird power politics shit where they have to keep making terrible alliances to survive. And it's just a really complicated situation for them. But there aren't that many places where people can really experiment on a larger level. So it is interesting to see them.
Yeah, and get everyone on board in that region, especially a larger region, to be okay with it, or be to want to do it. But that's interesting that you say that too, especially because when you look at what U.S. military commanders said about the relationships with the Kurdish militias there, when they were intervening in the Syrian civil war against ISIS mostly, they really like expressed this deep appreciation of them as allies. But then U.S. State Department officials were very quick to back this up with we will not support an autonomous region or its own country, even though it's not like the U.S. is friends with the Assad regime either. So it's not like they really have an interest in making it part of Syria again, except to kind of perpetuate this idea of a nation state. And it's interesting to think about how that kind of manifests as a how the nation state manifests as a system.
Yeah, part of it is, again, that compact after World War II about changing borders. Because once you start allowing a real principle of self-determination to show up, if people can choose their own form of government, then countries could fragment all over the place. I mean, what's to stop California from seceding? People could start breaking up bigger countries, and it terrifies countries like Spain or whatever that you have to deal with, like the Catalans and the Basques or something.
It's
The
interesting.
international climate is not comfortable with any kind of secession, and a move done in one part of the world creates a precedent that affects something else, and that complicates American geopolitics.
Yeah, that's there's two things that really come to mind. Is one, I guess officially North and East Syria has a diplomatic relationship with Catalonia. So that's like the only international organization really they have a diplomatic relationship with, or normalized relationships with. But yeah, it's especially interesting to see with if you take, for example, how that cognitive dissonance can play out in the context of a nation state. Like if you take people, many people in Morocco, are supportive of Palestine, and there's a sense of solidarity with people in Palestine. However, it's a much more complicated situation to ask the average person in Morocco about the situation in Western Sahara, which is similar in many ways. And so that's interesting to see that kind of play out there as well.
Someone just said Liam. What is that? I was looking to see if I see the who it was. Yeah, there are definitely parallels. So again, there's a ton of places in the world where you can see parallels with the Palestine situation, and the Sahrawi one is another one. They are colonized by Morocco, and the rest of the world is really kind of like, do we really want to care about this? Is it really worth does anyone want to get involved? And So they don't, and we've been tolerating, I mean, some horrific abuses by that government for a long time. And actually, Trump really fucked things up by outright recognizing the annexation. At least the rest of the world was maintaining a kind of status quo issue where they weren't recognizing it. I mean, on paper, even though Spain left in 1975, it's like, technically, this is still like a Spanish colony that's future status has never been determined.
Mhm.
But the U.S. now officially recognizes the annexation, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
We're going to be dealing with consequences for that in our geopolitics for a long time.
What fascinates me too is how the rhetoric justifying the occupation, the Sohari occupation, is like, um, really, really bizarre because it's, it kind of adopts these anti-colonial sentiments, like against Spain, and this idea that, it was Morocco and it's just a Spanish colony that Spain's like holding on to, and Algeria is helping them because they're with the French. If you look at the origins of the Sohari conflict, the U.S. and France and in some ways Israel actually supported Morocco in the conflict directly. So it's hard to say too, like how much the internet is going to impact people's perceptions of these events. The way you can see it happening
Nice.
with Palestine.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up, because this is one of the reasons that ultimately things like the Palestine issue are so much more. You can get farther with it. You can have conversations we never would have been able to have before, because more people are able to see what's happening. There's more images coming out. You can talk to people on the ground. Hey, we can like Zoom with people there, and but there's tons of information available, and it does ultimately change things. It's a little harder in, honestly, the economic situation in the Western Sahara is in many ways much worse, especially in the east, where the Sahrawi are still, trying to hold on. So it's really kind of tricky. And yeah, many people do have kind of like accepted the situation. It's not what they would have preferred. So someone is saying that they say they're Moroccan. Essentially, they are, because they've been under Moroccan rule since 1975. It doesn't mean that their identity is identical. That sounds funny. But national identities they do change. They shift over time. And Morocco itself, it was originally extremely diverse, but there is now a Moroccan state identity that people can link to. So ultimately, a lot of people in Western Sahara will get used to it because the rest of the world has essentially abandoned the issue. I mean, the holdouts, there's not enough of them, and they have no real support. So in the long run, they will become Moroccan, but it's still kind of like a fluid situation right now, where a lot of people are not terribly comfortable with it. It's weird, but the longer it goes on, the more things can blend together.
Yeah. Yeah, and also, another region like that I feel like has really been forgotten, arguably even more, would be Kashmir.
Interesting.
Because
I would
that's
have
the
thought that people
largest
talk about that a lot more. We have been
the
ignoring it in
largest.
power politics for a while, but it does show up in the news more often, at least.
Really? Yeah, I don't
I see a lot more. Well, I don't know. Maybe I just follow more South Asian news, but I see a discussion of it a lot more often. But yeah, in terms of actually great powers talking about it, there's been more discussion of the Sahrawi recently than Kashmir. Yeah, that's interesting. I
yeah,
think people only really care when the militant movements strike out. Like when people lash out, there's bombings or whatever, and then the Indian state goes in and starts shooting people up. Then we talk about it. Whenever it seems relatively calm-ish, people just tune out.
a lot of the times people talk about it though just because of the, tripartite risk of China, India, and Pakistan going, or I guess it's really two sides, like China and Pakistan and India, but um people talk about it in that context. I hear a good amount, but I feel like when it comes to the occupation itself, in terms of just the nature of it, and it is the largest in the world. I mean, it's larger than Palestine as well. So, like people don't really talk about that as much, or at least I haven't heard people talk about that as much. It's more just the geopolitical risk that it poses.
Yeah. And honestly, a lot of that just gets back to so many things about the nation state model that piss me off, and about the international structures built around them. Because from my perspective, I mean, Pakistan has part of it, India has part of it. No one's happy. Why don't they both give it up and create a country there and then just be done with it. But everyone's like, no, mine. And like, so the countries have to fight over it so they can beat their chests over it. Never mind what the actual population wants. It's always like no one wants to give it up. There's just so many stupid places where people hold on to like long-term land claims. Like
It,
India and
mhm,
China still have like unresolved border issues. Like, come on,
yeah.
just figure this shit out.
Yeah,
But
it's also you
go for
know,
it.
the lengths people will go to kind of obfuscate this ridiculous problem. Like if you look at the northern border between Bangladesh and India, it's just like this. There's like 800 exclaves or something, and then you know, in addition, like I really think there's an interesting argument people make in all of these cases, which is just like, well, it's ours. Like it's always been ours. The land is ours, and it's just totally and it's like, okay, you're talking about Kashmir, like you live in Tamil. Like it's like what is this like? Does this really matter?
Right.
Shouldn't the people there have some say in this, not just like the whole country? And it's the same thing if you hear, a lot of people who are Israeli, or a lot of people who are Moroccan as well, especially Moroccan, or you know, there's a lot of different places, but it's all the same mentality, and it's all the same like just sense of nationalism, and it's interesting too. It's kind of a spectrum too. It can get more militant and more radical in terms of who belongs and who doesn't, or it can be kind of this soft like force, kind of permeating through the society in some ways.
I think it's one of the things that I like most about getting people to talk about the non-state models, and I feel thinking about like anarchist options there because it's a really good antidote to nationalism, and nationalism is a really destructive ideal. So yeah, why does someone in Tamil Nadu give a shit about Kashmir? That culturally they have nothing in common, but they have an Indian national identity that was manufactured in the 20th century. And once nationalisms take hold, people have a hard time letting go of them. And the manipulation of that sentiment allows the state structures to perpetuate these conflicts. So there's always this interplay between the state forces, the governing institutions and their interests, the ruling classes there, and the way they manipulate people's identity, the way they shift people's subjectivity. If we can let go of the delusion of nationalism, it's a lot harder for them to manipulate us. Then
That,
states get weaker. States were much weaker before the rise of nationalism. Nationalism allows them to manipulate us on a much deeper level.
that's really really fascinating that you say that, because there's always a narrative of like, well, we need to have a national identity as a country, because otherwise there's going to be all these divisions and ethnic conflicts or whatever, and it's like considered almost like a given that this will happen, and that therefore we
Exactly.
must forge, and
Completely.
especially in India, that argument was really made to kind of coalesce around one Indian identity. And
In that
yeah.
case, it's because they still couldn't get over the paradigm of nationalism. So if India, they didn't create a common identity and link people together, it would fight because people would then create different competing nationalisms and fight over the territory, and there'd be big expulsions because the populations are pretty all intermingled, like in most of the world. But that's still only if you're holding to the nation state paradigm. For most of human history, this was not an issue. And even with large, powerful states, we've had tons and tons of great bureaucratic states where national identity simply did not exist. It's a it's nonsense to think that it's necessary. But
Yeah.
the problem is, after 2 centuries, the paradigm has dug its claws pretty deeply into people's psyches, so it's hard to conceive of something else. Like, you have to be able to break out of an existing discursive frame. We've got like limitations on what we can imagine, and that limitation on our imagination is what's stopping us from coming up with something better. That's
Yeah.
why I like complicating things with discussions of national, anarchism or whatever, because if nothing else, it helps to bring up the possibility that it helps to get people thinking there are differences, there are other possibilities. It doesn't always have to be a particular way. We can change.
Yeah, and it's also like almost out of the implicit assumption that this is, the way things are, so to speak. becomes the assurance of that very, thing manifesting, in an interesting way too. Like, especially when you like thinking about something like forming a national identity.
Exactly. It traps us, like you start to think this is how it always has been, which it never was, and this is how it has to be, which it's not, and then it becomes a trap that you can't escape because you can't imagine an alternative. Nationalism is a trap that way. So is capitalism. There's tons of things that become traps, and you cannot imagine anything but that because that's all you've really ever known. It's all you can wrap your head around. So at the end of the day, we have to kind of get people to be willing to think outside the box, to imagine alternative worlds. And history is useful for that because there is so much variation in political and economic structures. There are so many different possibilities that we have seen work perfectly well in different areas. So we know that there isn't just one way to do it. And everyone's always trying to tell you, like the neo-libs love this stuff. Like, there's only one way to. This is the right way to do an economy. This is economics. Everything else is bullshit. Like, no, you're just peddling witchcraft. We know there are tons of other systems that all worked. It drives me crazy too, the dishonesty you run into that. I mean, I don't like the state socialist experiments, like the more command economy type models, but they did work. Like, actually, even in a lot of the developing world, if you look back at economic growth rates in the 1960s in sub-Saharan Africa, they're higher than they are today. Because they were still using a lot of the state socialist models. When they started liberalizing their economies in the 80s, it slowed way the fuck down. So all this stuff they're saying, you need to do this so you can grow. They were doing better before. But we fall into these traps over and over again. There's a ton of possibilities, and people aren't willing to experiment.
Yeah, and there's also like a false attribution to, failures, like in the sense that, like, if you look at Somalia, right, it has basically the same government as the US, or had, and before Somaliland and all of that. It had the same sort of government as the U.S. in terms of structure, and it was a capitalist country, and it's Somalia, and there's the U.S. is a much larger economy, so it's like there's other factors at play, but people will kind of cherry pick and look, confirmation bias reinforce these things.
There are definitely significant economic flaws in the way that Soviets were running things that did cause problems for them, but the vast majority of their problems were actually political. It's the political flaws that caused the system to collapse, not the economic ones. We forget that, yes, it was still way, way behind the standard of living that you had in Western European countries, but they started much farther behind. And it's just the astonishing levels of growth and change across the 20th century in living standards there. It's like, holy shit, obviously it was causing significant growth. But it was like, oh, it didn't work because look at these, like, boring ass gray concrete buildings and blah, 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 blah. People couldn't get a car. I'm like, okay, yeah, but this was a feudal economy, with like 18th century techniques. Yeah. I mean, they had to really start from nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. They were like living in the
out a lot of shit when we have these conversations.
Yeah. I didn't realize that until like a few years ago, that they were just like living in the like medieval period, essentially. It's in the rural areas.
Russia was the least developed part of Europe. Actually, all of Eastern Europe was farther behind. So, like, all these, the entire Soviet bloc, sure, yes, throughout all of it, they were worse off than Western Europeans. But they were worse off in the 19th century too, and they were worse off in the 18th century too. In the 18th century, serfdom was the norm. Most Poles were still serfs. So it's like you're starting from a different position. But there's tons of economic. The Ottoman economy, the whole question we've had earlier about this notion of like private property, right? Literally, you could not own land, and yet somehow you still had a significant economy. And the Ottoman Empire was actually like a major ass-kicking country for a long time. Clearly, different models can work. We get trapped into these narrow discursive frames that this is the only way it can work, and it's hard to conceive of any alternatives. That endlessly frustrates me. But it's one of the reasons I like That's one of the reasons I do use anarchism. It's largely to stimulate just that creativity, because there's so much diversity there. Yeah, you don't, tons of these models wouldn't work properly, but you don't know until you try different ones and see.
Yeah, and I think we also do really have tools for assessing like which models could potentially be more effective. I mean, there's this
Yeah.
book called Thinking in Systems by Donella Meadows, and she really talks about analyzes a lot of different systems and argues that obviously this applies to economic systems, but uh,
Yeah.
basically it would be, or basically the question is like, if you have any given system, there's only going to be one goal of the system. Somewhere when you break it down, there's just going to be one direction and one thing that the system is really trying to optimize for. And so, it could be shareholder returns, it could be, all sorts of different things, but it's best to just pick a good goal and build the system around that, as opposed to kind of doing whatever works and whatever propagates itself.
I think one of the things that I tend to lean on is accepting a kind of like heterogeneity. No one model or idea always works. There's always problems with them. So being able to be flexible about it, being able to like shift or mix them, blend them. It's really interesting in economic analysis. In fact, if anybody's where's the in one of Hudson Chang's books, can I find that table in it? There's he breaks down a bunch of different economic systems, showing that there's they all work in different ways. In different places, they all fail. Like none of them will work perfectly in terms of predictions, but you can use them as different sets of tools. So like this model is really good for analyzing this specific issue. This one is good for this specific issue. It's one of the things, I mean, that kind of thinking is something that I apply in tons of different areas, where you can mix and match. You can borrow pieces that work well in some areas, and instead of falling into a kind of narrow ideological box that tries to make everything work. No, I must apply neoliberalism to everything. No, I must apply Marxist-Leninism to everything. None of them work. They all fail at that in that way.
Mm. Yeah, that's interesting too. If you think about the I forget exactly what it was, but the Marxist ideas about the crops in under Mao as well, where there was an idea about how to plant them that was just like a really bad idea. I don't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, that makes complete sense. What do you think is like the best kind of way to really express that to people succinctly? Like, do you think it's to focus on the transitions that the global economy has made in terms of, or the various major systems and how they've transitioned into one another? Like,
Which point? What's a good way to make a point? What's the
like just the concept that there can be other economic systems or other ways outside of national identity,
well,
I guess.
with that one in particular, that's why I thought of Chang there. It's showing that different models work better in some respects than others do, and they're all useful in certain ways. So thinking that your particular school of economics is the only one is a kind of delusion. It's a kind of like narrow ideological thinking. And you can apply the same basic principle to tons of areas, like politics. It's one of the reasons that I would prefer some kind of radical experimentation as a solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict, rather than trying to keep applying these pre-existing nation-state models where you can't do that because you do have very distinctly different national identities. How do you come up with a system that can accommodate both and allow both to feel respected, like that it's theirs? But it is possible. There are tons of different historical examples of idea. You can pull pieces from different places and sort of like come up with something new. Like, let's try this. How does this look? But people are too frequently willing to experiment, which means they're always trying to like push the square peg through the round hole. You're always, it must work. Just show them, well, clearly it doesn't. Our political nation state model doesn't work because how do you deal with shit like Somaliland? It clearly has failed them. Like, how about the Israel-Palestine conflict? Nationalism doesn't work because look what it's done here. It's created a giant clusterfuck of violence. Like, clearly that doesn't work. There's every single idea that people think is normal and effective fails over and over again in different places. And if you can use that to say maybe we need to be more flexible, maybe we need to be more heterogeneous.
Do you think do you think the nation state is a, I guess, European invention, similar to, in the sense that colonialism is, or modern colonialism is a European invention, or
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you caught that because there are different forms of it over time.
yeah.
Yeah, the nation state model that we use is European. The earliest elements you can see building up around like the Treaty of Westphalia, with a recognition that okay, people can choose their own legal systems in their own countries, and I don't have the right to tell them what to do. So that's how like smaller countries can survive next to big ones, and then you slowly build from there. And then by the time you get into the late 18th century, the idea of coming up with a sort of homogeneity, like coming up with a common identity to link people together, and then tying that to powerful state institutions. But it's a long period of centralization. It builds up steadily over several centuries, but a stronger state points them in the direction of a homogenous population. So nationalism and the state kind of evolved, they co-evolved. And it's how we ended up with the nation state model. But it's very distinctly European history that creates that, and the conditions there. And it's been very awkward to apply it in different areas, especially regions. I mean, much of Europe was still pretty diverse, but you take it outside of it into wildly different cultural contexts and places that are even more mixed up and diverse, and it's really problematic. Some of the places where it seems like, hey, it kind of works now in Europe, ultimately still bother me. Like, there's a kind of genocide that's been being carried out in France for 2 centuries because they're destroying all the different regional identities. People are losing their languages. Fewer and fewer people speak Gascon or Breton. They're just going away. They're becoming all French when they weren't before. They all lived in France. They lived in the Kingdom of France. This is our country. That's our flag, whatever. But they spoke different languages and they had different local cultures. They're all going away. Tons of places that have started that process later than France did. So you're only started applying it like the middle of the 20th century. Of course it's going to be violent. It's going to be violent as fuck because you're applying a really flawed concept to a very diverse area, when we really should have been applying completely different ways to do this.
So, what do you think is actually might actually be the next step, since we now know that the nation state model is this messed up? What do you think is a next step that might happen?
I think one thing is something we're seeing right here, and I like that somebody mentioned earlier the shifts in technology that can affect this stuff. The fact that more and more of us are talking to each other, we're sharing ideas, we're recognizing that we have a shit ton of things in common, even though we speak different languages and live different places and have different histories. We have the potential to build a more cosmopolitan mentality. And if we can find different organizational features to bring us together, so different local aspects to solve different local problems, we can start coming up with alternative models that don't rely upon dividing ourselves up and hating people who are different from us. So some of the stuff that's happening here, as well as in, mutual aid societies all over the place, and, just tons of civic organizations that try to reach out to different people, there's the possibility of bringing people together and showing that we don't have to be at odds. The people who want to exploit us want us to fight each other. We don't have to. If we can unfuck our own brains here, we can kind of, in the long run, make what they're doing irrelevant. We can sort of, it'll fall apart. It'll be a house of cards.
Because one of the things that I've always thought about is the idea of guarded borders, and how this never was the case in the past. There was no need to spend the shitloads of money guarding borders from a neighboring country, because okay, there were outposts, but not the guarded borders that no one can step a foot in if that someone does.
Outposts are to stop armies, like invasions. A whole bunch of Mongols riding in. Yeah, you need that. But people migrating, no one cared.
And the ridiculousness of the whole idea of borders becomes more apparent when you look at a country as small as Lebanon, for example, where it's very small, very tight geography. It can barely fit the people in there, and now they have to spend on a military for so many reasons, and the country is already not doing economically that well. And even Palestine, if you look at the geography of Palestine, the whole area, even if it became one state, okay, let's say, and it was a united state with the current border model, it's really tough. Actually, Chile is a more extreme example where the whole country is just a long strip of land near the coast, and the idea to have to defend all that border
Right.
is so burdening, economically burdening.
It is, yeah, but so is having to deal with a lot of the population shifts too, because of the way that we structured things. It really all depends upon the political and economic structure that you're stuck with. A lot of countries are basically fucked by the way these borders work and the model that they've adopted politically and economically. Historically, people have just been able to. I mean, my ancestors walked into this country. They sailed across. They got off the boats. They got a job. They settled in. No one asked permission. There were no walls. They just walked the
If
fuck
they
in.
didn't find a job here, they move elsewhere, and that'll
Right.
be it. Wherever
Exactly.
the human resource will be needed, they'll just settle there,
Exactly.
and that should
People,
work.
it's always how it's worked. It's been that way through all of human history. Only in the 20th century we start like locking down borders, and it's tied to the rise of 19th century nationalisms. And the way, again, nationalism feeds the state, and then the state feeds the nationalism. It creates like a feedback loop that gets more and more fucked up, and eventually you end up with like fucking Nazism. You know, it's a really dangerous dynamic that we keep feeding into. We haven't learned a lesson. All of the massive wars of the 19th century, then the 20th century, and we're still doing the same shit. We're still trying to squish that square peg into the round hole because we won't learn that this model doesn't work. It doesn't work economically. It doesn't work politically. It doesn't work for human dignity and human rights. It's fucked in every possible way, but everyone just seems committed to trying to make it work.
Exactly.
Quick one here. Somebody asked what my shirt means. This is just like it's got the two flags on here, and shalom, salam. It's peace. I was talking about binationalism earlier today, so I have tons of like themed shirts for different ideas. So this one went with that. Oh, it's kind of faded. You can barely see the flag on here, but like so, there's peace and peace. It's all
Okay.
that.
You had another
I'm gonna
question.
go. I'm gonna go refill my drinks.
Yes, that was
Hockey
one of
makes
the
me
things
thirsty.
they mentioned in the comments was refreshment break, and the other one was what is your PhD? But I think we can get that when you come back. Yes.
Okay. Well, my doctorate's in history, but I can explain exactly what kind of history when I get back. But I'm gonna go refill drinks. Time for bathroom breaks for everybody.
Awesome. Everyone in the comments, can you all please tap the screen? The panelists can't do that. If anyone in the panel taps the screen, it will get us shadow banned. So can y'all in the comments start tapping the screen, please?
Ngozi and Jax, I think you were next. Yeah, I think no, sorry, Ngozi, Malika, and then Jax, and then James. I think that was the order.
By the way, if anyone in the comments wants to ask any questions, please let me know. I would happily drop for any of you.
Yeah, I was also going to say facetiously, like, or you're saying like we're the only country that can't secure our borders. Like, it's always so funny when people say that.
Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from the U.S.
No,
People
it's
say that it's ridiculous.
it's insane. The whole idea of borders is just insane. I mean, I'm serious. Think about the smaller countries that have to spend shitloads of money because there are other countries that want to take over. That shouldn't be the problem. That shouldn't be a thing that they need to worry about, and fencing those countries one way or another. It's insane, and it's economically burdening because look at Lebanon today. The map is insane. The map is crazy. The place is surrounded by huge countries like Syria and Turkey and Israel to the south. And that economy, that small economy, they have almost no resources, by the way, in Lebanon. It shouldn't be a burden that people have to pay for. pay a huge amount of your taxes just to govern a board or protect a border that shouldn't be there in the first place. It's not supposed to be a problem. People should just live in communities, do whatever they want to do their jobs, and that should be it. Okay, there will be taxes for other services, I get it, but not to guard a border. I mean, even Israel, if you look at the geography of Israel, it's insane. The country is too small, the area is too small, and they have to protect the country from way too many countries around them, that the biggest investment in Israel is to protect their borders more than anything.
Yeah, I was going to say too, like that's one of the main reasons that Israel, not ideologically but strategically, doesn't want a two-state solution with the current borders, because if there was a Palestinian state with conceivably an army in the West Bank, it's basically indefensible for Israel. And they could easily, launch an attack, chopping the country in half, basically, and getting to like the major cities and the heartland like within an hour. So, I think a lot of this has to do with just general paranoia. And yeah, that like he was saying, like that emphasis on the necessary homogeneity of the nation state. And
So
just that paranoia and the way people use it to gain power. But it's so difficult to get rid of, because by definition, those institutions have power.
yeah. Here's the thing. Okay, I heard that actually statement. I think it was Netanyahu who said that about the borders. And okay, put aside the fact that I'm Palestinian. Okay, that is a good point, but it shouldn't be a point if we didn't have the issue of the nationalism, and we need to have a Jewish state that with a Jewish majority. And that makes it even more ridiculous, because now we need to make sure that the borders are not open, because if more people walk in, then we won't be a Jewish state anymore, and we can't live as a not Jewish state, because that defeats the whole idea of the whole premise of the Zionist movement and the idea of the Israel to begin with. It's
Yeah,
insane. If you think about it, it's ridiculous. People
it's
should be
even
able to just go walk into whatever they can live, just do a job, add to the to the community, add to the economy, and just live there. If it didn't work for them, then they can move elsewhere. If it didn't work in that place, they can just go somewhere else. It's ridiculous. If you think about it, it's an insane idea. The whole idea of borders is ridiculous. Nationalism helped a lot, but yeah, it's something.
it's even more ridiculous when you really, or just like, bizarre when you think about the fact that, one of the reasons that Zionism grew as an ideology was really just because of the expulsions, the numerous expulsions of Jewish people from many different countries, like especially in Europe. And that itself is the product of this, wanting to maintain a nation state,
Nationality.
the homogeneity of the nation state as well. So it kind of, has that recurring effect as well.
Yeah.
Malika, I think you were next to ask a question.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm kind of going a little bit backwards now that this conversation has progressed in this direction, but I had stumbled down a little hole about Libya and Gaddafi, and I know that he had a claim that he had corrected all the issues with communism and democracy. But when I went going to look into the specifics of how he wanted to structure that, it's very difficult to find it laid out very plainly, as if no one wants me to know exactly. I know the issue he had was how he put people in power that way, obviously, but I was more interested in the structure.
The whole Jamahiriya stuff, it's intentionally not well defined, because it's basically bullshit. It's similar in that way to the flexibility you see with different forms of fascism in Europe. They have certain core emotional commitments, but in practice, they're able to be extremely flexible, because it doesn't have a strictly defined ideological shape to it. His governing structure and economic structure for Libya is entirely incoherent. It's basically slipping together a few different ideas that he wants and then finding ways to consolidate power, like having technically a government, but no one really knows who they are. And then the brother leader kind of like stands above all the fray and whatever. But yeah, you've got this very grandiose claims that he's solved all the problems. But Libya was just a petrostate. He didn't actually solve a damn thing economically with the system. It's sad, but it works as propaganda. It lays out a nice argument. We can all point back to this nice little green book that has all the answers in it. But if you actually are trying to read it to understand it and find how does it actually work, you're going to be frustrated.
So the whole thing with the committees, is that just kind of meant to be a like everybody gets a job so then they don't get in my business kind of thing?
That is a good part of it. This idea of his trying to apply different levels of like lower level direct democracies, getting people working together on these different committees. But at the end of the day, none of them have any real power. So it's really just, it's busy work to kind of provide a superficial veneer of participation. But honestly, one of the things that was most remarkable about the Libyan uprising and the way things have proceeded since then, I know a ton of people that are like, oh my God, how can you be supportive of this at all? Look how bad it's gotten, and now it's so violent. Like, oh, I expected this to be so much fucking worse. Because in 40 some years under Gaddafi, zero effort went into building actually functioning civil society institutions. They didn't have a lot of the things that you would think a nation state would need. And they're having to kind of like invent that shit on the fly as they go along now. This could have been a whole lot worse. But yeah, you're right. It's busy work. That's a good way of putting it. It keeps people out of his hair and gives people the sense that they do matter, even though at the end of the day, they really don't.
I was very curious about it with the committee thing because I've heard of that in very dystopian ideas of democracy, is that everyone gets a job and then no one gets involved in anybody else's job, and then everyone who's in charge stays in charge, kind of thing.
Yeah, it is. On some level, Gaddafi's a really fascinating figure because on some level, he's an idealist. And he wants to think, he wanted to think of pan-Arab unity and pan-African unity and a whole like third worldism. And he has a lot of really interesting ideals. But at the end of the day, there is a lot of Machiavellian dystopian power politics involved in this, and using mercenaries to prop up the force, and then basically neutering the population with a bunch of completely toothless institutions while the people who actually have the guns stay in power. I've seen a lot of nice comments here about cats. Yeah, I love cats. Cats are good people.
Star of the life.
I do have a dog, so yeah, I'm not anti-dog.
Yeah, one of the things that I feel like it can be a good step, or it is a good step, is the European Union. The idea of the European Union, where countries do have borders, they do have sovereignty, but the borders don't need to be protected because the country is not really in an active state of war or anything, or doesn't have to worry about neighboring countries. And same even in the Gulf region, in the Arabic Gulf region, where a bunch of countries do have borders, but they really don't really have borders because people can move freely between all those countries. That could be actually a good module where a bunch of, because the beauty of it is that there is no head for that country. I feel like the whole idea of one person at the top of the hierarchy is another ridiculous idea, because we have one person that that might be biased, but if we have like the Congress here governing the whole country, elected people from every single area in the country that are being elected by the people for a period of time, then they will be changed. That sounds like a better model than the model of the president and the king and that, or head of state.
Yeah, I have a real love-hate relationship with those kind of transnational organizations. The problem with the EU is that at the end of the day, it's a neoliberal club to impose a particular political economic ideology on people, and there's serious problems with the way it's structured there, and it's not terribly democratic for a lot of people either. So there's a real democracy deficit there that alienates a lot of the population. So turnout for European elections are pretty low. But if it was done right, and some of the founders, like you go back to Schuman and Monet and what they're pushing on there, they wanted to create a common European identity and eventually a United States of Europe. If people used the EU specifically for that cosmopolitan aspect of it, that could help. And I think a lot of youth in Europe kind of do that because they do get to move around, they do interact with each other. And a lot of people do have a much stronger sense of being Europeans, where the older generations still cling very tightly to a kind of nationalism. So it's kind of transitional in that sense. The States don't really push the cosmopolitan aspect the way that the founders of some of the project wanted. They've let the project down. They focus too much on as an economic club and as a common defense club and shit like that sort of ultimately serves their interests and makes them all just stronger on the world stage, where the goal was ultimately to end conflict in Europe, to stop people fighting, because you could realize, hey, we have more in common. Let's trade, let's hang out, let's get to know each other. But on the local level, a lot of ordinary people kind of are doing that themselves, and I hope that succeeds, because the governments have really stopped trying to sell the project. They've stopped really trying to get people to understand why is the EU useful, and they only talk about the economic shit. So it's one of the reasons you're seeing a big rebounding lately in populist and far-right nationalisms in Europe, is people are losing the cultural memory of all the wars because they're too far back. There are no major wars in living memory until the current one that's raging in Eastern Europe. But a lot of people had kind of forgotten that. So the nationalisms can make a comeback because no one's really talking about the deeper benefits of European integration. So I have to kind of hope for and count on ordinary people carrying that torch themselves.
So after Brexit, I think one of the things, first of all, with regards to the whole far right leanings that we're seeing across Europe, I do feel like a lot of that is very strategic to make sure that the idea of a connected Europe is forgotten. And yes, we do go back to the idea of individual nations, and it feels like partly because when it was the EU, with the UK included, there was a level of universal understanding about human rights, about what makes a society function. So things like healthcare, education, all of those things. That now that the UK has come out of, now that Brexit has happened, we are seeing the rewriting of our human rights, and we're seeing things like a lot more privatization of things like what's looking very likely the NHS.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of this gets back to when we were talking about earlier about power elites and the way you can manipulate things. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of people cynically manipulating nationalism in Europe to further their own political ambitions. They will have greater control if they can break the idea of the EU. So it's back to the same old manipulative bullshit.
So what do you?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask with the EU. I've seen some stuff out of current Germany that some people have been raising alarms about with the Palestine-Israel conflict, with the current conversations, that Germany is trying to shut down all conversation and that they seem to be leaning towards not letting people speak their opinions a lot.
On the Palestine-Israel situation?
Yes, that they do not believe that their citizens should have an opinion favorable towards Palestine, and how they've followed. Do you think that is related to kind of the way that the EU has become an economic idea for Europeans, the way that they've moved? Or
no, that's a very different historical dynamic. Okay. The Germans have a very deeply ingrained political sense of guilt over the Holocaust. And no matter what Israel does, the worst they will ever do is abstain. Germany has never voted against them in the General Assembly or Security Council, and they won't, because they are afraid of the association with what they had done before. And they have tons of deals with Israel that, I mean, they go back to the 1950s. They were giving them, here's some free Volkswagens, you know, like they built the Israel submarines are theirs. I mean, they contribute a lot out of that sense. I thought it was really fascinating today, and it's really kind of like, it's a fun little dipshit move, but Erdogan tried to get Germany to join them in calling for specifically a ceasefire on this issue. And it's interesting because it gives him some wiggle room to not have to do as much too. But the Germans actually taking a serious stand on anything to do with Israel-Palestine, don't hold your breath. It's not going to happen. They will either abstain completely or tepidly favor the Israelis every time.
You know,
If
go ahead.
sorry, go ahead. Yeah, if I can also add, I mean, even if you're talking to the regular person on the street, they will not have the conversation with you at all. They will immediately just shun any conversation around it,
Yeah,
just because of that
they're
extreme
terrified.
guilt.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
they're terrified of it, and for good reason in some ways. But they actually do get a good education in how that works. There's an entire year spent on the Third Reich in German high schools, so they know what their ancestors had done, and it makes it a very uncomfortable conversation. Even though, again, Jew and Zionist are not the same thing. It's a whole different. I mean, it doesn't matter how you want to put it. People still don't want to deal with it. They would rather just tune it out.
But what I find really interesting in that, in continuing to kind of brush things under the carpet and almost put their fingers in their ears, what's also happening is there is this I don't want to say that it's come into law, but there is definitely an aspect of using the threat of kind of some sort of legal action when people do things. So I think you're not allowed to protest, for example. Um, so it's not just a case of people deciding they're not going to have the conversation. There is this aspect of
There, but the
control
truth,
that's happening that's very worrying. That's
they
again,
do have a lot of laws
yeah.
already on the books and have for a long time about anything that seems to be anti-Semitic or pro-Nazi. And the problem here is that in a lot of contemporary discourse internationally, and the Israelis have done a lot of work to try and create the sense that any criticism of them is anti-Semitic. So if you accept that rationale, and it is kind of dominant in international politics, then anything pro-Palestine is inherently anti-Semitic and falls under existing German laws. So
The government to not say something, I can understand, but why is this? Why is it that people, ordinary people, cannot even broach the subject?
well, it's the same reason that like an ordinary German cannot have a swastika. They just can't. I mean, it's literally illegal to have any symbols that tie into that, and there's tons of prosecutions over that. And the problem here again is the conflation between, anti-Israel or anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic, and because of the existing laws, those would target individuals. Germany does not have real free speech laws on certain areas, like because of the Third Reich experience and because of the danger that they very much saw of radical nationalisms. It's very difficult. Like the populist right in Germany, like they really dance around shit. I mean, if you know what it is, if you study the rhetoric, you can see what they're doing. They've come up with some very clever dog whistles. Just like there's a lot of dog whistle racism in the U.S. Like the Germans dance around this shit to be fascist without ever saying it, because anything that can be directly connected to it, I don't know, Othel runes, because they were used by Nazis, like anything that, boom, you're in trouble legally. And so it all gets back to the way that we've conflated the issues here around Israel, and it falls into that legal black hole where, it is difficult for ordinary people to take a stand on Palestine.
That totally reminds me of just you talking about dog whistles. There was a video, and I mean, obviously, I don't think I don't think everyone in the American Republican Party is far right or fascist, but there was a video that kind of went viral on TikTok of this Republican woman saying like a lot of people don't realize it, but conservatives have a special way of like figuring out like knowing who else is conservative, and it was sort of like kind of a cheeky thing, and a lot of people were joking like, oh, this is so silly, but it really does speak to a more fundamental thing, which is there is a certain delight in far right movements universally in this sort of like I've seen TikToks where people are like comment like, well, what does it mean though, and they'll do the numbers and the 14 words and all these kinds of things that are people don't really know about, and they kind of there's this delight, there's this feeling like you're in a special cool club, and all these stupid people don't see what really matters.
Right.
And there's this kind of
You don't know our
heroic
secret handshake.
individualistic but paradoxically collectivist hero narrative. And I think that gets more extreme as the farther right you go, obviously. But yeah, what do you think the role of individualism is in that kind of nation state politics in that sense? Do you know what I mean?
Um,
It's almost like the assumption of just like if there's radical individualism in a society, then people will overestimate the proclivity for two different groups internally in the country to enter into a conflict with one another, and therefore it's necessary to maintain cultural and ethnic hegemony or whatever, or uniformity, and that leads to a lot of the issues we were saying earlier. Do you think there's a relationship there or no?
it gets complicated because a lot of the rhetoric on the right about individualism is ultimately dishonest because their philosophy is inherently collectivistic. They really, really care about national identities, and all forms of nationalism are collectivist ideologies. So it in itself, by adopting what are actually historically liberal terms, individualism is a part of liberal philosophy. It comes out of British liberalism. By adopting things like that, that in itself is a kind of like disguise. It's a kind of dog whistling. It's not, it's not real if you really poke at it. If you really scratch beneath the surface, but people feel that it is, and they use it, even while so many of their actions directly contradict it. At the end of the day, for a lot of the right, and for conservatives, for populists, for various forms, and the collective identity is the central feature, and it's why they'll tolerate so many things that are disadvantageous to them in other areas, like economically or whatever, because it's the identity that is most important, and that trumps everything else. So Christian
I was
nationalism.
Sorry.
sorry. I was going to say I actually disagree with him about the individualism, like you were saying, because I mean the example he was having, even for example, them saying, "Oh, we can tell each other because we know these things we say." Every stitch to that video was everyone saying, "And we all know what those things mean. They're not a secret." So, like, my thing is, it's not an individual thing. It's very much a team thing. And they want us all to know that we aren't part of their group.
Right.
And it's not a secret that we're not part of their group. And it's not a secret what their group is about. They want us to know that we aren't a part of it, that we're not part of their group. And they're defining themselves by us not being part of their group.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it very much is still built in the same kind of like in-group, out-group, exclusion stuff, and then all the classic, fascist ideals that you see about like the need for internal and external enemies. So the different groups inside that they're always talking about, these are the internal enemies that they have to like separate from themselves. Focus all your attention on, attack them. It's always about that. Every time you see people on the right talking about, okay, so the taxes rhetoric in the US, Republicans love talking about taxes. They don't care about taxes at all. It's ultimately not the issue. Or small government. We want small government. No, they don't. That's a liberal idea. Every single time a Republican administration has been in power, they have increased the power and size of the federal government. All of them. Trump did. Reagan did. W. Bush did. They all do. And the base didn't care. The taxes too. our taxes have actually gone up because of Republican tax cuts, because they're cuts on the rich, which means that states and municipalities have to raise our taxes to make up what they're not getting from the federal government. So our contributions, working Americans, all these, working class Republican dudes who are voting for lower taxes, they're voting to raise their taxes so that they can cut them on the rich. It's not really the issue. What motivates them to support the party in the first place is the sense of common identity. It's the nationalism. For most of the last century, the Republican Party has been drifting farther and farther into being an explicitly nationalist party, which means while it does have more in common with a lot of the other like far-right populist movements than not. It still skirts around it in some areas, and it still has kind of like a conservative old guard in its politics. But increasingly that's falling away. And that's been a steady progress over the last 70 years to slowly chip away at a lot of that traditional old guard and replace it with much more isolationist, nationalist sort of figures, populist figures. So, yeah, I mean, all the rhetoric, individualism, lower taxes, smaller government, they're not true. And we shouldn't waste our time trying to argue against those things because they're not really what they're after.
I want to check.
Some names.
Jax, do you have a question?
Other people who wanted to come up, and I don't remember who it was, but there was some people talking.
But I wanted to check if Jax wanted to have a question, because she wants to talk. Then be blessed.
Okay, as long as someone's watching the chat and see who else wants to talk to.
Okay. Go ahead, be blessed. You had a question. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm hoping it's going to be a quick one. So I think that with a lot of the discussion that we've been having with regards to Palestine and Israel, one of the questions that a lot of people keep asking now, that it feels like there's a lot of fatigue in the argument back and forth, is, okay, so what's the solution? And my mind has been kind of looking towards Rwanda. And the process that they took to try and make sure that they outlaw, for example, the identity of whether or not you were Hutu or Tutsi, and the process of reconciliation that they went through. While I think if I've been there, and when I did go there was a lot of tension, but there still seems to have been this collective vision towards. I think at the time 2020 was the big number that they were looking at for Rwanda to become like Singapore. I was wondering what your thoughts were with regards to that correlation, and if there are anything thinking that can be taken away from what happened with Rwanda.
Yeah, it's a tough one there, because the government itself is deeply flawed and authoritarian, and is directly implicated in genocides, in the Eastern Congo. So it's not like it's really gotten over a lot of these different issues. It has responded very specifically to that internal tension over labels, and has tried to clamp down on that. And some of that, at least from my read of it, it comes across more like some of the heavy-handed tactics you see in Germany, as opposed to actually getting people to, re-examine their own sense of identity. In the long run, state policies and education and whatnot will shift our subjectivity. And in that way, an educational system in Rwanda that removes these labels and gets people thinking of a common identity, that part makes sense. But I have so many other reservations about their actions that it's difficult for me to separate and look at it as a model. But I can kind of see where you're going with it, at least in terms of those labels. Because I think in the long run, if we can create a kind of conjoined Israel-Palestine, Palestine-Israel, whatever, then you do need a lot of broader pushes in civil society, in education, from the state, that pushes back against the more extreme forms of national identity, that tries to create a conscious shared identity. This is something that Israel has singularly failed to do in its entire existence, even among the minorities that it already has. Because Israeliness is reserved for the Jewish population. It doesn't really fold in the Druze or the Bedouin who even serve in the military, because you're still kind of like, you're not fully accepted. You'll work with people, but you're not really part of their clique. There's always a sense of difference. And most of the other Palestinian population don't serve at all. They have no real access to the institutions, and they have no real sense of Israeliness. They're always held apart from it. So, and a lot of that comes from actual state policies, and that's one way at least we can you can actually profitably point to some of the things that Rwanda is trying to do if you can cultivate an identity that links both populations together somehow. I don't know if we need a different name, like somebody has suggested calling everybody like Canaanites or something again. I don't know if that's necessary, or if it's possible to allow people to continue to think of themselves as Palestinian or Israeli within a shared sense, and just teach people that both have equal rights to the territory. I'm not sure which would work better. Trying to come up with an entirely different model after a century of heavy development of those identities, or shifting what it means to be Palestinian and Israeli and giving it a different sense. I tend to think that might be easier, and that would be a little different than what Rwanda is trying to do, because Rwanda is constantly looking at the subjective sense of being Hutu, if that makes sense.
What about the idea of reconciliation? I agree with you. Again, being there was this tension that wasn't talked about, and now since, particularly with what's happening in the Congo, I think it's encouraged. It's very worrying and likely to try and um, come back with the same force that it happened before. So I'm very concerned about
I'm
what's going on
really
there.
hoping we don't get a third Congo war.
Yeah,
The
that's what
second
I'm
was bad
very
enough.
worried about. Because I mean, ultimately, the people that were involved in the Rwandan genocide, a lot of those people are still there.
Yeah,
A lot of those people haven't been brought to justice, and which kind of leads to the second part of the question, which is, what are your thoughts on the way that they look to try and address reconciliation? So part of it was, I think, with the Hague, and the part of it was with the Gagasha system, which is a local um, kind of elders' way of trying to reach, yeah, I think reach some kind of reconciliation, I guess.
can I let the dog out to go pee?
Yeah, of course.
Be right back. I hear you. I hear you. I get you. Oh.
Yeah, if I may too, I don't want to take too long, but I was just your question made me think too. I believe on those local courts, a lot of them would, the vast majority of people that face the courts were basically just like pardoned or whatever, and they just like apologize, and they went back to living in the same communities. So that makes the cessation of violence really impressive.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think having that local, using the elders system, I thought was quite impressive, because it does mean that there is no sense of your idea of justice being handled by, in European courts. And some of it felt like it was in the hands of local Rwandan people, which, yeah, I really enjoyed
Right.
seeing.
That's where it gets really tricky for the Israel Palestine situation, though, because it would be difficult for people to find somebody trustworthy that actually would carry through a real reconciliation thing. And there have been a lot of attempts to do things like this that have really played out very badly. Cambodia didn't do a great job with this. South Africa didn't do a great job with this. A lot of times those justice and reconciliation type committees really struggle to get over the thorniest problems, and are more likely to kind of like not really address some of the deeper problems that they need to. But an outside player that might be more willing to push hard on something like that is also not going to get the kind of trust. So I don't know what you can do there, because Israelis and Palestinians don't trust each other, and there's a significant problem there. But do you really want to turn it over to the Hague or something? I don't know. I'm really kind of torn on that issue as to what would work. In the same way that I'm still always torn on wanting people there to unfuck themselves and start working together somehow, or thinking that it's going to require some kind of foreign intervention to force them to the table. I really, I don't know. I go back and forth on that because I want to be hopeful that it isn't necessary, but sometimes I think that they won't do this right. There's no way. I mean, I don't know that there's any way I would trust Israelis to really take seriously what has been done. Especially given how much effort they put in their own education system in teaching people that there wasn't a problem in the first place. So the people who know, I mean, yeah, we can put B'Tselem people in charge, they know, but most Israelis are going to look at them like you're some kind of traitor or something. It's not going to make sense. There's a serious lack of trust and some serious divisions inside Israel. A lot of the danger I see going forward as this situation keeps playing out year after year is that Israeli society is so fractious and so unstable, and there are so many violent elements that could easily turn into a civil war situation. You could end up with something a lot more like the bad side of Rwanda than the good side, with Israelis just tearing themselves apart and killing as many Palestinians as they can along the way. Because there are serious differences on what they think it means to be Israeli. And I don't think a lot of people
And we
recognize what
definitely,
they've done.
it seems like there has been some discussion. I heard one of the politicians speaking to Mehdi Hassan, and said, yes, there is going to be the military action that's happening, but she also hinted that there is this encouragement for militias to do their part, which I thought was, I mean, it's a shame it was right at the end of the interview and wasn't challenged, but that raised incredible alarm bells for me.
Have you,
Yeah.
have you, I mean, we've been seeing it already. I
Hmm.
mean, the settler violence is always problematic. There's usually at least 100 attacks in any given month. I mean, it's always problematic, but it is massively spiked. And because they've called up so many reservists, because so many soldiers were deployed to the north and into Gaza, that they called up a bunch of settlers as reservists, and now they're going around hucking grenades at people because they can, because they're now back in uniform with their weapons. So the settler violence has really shot up.
Yeah, and also the distribution of firearms in the West Bank is extremely concerning by politicians,
Mm-hmm.
and I really have been thinking like what's the equivalent of the radio, using Rwanda as an allegory. I think that's particularly relevant with respect to the West Bank settlers if it were to escalate significantly, which it hasn't, but it's certainly possible.
Well, it has escalated, but I mean, it could get worse. And
Yeah.
the longer this drags on, too, the greater the danger of that, because they feel more and more emboldened. People feel they can get away with the sort of attacks that might have ended up in the newspapers before, but now they're just going to be missed entirely. So there already have been a series of expulsions. There are already hundreds of displaced people in the West Bank that have been chased out of their homes. And I expect that to actually accelerate if this doesn't get under control in Gaza, because it is giving cover for it. No one is noticing, no one's talking about those existing expulsions right now.
Is there state propaganda, media in Israel, especially with respect to the West Bank?
There is, but a bigger problem, because actually, technically speaking, Israel has a pretty free press. I mean, there's been a lot of areas they've clamped down, but they still haven't effectively reined in the press. But most of the Israeli press is very conservative, which means it toes a line that's very similar to what the government would want people to talk about anyway. So much of it is the way that it's the way that censorship works in the U.S., where the government doesn't have to tell the New York Times not to talk about something. The New York Times just knows not to talk about it because it knows on which side its bread is buttered. It knows where its money is coming from. So it's not really going to step out of line. So I think that's the bigger problem there. But yeah, there is direct government propaganda, but it doesn't play as big a part in this as you might think.
Yeah, it would just be really concerning if there was a coordination, kind of broadcasting institution, amongst the settlers in the West Bank, along with the
They have
distribution.
networks. They do.
Really?
No, they absolutely do. A lot of the extreme settlements, they are in close contact with each other. I mean, technically speaking, the Kahanist movement was too racist even for Israel, and it was declared illegal, and it has thrived for decades since being declared illegal. They
Yeah.
have we were talking earlier about like all the weird like white supremacist dog whistles or whatever, their little signals they use for each other. The Israelis have the same stuff, and theirs are actually somewhat less well known. It's well known in that specific context if you really know that, but people outside really don't know the degree to which these settlements really are in contact with each other, and they do coordinate actions, and there are a lot of underground militias. I mean, we were honestly, in some of them, we shouldn't call them militias at all. They're literally terrorist groups. There are a bunch
Yeah.
of
According
functional,
to Israel.
existing terrorist groups in the West Bank made up of settlers, and they're well organized. So this is one of the reasons that the Israeli state frequently doesn't want to dismantle the illegal outposts, because those settlers strike back at the state afterwards. You get the whole price tag attacks, they called them for a long time. To make it too expensive to the state to even bother dislodging them.
Yeah, and then it grows in complexity with the amount of settlers that there are, and there's already, so
Their
many.
population keeps going up, their communities keep growing, the interconnectivity between them keeps growing, and yeah, there's a lot of underground links that tie these groups together that allow them to work. So it is a much more volatile situation than people think. It's one of the reasons that I've never really been a fan of the two-state solution. There's a ton of reasons that it's problematic, but it would just straight up cause a civil war in Israel. There's no way in fuck they'd do it. Even if you got a government to abandon Zionism's problem with another state between the Jordan and the Mediterranean, even if you could do that, civil society wouldn't accept it.
Yeah, and if,
Haqqanists and religious Zionists would just start shooting people.
and also even on the Palestinian side, if history is any indicator, it's hard to imagine giving up, the right to return.
Yeah.
So
And the problem there, yeah, exactly, is they want a right to return to what would be Israel, but Israel, the only reason Israel would ever accept a two-state solution is to protect the demography in an ethno-state. And a right of return makes that irrelevant. It takes it away. So what we have to do is get over the concept of an ethno-state. Every time we try to find a solution to this problem that doesn't change the paradigm, every time we try to solve this problem by sticking with the same old 19th century bullshit, you find a way to perpetuate this conflict indefinitely.
Liam, I think Jax might have fallen asleep, so you might be able to free up 2 slots. And then, because I think a couple of people said that they wanted to come up. I did have another question, but I'll suggest James goes before me. Do you know how
So
to drop
it's
people?
just disconnect with, right?
Yes.
It doesn't do anything else. Okay, so let's. Okay, there's one. And what was the other one you said?
So I think James had a question, but I also wanted to go back. So if anybody else wanted to come up, they can request. Just go back to the question about your PhD, which you wanted to touch on. Somebody asked earlier on. Sorry, James, and then you go after.
So I'm a historian, but I'm a historian because I'm fascinated by evolution and change over time, and B, it creates a sort of the center of a spider web that links together tons of my different interests. I got interested in just tons of shit: religion, philosophy, economics, psychology, because I wanted to understand what makes people tick. Like what makes humans humans. So the kind of history I generally work on, like in when I'm writing classes or whatever, when I'm working on things, it's like these much broader things, like history of ideas stuff. How do ideas move around and change over time, and how do people change with that? How does it transform us in the process, rather than being a historian of a single, like I had a friend that bless his soul, he spent his entire career studying 18th century France, was really, really good at it. But that focus on a particular issue or place has never really appealed to me. I want to study like these big ideas that about the human condition. It's so there's an element of like being, I don't know, I'm kind of like a a philosopher historian, I guess. But it's that stuff that draws me in. So it's why I have my toes in so many different pools, I guess. But my teaching fields, like, because in a history doctorate, you establish two main fields that you can write and teach classes and shit like that. And for me, that's that was the Middle East and Europe. So I have those two areas. So I spend a lot of time working through the historiography in European history and Mideast history. But because of the inherently transnational character of my interests, there's a lot of world history that fascinates me. Because I mean, how else do you deal with things like colonialism and capitalism and shit like that? So, Socrates. Socrates.
See, I'm here. So Professor, I just wanted to ask. Hello, Socrates. He's a very beautiful cat. I just wanted to ask about just a very brief history of Catalonia. I'm from Barcelona. I moved to Australia when I was 6. I actually don't have any Latin family out here, and I know little to nothing about my country. So when you guys were talking about it, I was like, oh my god, I have some stuff to learn now. So I figured I'd just come up and ask.
So you're just like some, just whatever stuff about Catalonia, or is there something specific that interests you?
I mean, if you could just break it down in brief points and stuff about the history, because I've been told it was a French territory for some time as well.
Not well, sort of. There are some links in there, but not as it was never part of France. Although there are different links, and there are different times in which, some of the successor states, the Romans controlled territories there. It's always had some cultural distinctiveness going back way, way, way before the Roman period. And a lot of things that developed in that area that I think are fascinating. One of the places where it links to France is the languages. Catalan is closer to all the Occitan languages of southern France, so it's much more like Gascon and Provençal than either of those languages are like French. French is not at all like Provençal and Gascon. So there's that whole region of eastern, you take eastern Spain and southern France. There's a kind of cultural continuum in that area, and a ton of ideas that got exchanged across that frontier. And some of those play a part in the development of a broader Romance cultures in Europe. The spread of certain musical traditions into Europe as a whole. Some early literature in the Middle Ages actually it comes out of the Catalan experience. One of the things I think that's fascinating about the current situation in Spain is that they had very different historical trajectories until much more recently than people tend to think, because the Aragon state and what becomes Catalonia and Valencia, their focuses were much more on the broader Mediterranean world. So they interacted with not only France but Italy, and sailed all over the Mediterranean. So they're a maritime merchant player, whereas Castile was a land power and interested in the center of Spain. They were wildly different in their political structures, their histories, what they'd done, and then somehow squished together and shared their, what each of them were good at, and for a little while created a Spanish empire that then imploded. But they had very different histories up until that point, and very different directions that they aimed in. So it probably underlines why there is such a strong sense of local Catalan identity. Most of the languages of Spain have been in decline for a long time.
Yes.
I mean, they're slowly fading away, and this is true in a lot of Europe. A lot of Italian languages are fading. A lot of the French languages are fading, because the central governments in Italy, France, and Spain all pretend that these other languages and identities are just dialects. So Italy calls Venetian and Sicilian dialects of Italian. That's bullshit. They're completely separate Romance languages that are not mutually intelligible. Mm-hmm. Italian is the fake one. It's an artificial language based on the Tuscan dialect, Tuscan language. the same issue is going on in Spain. There's a sense of like an artificial identity. And it's really, really exacerbated in the modern period, like just kind of telescoping some Catalan history very quickly. Because in the Franco period, tons of the minority identities were overtly oppressed. Like, just, you cannot use your language. They just like try to forcibly assimilate people very quickly. Where France has been doing that for a long time, but much more slowly through educational systems and whatnot. So they've been very successfully destroying tons of their diversity without the same massive backlash that you see in some parts of Spain, like in Catalonia and the Basque Country. And I think that the historical distinctiveness of Catalonia, its much longer separate cultural history, as well as like the much longer separate cultural history for the Basque, have allowed them to hold on to something of themselves, where a lot of the other regional identities have been fading much faster in Spain.
Okay.
Serene?
This is like 3-minute version.
Sorry, James, are you done?
Catalonia.
Yeah, no, that was great.
No
Like,
problem.
thank you very much.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead, Serene.
Yeah. Hi, Professor. Earlier there was actually something like you guys touched on the West Bank settler. I think notice that because now the Israel policy is that any Jewish you can actually come into Israel as the settler. That means that they have double citizenship. Either you could be an American and also can be a Israeli, or you can be a France and become an Israeli. So it actually create a lot of problems. Is that I believe that the population of settlers are coming in more and more, which actually press on the population in the West Bank for Palestinian. And I feel that is it for so-called country, I felt that it's either if the settlers are coming into Israel to actually settle down, it's either they have to actually take the citizenship of Israel, or probably like you must be American instead of a double citizenship, which is actually may cause like other countries to come interference, because when any times Israel are on war with any one of them, how do you differentiate whether this person or this person inside the military is actually belongs to America or Israelian?
Okay. So a few quick things here. First, the citizenship issue itself goes back to 1952 with one of the basic laws. So people of Jewish ancestry anywhere in the world have the right to claim Israeli citizenship and move there, and the state will help settle them in and provide some financial resources and whatever. And a lot of people more recently have ended up in the West Bank, specifically because at this point, most of the Jews who want to move to Israel have already done so. I mean, most American Jews are never going to go. I mean, it's just not going to happen. They're quite comfortable where they are. The people who are moving to Israel now are mostly extremists. So they're like American Kahanists and American religious Zionists, so American zealots, people willing to basically go and be a terrorist or something. Like, they're going for a very specific ideological reason. And that's why they go to the West Bank, because the West Bank is a religious heartland. It's the biblical heartland. So it has a very tight romantic pull, and they want to establish more and more Jews, more of those facts on the ground there. The other question, though, it actually, that gets to be a very sensitive issue, because there's a long history in anti-Semitic propaganda about the dual loyalty aspect. And your question kind of touches the edge of that, and it's very problematic, I think, to bring up questions.
Because if I say, Israel war,
in Israel's case, it's not relevant, because Israel is not going to go to war with the U.S. or with France or with the U.K. It's just not going to happen. And the Arab Jews who moved there, they're at this point they're not going to fight for Egypt. That's done. So there's no question of divided loyalties. People who have taken dual citizenship and are living in the settlements, their loyalty is in Israel going to be to Israel, even if they want to come back here, and they're also loyal to the U.S. And it's perfectly possible to have both of those, because they're not actually in conflict, and they won't be.
I know that there's no conflict, but it's like when it started like, for example, the you have a two dual citizenship. So when there's any like confrontation or this thing, America have to come into the picture because those are Americans' citizenship. So that's a big thing, and other country I believe may also face the same problem. We never know that out of blue one day, really like history goes nuts. They come in war with any of the Western country, etc. kind of things. So I feel that it's like either for me it's like if you're coming to my country, it's either you're gonna choose the citizenship of my country or you're going back to your country. There's no way for double citizenship.
Yeah, it's a tough one for me in two ways, because one, I don't like the idea of that kind of restrictive citizenship. Again, for me, I'm an inherent cosmopolitan. So I've got the whole like, Eugene Debs, I'm a citizen of the world kind of mentality. So I don't care if somebody has multiple citizenship. I've met people that have 3 passports in 3 different countries, and that doesn't bother me in the slightest. In this specific context, because of the very long and pernicious history of this as an anti-Semitic trope, accusing Jews of not being loyal to the country that they live in. So an American who also has an Israeli passport being accused of not being loyal here, it literally falls into an old European anti-Semitic trope, and I can't even with that. So I don't have a problem with it. That's just for me. It doesn't bother me at all, and I don't see a conflict with it, because I don't think the idea of being loyal to a particular country even makes sense. Like it's just not my thing.
Okay, the reason why I'm popping up this question also is because there are some probably Britain's news actually came out some statistic that some of the so-called climber or rapper, they actually have actually raped someone in America because of this dual citizenship. They actually ran to Israel and hide. So there are percentage of people like this.
They went to Israel and what? I missed something.
They actually went into because they have double citizenship, so they actually like they commit a crimes in America. Then after that, they went back to Israel and hide. They can't find them. So
It's like that. I mean, technically, we do have extradition rights, though. So I mean, that's some of that is just the government's choosing not to pursue things like that. You actually can't. There are some countries that don't have extradition treaties, and you can actually flee to them. I mean, that doesn't really work for Americans in Israel. We just allow it to work for political reasons. So that's more a matter of like, I mean, this happens a lot with like financial crimes and shit like that. People want to like just go and hide someone. That's like white collar criminals. Just they get away with shit no matter what. It's more a matter of like how difficult it is to pursue powerful people. And yeah, again, citizenship wouldn't even matter here, because you literally could disappear into another country, and even without having citizenship rights there. So it ultimately isn't the same kind of question. But I can kind of see why it's coming up, or why that would seem like it stands out. Because if you want to pursue somebody through the justice system in a given country, and they're a citizen of that country, and you should be able to prosecute them, and then suddenly they can like, oh, no, I'm not really an American anymore. That technically doesn't work. I mean, we have shit like Interpol. I mean, we have ways to pursue people all over the world because there's tons of treaties linking these countries together. And most countries allow extradition. There's very few places where that doesn't really work, where there are exceptions there. So it's not truly the case for Israel.
Sure. I think most of the questions have been answered. King, you are next.
Hello? Okay, you can hear me. Hi.
Yeah, I can. Sorry, I got a mouthful of cheese.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, so I have a question about Palestine. I'm sure you're surprised. My question is, um, so just a little bit of background. I have not been interested in this war and this conflict for a very long time. All I know is there's occupation going on, and then after the 7th, everything just blew up, and now you cannot ignore it. So I have a question about the peace deals. I've heard many people talk about 1936, 1947, some things in like the 50s, 60s, and then Camp David and the Oslo Accords. So my question is, if you could give me some like years that I can go back to and names of these peace deals, so I can look further into them, that would be really helpful.
That is a much more complex question than you think because there actually never have been peace deals made. Um, the Israelis have at no point in their existence ever considered the possibility of a sovereign Palestine. So it doesn't matter which one it doesn't matter if you're looking at Oslo in the early 90s. It doesn't matter if you're looking at Camp David in 2000. It doesn't matter because all of them, people use them dishonestly. At no point was there ever actually an offer made. And the earlier deals with the British too, like so the one so you mentioned the 1930s, they're talking about, hey, let's consider partitioning this. Britain themselves said, no, that doesn't work. And they just took it back. It was never actually offered, and it certainly wasn't offered to Palestinians. The idea was going to be attach some of the territory to a country like Jordan and then carve out a smaller Jewish state. No one ever considered anything for Palestinians. Same thing with the UN partition plan. The UN partition plan worked out in 47. That was going to be an Arab state that would have been tied to the other Arab countries. It would have been like either split between Egypt and Jordan or given all to Jordan. It was never going to be Palestine. And the Israelis wouldn't have tolerated that anyway, and they didn't. So they took as much of that land as they could to prevent it from happening. At no point has Israel ever actually negotiated in good faith to offer the Palestinians a damn thing. The closest you can kind of get is the noises Barak made in 99 and 2000 with the Camp David deal. But he went into that knowing, A, he'd already lost his majority in the Knesset. B, his own party told him, if you propose anything like this, your government falls now and there's no way you'll pass it. So he was told he couldn't offer anything. That's why they've never published it. Israel never published the plan that he supposedly presented to Arafat because they didn't have one. I mean, they didn't even have a map proposal. Like they scribbled on some napkins or something. They had nothing. It just came down to a few airy possibilities. Like, what if you claim sovereignty over the top of the Haram HaSharif and we claim sovereignty over the bottom part of the Temple Mount, and we kind of share that? Like it just like kind of like airy suggestions that were never going to go anywhere. But no actual plan was ever presented. No deal was offered. So all this crap that Palestinians have turned down offers of peace over and over again. Ben Shapiro spits that shit out. PragerU spits that shit out. Hell, I put up a video on YouTube years ago attacking a PragerU video on this that just like every one of the ones they said, like, this is a peace deal, this is a peace deal. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. I talked to people through it. They're bullshit. They're just not real.
Okay, so if you can refer me to the video, the title, or if you could make another one.
Yeah, at this point I should probably make another one because that one is literally just me sitting on my sofa, ranting and then splicing in pieces of the PragerU video. Pretty low tech at that time. I was still just starting to learn how even some of that shit worked. But you could still, you mean my YouTube is the same as the name for this thing. It's Office Hours with the Mad Professor, so it's pretty easy enough to find that way. But that one might help because at least I do talk through a lot of the. I talk through a handful of those deals using that PragerU format. So if you're interested in looking at that, yeah, Office Hours with the Mad Professor, and then you can just look for PragerU video or something. I don't remember what I called it at offhand. I'd look, but I can't use my phone while I'm not in this.
If you want to revisit that, it is a topic that's constantly, I think I probably hear at least 10 to 15 times a day. So if you wanted to revisit on TikTok, I think that there would definitely be a lot of interest in trying to understand it. I believe I even heard that very question earlier today, and a back and forth on it. King, did you have another part to your question, or?
Oh no, that was the only question because like pre
Is,
2000,
oh, go ahead.
pre 2000, like I know nothing of the history of the conflict. I've only like so far I've read about like the operations that Israel has carried out, Rainbow, Castlet, Pillars of Defense, and all that. And so anything before 2000, I'm like, it's almost blank. So thank you, Professor.
Yeah, I'd say as a start, just look for that old video because I do ramble on for like, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes, something on that one. And I deconstruct each of the ones that they mention in their video as an actual peace proposal because they're just not. And it comes up constantly and none of them have ever been one.
Is now officially dead and gone forever, or
Well,
is there?
no, because it was always dead and gone, but we use it anyway. It's intentionally used dishonestly.
Mm.
It's kept alive because, and this pissed off the U.S. government when Jordan finally gave up and they lost the Jordanian option because we didn't want a Palestinian state at all. But lacking that, holding to the fiction of a two-state solution allows for the occupation to carry on indefinitely. And it's in to Israel's advantage to maintain that status quo, which means they're stuck in the same kind of bullshit situation as places like Taiwan, where there's no progress one way or the other. You just hold to this weird status quo fiction, and you're just stuck. That's the long-term prospects for Palestinians, and the U.S. has been colluding with Israel on that for decades to allow them to pursue a peace process that isn't actually a peace process because Palestinians can never accept anything that's being proposed because all that's being proposed is a kind of third-class citizenship under permanent Israeli sovereignty. And that doesn't work because then you're stuck inside a Zionist ethno-state. The two-state solution was never a serious issue. It never was. It was always a lie. And I think all the power players knew that. We have enough documents from the U.S. government indicating their positions and their understandings of it. I mean, it's always been a lie that it's very useful to make in public and to convince people, look, we're taking this seriously. Look, we care about Palestinian lives too. Look, we want them to have peace. But it's just it's nothing. It's just a bunch of words to fool us into thinking that the government is doing something about it, but they're not. They're just fucking the Palestinians over. Oh yeah, shirt again. Yeah, shalom and salam. It's just peace. It's just a generic binationalism peace shirt. People keep asking about that. I guess they keep seeing the Hebrew on it and wondering why is he wearing a Hebrew shirt? Oh, okay.
So what's your thoughts on where we go from here in order for the Palestinian people to get, I guess, equity and liberation?
Yeah, that's more complicated. First thing that needs to happen, and it needs to undo a lot of the damage that the PLO did, because the PLO basically became a mouthpiece for American propaganda. By the time they were forced into negotiations, they'd lost in everything. They had no way of pursuing a military option. They had no way of pursuing a diplomatic option. They progressively isolated themselves more and more. They've been pushed further and further out of the region. Now they're stuck all the way in Tunisia, whatever. They can't do anything. And then Arafat makes the fantastic blunder of backing Saddam Hussein in the Gulf crisis. So he's even lost support among the Arabs. He's got nobody. So basically, Arafat was prostrate before the U.S. Please give us some crumbs. And we did. We threw him some crumbs, let him hold on to something that gave him a sense of like at least power and significance so he could manipulate his own people into thinking something was happening. But then what they got, a lot of Palestinians preferred a one-state solution before. They wanted a democratic state. They just wanted some kind of like shared future where they could all share the land and go back to where they were and the refugees could come back. But the decades of this, the PA has convinced a lot of Palestinians to support the idea of a two-state solution. And now we have to help Palestinians let go of that. So because they fell into a trap. The the PA lied to them, and lied to them to serve American and Israeli interests because they had no other options anymore. As to where we actually can go, it's going to be difficult to do because neither population is really comfortable with it at this point. There's a real lack of trust on the Palestinian side, and justifiably so. And the Israelis are also they've managed to terrify themselves, and it feeds into a lot of their own collective traumas historically. There's just no way they can let go of the kind of identity they've built up. But what they need to do is find some kind of shared future. We need a one-state solution that's either a composite new identity or a binational state where it's possible to be both Palestinian and Israeli within a single polity that is democratic and has equal rights for everybody. And you can do that constitutionally. You can you can lock in a lot of basic things. Okay, Yom Kippur is a holiday, our weekends, Friday and Saturday, blah, blah, blah. Lay out a whole bunch of stuff, lock the stuff in, and then use what a number of other countries have done. Plenty of countries in the world have multiple names in different languages. Why couldn't it be Palestine and Israel, and you could call it which one you want? Then you'll have to experiment a little bit. It gets back to something that came up at the very beginning of this conversation, or not very beginning, but like earlier in the evening, the sense of being willing to experiment a bit. How about a country that has two flags? I can fly the Palestinian flag, I can fly the Israeli flag, whatever, and they're both the same flag for the same country. And you can live anywhere you want to live. And you have the same rights, and there's no legal discrimination anywhere. And people then speak the different languages. If you do that, it'll still take a century for people to get over a lot of the prejudices that have built up. But if they're interacting with each other, if they're seeing each other, if they're realizing that someone isn't going to like attack them randomly, then people will eventually come to develop a kind of shared identity, as long as you can find some way to tame the hardcore nationalist parties. This is one of the reasons that places like Belgium have certain problems, because while it is in some ways a success story in binationalism, because since 1830 Belgium's existed, and it has two distinct regions with different languages and cultural ideals, but it's still held together. But it still has been susceptible to a separate, like Flemish or Walloon nationalism that has occasionally made it problematic. You'd have to do something about the religious Zionists, the Kahanists, the Hamas type group. I don't know, can I even say that word? Hamas? Like the the Hamas people. You have to do something about these different identities and these different these different extremist factions that don't want a shared future on the land. If you can deal with that and have a constitutional framework, in time it could sort itself out and people could learn to live together. But it's a very complicated nut to crack as far as how you get there, because you have to first help Israelis and Palestinians understand that there's no other option. Short of like genocide and sort of somebody actually killing somebody else off, they're always going to be on the land. They're there. You can't get rid of them. And people's identities aren't going to change. You're not going to suddenly convince Palestinians to believe that they're Egyptians. It's not going to happen. So given that, each side has to acknowledge the national rights of the other, that they're there, and find a way to live together. So there's a cultural problem. There's a paradigm shift that has to happen here. Once that happens, people can come to the table and be creative and work something out. The complex process of building a formal constitution and laws that could bring people together and work can't even start until Israelis are willing to admit that Palestinians are real and they have rights to live on the land. And until Palestinians can find a way to trust Israelis not to continue to do what they've been doing and get over some of their own pain and anguish here. It's sad that so many of the, especially the European Jews, came in with so much collective trauma that it causes them to overreact fearfully to any possible threat. And in doing so, they have given Palestinians generational trauma that causes them to overreact to any possible threat. So even the slightest rumor can get Palestinians angry and out in the streets and attacking things, because they have a history already there that's been deeply traumatic. it's really going to be hard to undo that. The actual psychological damage that has been done to these two peoples over the last couple of centuries is just astonishing. But we can't start any of that until they recognize each other's rights to live on the land. So that's the first step, is help them to understand that.
Got it. I'm going to ask a quick question, and then somebody in the comments also had a question. One of the
Oh, I
things
love
that's been
Hebrew apple juice.
one of the things that's been really making me think recently is we have the official what's it called, death toll at the moment, right? But what feels like is being ignored, whether it's being ignored strategically, and it's part of how this current bombardment is being organized, is that the healthcare system is completely collapsed, and people are being pushed into more and more smaller spaces where there is even closer contact, which means disease is going to be rife, and also people are likely to be unalived as a result of their injuries. And I was wondering whether or not that was by design, as a way of almost like writing history to say, well, okay, so 11,000 people have been unalived, so therefore this isn't a genocide. But in reality, more are likely to be, because of the conditions that are being created. Do you see any benefit of that? Have you seen that kind of stuff happen in history? And if it is by design, can you think of why that is being done?
Well, yeah. Partly there's a very simple, like technical reason, is that we can't statistically count deaths before they happen. So they tend not to use projections in that way of potential deaths unless there's specific reasons to do so. Now that's where the other part of this, the intentional part, comes in, because we're avoiding those conversations. When you're talking about a real humanitarian crisis, there is an effort to look at those structural factors that are going to cause suffering and going to cause additional unalivements. And yeah, this is fun. But it's we're not willing to talk about it because the Israelis don't want to admit that they're causing a humanitarian crisis by forcing everyone out into the south and squeezing them in and destroying all the homes. I mean, God, the amount of homes in the north that have been destroyed. Even once people can move back, if they're allowed to, they have to start over from scratch. They're displaced. They're homeless now. And the problem is they can't go anywhere. It's just why you've got people talking about, well, why don't other countries take them as refugees? And then it solves their demographic problem. I think ultimately that's what they're hoping for, is if this can drag on long enough and they can maintain military control and or impose a different kind of civil administration on the area that remains oppressive for a long time, and it's difficult to rebuild, and there's so many unalivements happening because of disease, contaminating water, everything else, then all it's going to do is it's going to provide more pressure for people to leave, which is something they've been trying to do heavily since the 1970s, is make the conditions bad enough that people will leave and thereby solve their problem. So I think it is quite deliberate, and there is definitely some collusion in that, with big powers like the US choosing not to talk about the impact, where we really could make some informed predictions on it. But some of it is also technical. Again, we can't count things before they happen, but another one is that's challenging here is that we can't directly collaborate with the Hamas Authority in order to actually get good statistical data and talk about this stuff, because they're classed as a terror group. And U.S. law sort of prevents us from actually interacting with them. The only way around that is Congress. So Congress could pass a resolution that would allow us to, it happened for discussions in the Northern Ireland situation. For the IRA to come to the table, they're legally a terror group. You couldn't talk to them So they had to create an exemption that allowed for discussions. We could do that, but we won't. And there's no way in fuck this Congress will do that. So it's honestly, even if we wanted to be honest about this, we have no ability to put people on the ground and really work with them and come up with predictions and understand what the impact is going to be in any reliable way. So it's left entirely to like NGOs, media figures. We can speculate on it. And then your other problem is, why is the media so dishonest on this? They could be doing some of this on their own, and some people are. There are some discussions I've seen in the media of these potentials, but it's pretty understated. We don't focus on it, and there's very different structural reasons for that get into like, you know, how the media is structured in different countries. So that's a much bigger topic. But I think that might get the basics of what you were after there. I think the biggest issues is we don't want to acknowledge it because the Israelis don't want to acknowledge it, and then we have no real ability to get reliable data, so it gives us an excuse not to do it, because we can say, oh, well, it's not possible to get this right data, so we'll just not touch that.
I think this is what made me think about the Rwanda situation, just because other countries kind of chose not to intervene, and resulted in what is being quoted between, what I think, 800,000 to 1 million people being unalived. So again, which made me think about, yeah, this is intentional, that if you ignore it long enough, the problem is set in and is not reversible.
Yeah. And the sad thing about this is that there's honestly no way that enough people will, can I say perish? Because that works for food too, doesn't it? Like, what words work here and what don't. There's not enough people are going to perish from this to actually solve the problem that the Israelis really want to solve. And it's going to cause so much criticism when it starts happening that it can really backfire on them. So they're really they're walking into a very dangerous trap here. And in the long run, they're going to have to try and find some way to prevent the large scale catastrophe there, either by pushing them into Egypt to deal with things like that, or backing off and, you know, allowing for, you know, some rebuilding and medical attention. Who knows? But I don't think that it can really. I think that they're going to have to find some way to back down from this and deal with it before it gets too bad. Because if you start seeing really significant casualties building up because of, you know, major disease outbreaks, I don't think you're going to be able to stop the international media from attacking it. And when the international media jumps on this, they're in trouble. It could get really problematic. I'm going to go let the dog in, if you guys don't mind. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask him Muffin Man's question, and then I have a couple of questions to ask him.
I think it's a good way to lead on from the discussion we're having, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Anyone want to meet my dog? This is Amira.
Hello.
Ew, oh my god.
This is my old lady.
Oh.
How old is her?
She's somewhere between 13 and 14, so she's actually a very old lady.
Yeah, correct.
But she's mentally young. She has a good attitude. She's still very curious. She likes going around, but she struggles a lot physically.
Oh. Is she active?
Yeah, is she what?
Is she active?
I'm not sure. I'm not catching the word.
I mean, is she very active, running around?
Active.
Yeah.
Yeah, she historically was. She used to run around and hunt, and, you know, she was always very active. We went for long walks. She's still quite thin. She just she doesn't move as well as she used to. So she struggles with stairs. You know, she gets tired more easily. Her legs will shake, and she can't hold herself up well enough. But she's still she pushes herself, and she's as active as she can. And I take her to school. She goes to campuses with me and walks around, and I think that helps a lot too. because it's both physical exercise and it's also mental stimulation. She gets to sniff and still be around and do things. So it's keeping her young.
Because my dog is like younger than her about maybe 2 years. She's also like 11 right now. So she's still quite active, and but just that she started to drop her teeth because of aging, all this thing. So we have to actually like change from a pellet to a bit of soft food so
Right.
that she can chew all this. Yeah.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things you can do to make it a little easier. So there's a lot of things I've shifted along the way to make life a little easier for her. And I still try to help her to do as many things as she can for herself, so she doesn't feel that she's incapacitated. Because when they reach a point where they know they can't do things, they'll just curl up somewhere and stop eating, and they'll just starve themselves to death.
Yeah, tends to be.
I want her to stay happy and feel fulfilled and feel like her life is good, so she keeps going as long as she can. Because she's a happy kid. She still likes life, So I want to keep that going as much as I can. It's honestly it's sad sometimes because like I have to help her into the car, she can't get any more, and you can tell it bothers her that she needs that help because she doesn't want to. She'll put her front paws on it. She'll like try to hop a little bit, like she's trying. It's like I just help her up.
I think you can actually help her, like take some supplement for her, like especially for me. I actually almost like 1 week took some like salmon oil, inclusive in his diet, so it helps to build his body and also the bones.
I get a lot of like the expensive supplements and good foods for her, and she gets like she has like little chicken strips that have like glucosamine and stuff in there, things to help out. But a lot of dog breeds are prone to serious problems with like the hip joints anyway. But I think she just inherited that from something in her ancestry. She's a mutt. I think she's mostly like husky and shepherd mix, but from somewhere in her mixed ancestry, I think she picked up the hip dysplasia issues. So she just doesn't have she can't push with her. She still has some of the muscle, but she can't push it without really hurting herself.
I see. Okay.
Hey Liam, it's Lisa.
Howdy.
It is like 12:15 a.m. How are you feeling about a few more questions?
I'm fine. Like I said, as long as I stay active, I'm not going to get tired. So yeah, it's as long as if this winds down, if people all want to leave, that's cool. I'll go to sleep.
I think there are quite a few more questions actually.
I'll stick around for a while. I brought a little snack to make it easier for myself.
Nice. You got your snack. You got your apple cider. So the question from the chat, I believe, is Israel is kind of stating now like we're taking Gaza. Looks like they're taking the West Bank. And so the question is, do you have any thoughts on what the US, the UK, and France might do now?
They won't do anything, but that's different. They could do something, but they won't.
I think I could be wrong, but I think the question was sort of as far as jumping in and trying to control or taking resources or,
You mean foreign power stepping in, like physically?
I believe that was the question. It was
Honestly,
little confusing.
If we wanted to bring this conflict if we wanted to bring people to the table much sooner and get some of the process started, coming up with a real solution, that would honestly be necessary. And that's one of the real problems here, because until something massively changes in Israeli popular consciousness and in their governing structures, there's no way they can't deal honestly. They cannot tolerate really dealing with the Palestinians without abandoning a sense of who they are. So they just won't. They'll stretch this out forever on their own. So if you wanted to solve this problem and end some of this, like the needless suffering on both sides faster, you'd kind of need to step in and force it, whether diplomatically and economically or militarily, whatever, but no one's going to do it. And there are real problems with doing so. The biggest one, honestly, is simply the US. It really wouldn't matter if the UK or France wanted to do so. They couldn't because of us. Because we will veto anything that comes up in the Security Council, and we would intervene to defend the Israelis in the event of anything else. We would force any ally to back down. And the Russians sure as hell aren't going to do it. So, there's no possibility of doing it unless you change Americans' minds, which gets to another paradigm shift and old cultural issue, because American Christian Zionism really fucks us over. And it is a much bigger contributor to the problem in Israel-Palestine than we tend to think. Mm-hmm. Without us running cover for them, they wouldn't be able to do things, but it's not as simple as like voting or anything else. It's really a significant part of the American electorate have a romantic and religious connection to this situation, and they can't countenance a change in it. So our politics can't change. And if we have to wait until like Gen Z voters are the age of the boomers in order to actually get a change in here, I mean, fuck's sake, do we really want another 100-year war? I mean, but you can't get over the existing voting blocks.
Israel hasn't officially said that's the plan. I think that it is being said unofficially, and also we see it as part of the actions of what's happening.
What do you mean the plan? You mean like
completely taking Gaza?
Oh, they're
not going to say it. Yeah.
No, the Gaza they have.
They don't say officially, but within
not
the
West Bank, but no,
comments, they do say.
They have officially said they're not leaving. They've officially said they're not leaving. They're going to maintain a military presence, and they need a different civil administration. They won't say what. They won't say how it's going to be done, but they are committed at this point as official policy that Hamas and the PA both will not be allowed to govern this. It will not be turned over to Abbas's corrupt PA, and Hamas will not be left in power, which means ultimately the Israelis are taking it. What they'll do with it, how they'll manage it, what kind of new government they'll come up with, those are the open questions. But they have made a policy statement on this already.
Do you give any weight? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Do you give any weight to the reasoning being that it's to do with access to resources?
Oh no, there's nothing there. I mean, people keep talking about like the offshore gas fields. They don't need anything to do with the West Bank for that. They already exploit that shit. People have been talking about I've seen a whole bunch of people resurrecting the old like Ben Gurion Canal idea.
Yeah.
I don't know how the hell that shit got started, because that was abandoned decades ago. It's not a thing. There's no way.
It's because of the U.S. policy. It was actually because of the U.S. policy. They want to copy the China One Belt One Road to create a Indian canal that connecting from India all the way to Middle East, using Israel to build the canal over there, the alternative canal that allows ships going.
Well, there's nothing to, like in terms of like the trade routes moving things around, sure, but the only canal would be the one through the Negev. And that's right next to the existing Suez Canal. It's not necessary. It would cost a lot of money. It wouldn't be as profitable because there's two of them. And what would be involved in doing it would create so many issues that would make Israel a pariah that people wouldn't use it. It's just not profitable. I mean, there's no way you're going to convince them to spend tens of billions of dollars to make something that's unlikely to actually do any good. It would cause them massive problems and solve nothing at all. So, no, that idea was actually shelved decades ago because it didn't make sense then, and it makes less sense now.
Yeah, and also it would have to connect down to Eliot, and also that's a pretty small strip of coastline too. So how are you going to fit the port in there?
Yeah.
And the community itself. Like, there's so many problems with it.
Right.
Just why
Yeah.
would
I
it
mean,
happen?
you could, but it would involve moving a lot of stuff and displacing shit. Yeah, it'd be very problematic. But even there, you still don't need Gaza for that because all the routes can have it ending up
Yeah,
right
yeah, yeah.
out or something. It makes no difference. I mean,
Yeah,
you'd save like, oh, cool, we can save we'll save like 1 mile. Like, who cares?
I do feel like the Suez Canal is very, very critical, especially when it comes to. I mean, you were mentioning earlier the possibility of intentionally or you know, by as a consequence of military action, people going into Sinai from Gaza, and that would be I think that would be probably one of the worst or most destabilizing things to happen in the Sinai Peninsula in a very long time, and that is next to the Suez Canal, and that could be,
And
they could blow up if somebody blew up a dam, or one of the locks, or there's all sorts of problems that could
that
happen,
I
and there's
wouldn't worry
already
about that with
insurgency there.
this because if some of the far righters in Israel got their way and they pushed people into the Sinai, they'd be in the northeastern Sinai. It'd be like I don't know if anybody knows where the old what was it, Yamit, the old settlement that Israel used to have there.
Yeah.
It'd be like rebuilding along the northern coast, and that's the Sinai Peninsula is huge. It's a long ass drive from there to get to the canal. The biggest problem they already have with violence in the canal is that tons of the population there hate the government and have been part of militant groups for some time. So they already have dangerous people who already
Yeah.
live there and already could attack the locks if they had the capability. They don't. And a bunch of refugees from Gaza are not going to make that any easier for them. It's going to make it harder.
But in time,
The
if the
bigger problem for me
population
is like
grows.
the impact on the Palestinians. Like that's the bigger issue there. Egypt doesn't want it because it's a major like economic issue. Like it'll cost them a ton of money, and it'll create tons of internal divisions because so many Egyptians will be furious that they allowed that to happen, the dispossession, that it would destabilize the Egyptian government.
Yeah.
They have a lot more to worry about from a coup than they would from the Palestinians being in Sinai.
Yeah, but in general, I mean, if you're forcing people out, there are going to be militant groups that have a vested interest in, or just a bitterness towards Israel, whether that's in Lebanon or in Jordan, and so when it comes to the West Bank and Gaza, like in general, and again, like there's already Islamism in the Sinai Peninsula too, so the resources and scale of the groups could grow with the population. There's not very many people that live there
It
currently.
could, but what advantage do they have from really striking at that? At that point, you're playing into the kind of the real extremist factions that you see in Egypt that want to just destroy tons of infrastructure to bring their own government down. But I mean, something like that, the Egyptian government would take very seriously. It is a military state.
Yeah, yeah.
So they would just straight up open fire on people, and they've done it. I mean, they have no problem killing hundreds of people at a time. Israel does a lot of fucked up stuff, but it generally doesn't, like, hey, we're gonna just machine gun this crowd all over. I mean, there's things like that happening, but not to the scale that you could get away with in Egypt, and people wouldn't bat an eyelash at it.
Yeah, that's true.
I wouldn't be as worried about that. If the Palestinians look to be a serious political threat to Egypt would just fuck shit up.
Yeah, I mean, and they've already been doing it there in particular for a long time.
Yeah,
And
no,
they built that whole new military
they are
installation
horrifying
right
to a
next
lot
to
of
it.
the Bedouin populations in Sinai.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, look at I mean, in the nonviolent protesters in the in Tahrir Square, they killed 800 people.
Yeah.
And then a few months later, and then the protests against Morsi, again, open fire, killed hundreds of people.
Yeah, the documentary about that, I don't know if you've seen the documentary about the Tahrir Square, just like how everything happened on Netflix, but it's just really, really wild.
I don't know which one you mean. I've seen a bunch of things on it. I mean, I don't know which one you mean. Do you mean Al Midan?
No, I'm pretty sure it's called The Square.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that's it. It's the same one. Okay.
Yeah,
The Square. I've actually one year I alternate films around a lot, but I teach a course on the Arab revolutions because I was on the ground when a lot of that shit was happening in 2011 and 2012, and then came back and and decided, you know what, we need a class that kind of contextualizes this. So it's like a history of the modern Arab world that focuses on explaining why people are so mad and why this shit's going to be going on for a long time. And I've used that film 1 year in that class.
Before you do, can I just make a quick announcement to say that if you're finding the live useful, you might want to follow, and also if you don't mind tapping till it gets to 70k. And then Liam, do you know when you will likely go live next?
Right now, these Friday evenings seem to work well when I get home. I don't know how it will help other people, but like for schedule-wise for me, it's easy because no matter how late I stay up here, it isn't going to hurt anything because tomorrow's Saturday, and I've got time to get back on because my weekday schedule, I get up at 4 a.m. So I can't do this on a Sunday. You know? The only other possibility is sometime on Saturdays I could, but it will depend very much on how much work I have to do. Tomorrow I've got a few things I got to knock out in the morning. I have to finish a précis for a chapter, and then a couple of projects. But it's possible I could pop on for some time tomorrow afternoon or earlier evening. But I don't know yet. If I can, if the day goes really well in the morning, I'll put up a little announcement, a little video, say, hey, does anybody want to pop in for one later today? But that'll be later. But if not tomorrow, the next one would be Friday again.
Yeah, so if anybody wants to attend those, just make sure that you follow and then you turn your notifications on. This is honestly one of my favorite lives, so if you're finding it useful and you're enjoying it, then yeah, you might want to do that. Your turn.
Oh, yes. Hi, everyone. So there was something that you said that I found a lot of validity in, that the only way that there will be a difference in how the U.S. responds is if there is a paradigm shift, just overall, the perspective of America and Americans and overall government in regards to what's going on over in Gaza. One of the things that I find very alarming about what's been taking place, and I think it's been a wake-up call for me, is the fact that there's usually an international law. I'm so sorry, I'm hearing background sound. There's usually an international law that protects any time that humans are violated, like war crimes and certain policies and rules that we have. Even in war, there are rules. Civilians cannot be hit. Hospitals where people can be repaired. The medical community, which is international community. And so we've seen several things take place that I think is a violation of international law. And what's good for the geese is good for the gander. That's my mom's favorite saying. And I feel as though that is not a rule, and it makes me feel very uncomfortable. So, for instance, who is not privy to receiving these stipulations and why? And at what point do we play like the pecking order and what we call caste systems, where certain people above a certain standard are not held accountable? And could it deal with a past historical perspective as to why we don't do this? I mean, that's for you to say. I think you're probably more versed in it than I am. But I am severely hurt because to me, it makes it seem as though these international laws are irrelevant. And so that is a huge problem. Genocide, and I refuse to call this a war because I'm sorry, because, you know, while Gaza is a small group, they were built out of a rebellion.
It's not a war.
It's not a war. It's a genocide. And genocide in Rwanda, genocide in Palestine, genocide in any parts of this earth should not happen when so much of us scream about human rights. So it's something that's very alarming to me. And when you think of how they're going to pick up the pieces again, usually when certain things or tragedies take place or atrocities, I can say eventually we'll have people come in and rescue. But I almost feel as though Palestine has no international support. And I was just wondering if you felt that way, because to me, it's just terrifying that this is even the case.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, frankly, they've never actually had international support. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's been a handful of moments when they've had a little bit of tepid tolerance or whatever from some quarters, but no one has ever actively worked with them or for them. Honestly, I think you're probably going to hate the way I need to start an answer on this question about international law. And a lot of people hate this part, but quite frankly, international law doesn't exist. It's always been bullshit. It's a convention. It's something we tell
Right.
ourselves exists. What makes international law work is the laws inside the sovereign countries. So an
Right.
individual country that signs onto a treaty then has to use its own laws to enforce that treaty. But there are no international enforcement mechanisms. There's nothing that can actually compel things. Like the World Court has ruled against the U.S. in a number of cases, and we've just said, so what, and ignored it.
Yeah.
Like they
Yeah.
can't do anything about it. There's nothing they can. No one can touch it.
Yeah.
So yes, a lot of things that have happened so far are violations of international law, but there's no one who will enforce it. Israel's not
Enforce
going to
it.
enforce it for themselves. We're not going to do it to them. No one's going to invade them. So it's just all we can do is wag the finger and say you're violating international law. That's mostly what's happened. I mean, shit, that goes back to the Kellogg-Briand Pact in the mid-20s that technically outlawed all war. Every war since then has been illegal. We signed the Kellogg-Briand Pact. Every war the U.S. the Iraq War was illegal under
It
U.S.
was
law.
illegal.
We signed the
Yep.
Kellogg-Briand Pact. But what are we
Yeah.
going to do?
Yeah. Yeah. Have you been watching Ireland's parliament and their government speaking out on Palestine? They're the most impressive I've seen so far,
They have
thus
been for
far.
years. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
a lot of that has, you know why that works. Here's a neat point here, like just to, for the studio audience, as they say, to think about your power and like the way people power works. The Irish government speaks out on these issues because ordinary Irish people speak out on these issues, because ordinary Irish people are putting Palestinian flags on the walls and shit, and they're marching and they're demanding it. And it's a democracy. They are going to respond to what their people genuinely feel. And a lot of the population, they understand the history of colonialism. They had a powerful neighbor that kicked them around, so they understand that sense of
England.
like
Yes.
occupation. Yeah. And there's an ongoing occupation in the north that still bothers a lot of people. So they can relate to it on a very personal level, and that forces the government. The Irish government would rather not get involved because it complicates their situation in Europe. It creates diplomatic issues for them, but they're willing to do it because their people absolutely fucking demand it. So if we want change in any of our other countries, it has to start with us. And it has to start with us pushing back.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I've always felt Ireland has had that perspective. They have a very strong connecting history with us as Jamaicans too, because they have been the biggest advocates and speak up about the way the UK and their history of colonialism with both of us and just overall a lot of other things. There's something that you had also mentioned, and then I'll land the plane because I don't want to take up too much time so other people can speak. But there was something that you mentioned about how we cannot engage with Hamas because they're seen as a terrorist group, which I totally agree.
I think someone's spamming us here.
Oh,
I get
yeah,
it's just
that's okay.
Yep. Okay. So how
Yeah,
do I toss this person? Let's see. Oh, I might as well just block the account. How about that? There
yeah,
we go. No more spammer.
yeah. So when you said that we can't engage with Hamas because they are seen as a terrorist group, but historically, almost anyone who opposed the colonialism or what the powers that be have been deemed as a terrorist. This is something important for us to know. I don't know if you ever heard of Peter Tosh. Peter Tosh was a reggae artist, and so my mom used to always play him, and he would often sing about liberation of the black man. But most importantly, he also included Libya and Palestine in some of his music. And I remember an interview with him when they were talking about Palestine and they were saying certain things about terrorism. And he said, but you called Nelson Mandela a terrorist before he came out of jail. And I, of course, I'm from the era of only seeing when he came out of jail. I don't, because I was a child, I was a baby. I didn't, recognize when he was in prison and that they used that language. And then there was a friend of mine who showed me old articles of it. Yeah. And I was just like, they actually use the word terrorist when talking about Mandela. So it's very alarming to see that something like this can happen. And then also another thing is when there's advocacy for an organization, it's like, where do you go? And I just feel like there's no outlet to allow other people to be able to help as grand as there are with other people. And I just feel like we have to look at these things when we see that there is a differential in how we even rescue and love each other. Not only just fighting, but the differential in how we extend. And no more, unless we do something about what's happening in Palestine, I do not want to hear the United States talk about we are leader of the free world. This is the biggest lump of bullshit I've ever heard. Forgive
This
me, I
is
don't want your life to be canceled, but it is a crock of shit. And I was one of those people that were really persuaded by media. I look at CNN and all the news, and sorry guys, it took me a while, but I'm now on the other side, because when I see how it was covered, it was really daunting, and it's jarring to see that they could get away with this. But thank you for allowing me to speak.
Oh no, thank you. No, this is great. There's yeah, on the leader of the free world thing, yeah, that is, God, that's bothered me for so many decades. But it's true in a sense, because since World War II, we have dominated all international institutions. Most of them were written to directly favor us, and we have an inordinate amount of power in the world. So we are the leader, but the free part is like, okay, we're a leader, and a lot of our allies are technically democracies. That's all it really means. When people read, they fall for the propaganda that means we actually support democracy and liberal values and everything else. I mean, we opposed every single anti-colonial struggle. Like, sometimes militarily, frequently financially, always diplomatically. We opposed every time people wanted national liberation. We got in the way. So we're not for free anything other than free market capitalism. That's about the only free part the U.S. has ever given a shit about. But the terror group part is another important one, because when we say we can't talk to groups, that also is bullshit. We do it all the time. We have to choose when we're willing to. It's only an excuse. In this case, we don't want to, but we've negotiated with these groups over and over and over again. I mean, hell, for fuck's sake, we just did it in Afghanistan in order to get the hell out. They engaged in, two different presidents engaged in high stakes negotiations dealing with them. They are officially classed as a terror group. We obviously can do it. We don't want to here, because any possible peace resolution gets in the way of what Israel wants to do. It gets in the way of their prerogatives of maintaining permanent occupation. We are running cover for them and have been for decades.
Lisa, before you jump in, can I just ask one or add one point before on the topic we're on?
Go for it. Yeah.
Interesting question.
So you mentioned, that international law really doesn't have much, any teeth. And I believe in the past we've talked about, people power. I almost see what's happening with, even though it feels like, things like the UN are being actively undermined, what they say and the position they take does still have some weight in public perception. So if we continue as a public, and people who are protesting for Palestine continue to push for places like the UN, and some of the human rights watch and all of those types of people to continue to keep speaking and taking a firm stance, will it somehow undermine the level of consent that Israel is trying to manufacture for what it's trying to do, and I guess in essence also what America is trying to do to create either apathy or an appetite for continuing this?
Because that was me, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because I think I'm starting to get a little tired because my mind's wandering a little bit here.
I think I asked a very convoluted
well,
question and a point.
Yeah, when the longer it's getting harder to, to hold it all together. But I think you're getting at the significance of keeping up the pressure in the streets, of protesting, and how that can help.
Yes, both that and also, while they might not have teeth, I do feel like there is some weight in what they say, just for public understanding more than
For
anything
the
else.
UN, you mean?
Yes, for the UN and
Yeah.
also international law and so on.
That's tough. As far as the UN, I'd say no. It doesn't, because there are resolutions about Palestine, I think, every year. I mean, it means nothing. The General Assembly, no one pays any attention. The U.S. media often doesn't even report it. The only thing that matters out of the UN is the Security Council, and there's a U.S. veto there. So it's like it gets you back to the old FLN strategy. The FLN was desperate to try and get the UN involved and gain sympathy, and they hoped to get a hearing there and that it would matter. But they misunderstood it in the same way, because France has a veto. The UN would never have been able to do a damn thing about the Algeria situation, so it was a waste of their time and energy to try. Courting public opinion more broadly, that matters. So the trick there is people power within individual countries can put pressure on their governments to change their policies. It's going to be a real uphill battle in the U.S. because of the cultural significance of Christian Zionism, but it can happen anywhere, and the tide is turning in the U.S. So it's possible if you can keep up that kind of sustained energy, if it can keep growing, if you can, really try to get more and more support that way, it can have an effect on policy, but it's difficult. And the biggest problem I think we often have is thinking that just protests will work. That was a lot of the problem with like the Occupy Wall Street shit. It has to cause real disruption. If you want to get the government's attention and change their policy, it has to really hit them where it hurts. And a lot of times protesters aren't willing to push it that far. Honestly, we very briefly got a few cities willing to talk about police reform during the George Floyd protests. And that came about because some people burned down a police station. I mean, there was some serious shit going on for a little while, and there's, okay, we'll talk about reform. And then as soon as the protests backed down, all that shit went away. All the reform plans disappeared, and they started giving more and more money to police. It disappeared because the pressure went away. So that pressure matters, and it can affect policy. It can change things. But people have to be willing to do it in a way that actually gets attention, and they have to be willing to sustain it. And that's the hard part, because it's risky. There are consequences. People can go to jail for it. I mean, no one wants to do that. So it's very difficult to sustain. But that's the only thing I can see actually having an impact. The UN, I would caution people against wasting their time there at all. It's never going to have an impact.
If someone were interested in
Before a different question, there was something in the chat a minute ago. I mean, I don't usually catch them because it's hard to listen and read at the same time, but I sometimes see them. Somebody, I think, asked if I was Catholic and Jewish, which I mean, sometimes.
So there was a question about whether or not you have a background in theology or academics.
Oh, that's a
and
different one. I
also
didn't
what
see that
your
either.
But they also said, so are you Irish, Catholic, and Jewish?
Yeah, I saw that one, which was interesting. And then, okay, where's the theology one? Where's that?
that was a while back. So
Oh gosh.
yeah.
Okay, so how did that one go? Like, because
So they just wanted to know whether or not your background is more in theology, or academics.
Well, theology is academic, but I mean, I'm a historian, but I'm a historian of ideas, and I study religions as one of my topics. So I have an interest in the development of religions, but I'm not a theologian. I'm not even, precisely speaking, a theist. I mean, my religious perspective would be more like monist, Spinozist. Like the universe is God. Everything is God. Like we're all connected. That's the closest I really get to that. So I have a spiritual experience standing in nature, looking at the stars, but I'm not really religious conventionally. So I wouldn't really study theology per se, but I studied theologies because I study world religions and their interconnections. So that's a big interest. A lot of my family background, not all of it, but a lot of my family background is Irish, because there's a big chunk of Irish, and then Polish and Sicilian. So my three largest chunks of my ancestry are all Catholic countries. Then you got to throw in like Bulgaria and Scotland and a few of the smaller places there. But the three biggest chunks are all Catholic countries. So I was technically raised Catholic. I'm a lapsed Catholic. But in my first marriage in the 90s, I did the whole like high school sweetheart marriage thing, but then she ended up, it's a long story. She ended up developing serious mental disabilities, and it was a long, very difficult issue. But in that marriage, I did a conversion to Judaism. As a humanist, they totally knew that. They didn't care. But you can say I'm Jewish, like culturally in that sense, because I did do a conversion under conservative auspices. But I'm not like raised Jewish, and I'm not ethnically Jewish. And like the ancestry.com shit, I think says I'm like 0.5% Ashkenazi, and that's probably just because somebody fucked somebody in Poland a long time ago. But yeah, I'm mostly Irish, Polish, Sicilian, Bulgarian, and Scots, and then like small pieces of around there. I'm a typical American mutt.
Lisa.
Oh yeah, yeah. That takes us back then to Lisa's question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have loved all the talk tonight about community and organizing, and but I also I I've been talking to a lot of Palestinians today lately, and I've been hearing a lot about um, their people being kidnapped by Israel, and I was wondering if you knew much about that.
Not knowing the conversation you're having, I can only guess what they mean, because there is a long-term systemic problem with that because of the administrative detentions. What'll happen, and this is something that's long bothered me, because of the whole pretense of Israel being like a liberal democracy and the only democracy in the Middle East and all that bullshit. They somebody writes an article in a newspaper that they don't like, so they can go to the house and arrest the author of the article and cart them off to jail, and they can hold them for up to 6 months without filing any charges at all. So they never actually have to accuse them of a single crime, and they can actually let them go and immediately rearrest them and hold them for another 6 months or another 6 months. And this is frequently used as a kind of backdoor collective punishment. So you say you would arrest the breadwinner in the family. Now the family doesn't have the money. They can't afford their bills. So that forces the community to kick in cash and help out and support people. So that makes the whole community a little poorer, as well as being abusive to the people that are in jail. But you can kind of think of that as a kind of kidnapping, because they're taking people away from their families who didn't actually commit crimes, and they're locking them up for a long time. In terms of like the real like illegally type like kidnapping, no, not really. But other than the kind of like they security services do things similar to what the U.S. will do with like the rendition. So you go in and like drop in and like scoop somebody up and no one even knows you were there, kind of thing. But a lot of that is still to take people into administrative detention.
Okay, so I think what is happening is Palestinians are being asked a lot, what about the hostages, right? Or what about the kidnapped? And then they're saying, well,
The
look
kidnapped,
at
which kidnapped? The ones that
the
Hamas is holding,
hostages kidnapped. I'm using that
or the
interchangeably, even though, yeah, so from October 7th. So people
okay,
are
so the
asking them, okay, well, what about this, right? And they're saying, um, well, this has been happening to us for so many years, for decades. So,
yeah, for sure. I don't know if there's a question there saying like you visit Israel. Like I've been there a lot. I actually have a nice long record with Shin Bet, because every time I show up in the country, they arrest me again. But I spend a lot of time in the country. The kidnapping part. Yeah, there's a temptation to sort of blow it off because of what's happened to a lot of Palestinians over time. I tend not to think that's very productive in conversations. But I understand the emotions behind it, and the sense of like, well, it's just comeuppance. It's like a kind of justice.
right.
But the bigger problem with them being held is that their own government doesn't want them back. They've turned them down at least 4 times now. So it's not really about them at all, and there's no way to get them back because ultimately they're taken as an insurance policy. It makes it harder for the Israelis to just use heavier ordnance. So, I mean, why groups like that do that? It has a logic to it that you're just sort of stuck with.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly, some of it, I totally understand where it comes from emotionally, and I understand the right of anybody to resist tyranny and fight back. For me, I tend to think much more like, what are the long-term ramifications of this? And if you're going to eventually find some way to sort this shit out, then the constant tit for tat, it isn't helpful. It might feel good, but it's no different from, like, I don't know, after September 11th, they're like, let's bomb some countries, and like, okay, that's just going to create more terror. So like, what did you accomplish? We spent trillions of dollars to create more terrorists. It's not helpful.
Right.
And it's very difficult to say, though, and it's a difficult, and it requires a lot of sensitivity to have conversations with someone who's advancing that position, who is saying, well, but they deserve this. They did this to me. They deserve it. Because on some level, you're right. And we have to recognize that. But it still doesn't help them in the long run. In the long run, all it does is it encourages the Israelis to do more of what they're doing. They just keep going in a vicious cycle, and they're always going to have more power. So it's just, in the long run, it's costing more Palestinians' lives. And I always, that hurts to watch.
Yeah, I think it has been implied that some of the hostage taking was not only to get back some of their rights and to try to take over some parts of Israel and have some control, but also to negotiate with people that they still have that are imprisoned,
Yeah.
is kind of what I've heard.
Yeah, the key there is it gives you some leverage to free people that the Israelis are holding, and then it's an insurance policy to slow down the advance into the Gaza Strip, because they knew if they're going to attack, the Israelis are coming in and hitting them hard. But if there's a bunch of hostages in the tunnels, they can't like flood the tunnels or something and try to kill everybody in there. They can't just go in guns blazing, because it could easily kill off the hostages, and that will piss off. Because at the end of the day, Israel is flawed or not, Israel is still a democracy. So if the Israeli government kills the hostages, the people in Israel are going to be real pissed at their own government, and they're going to topple it.
They have
And
already,
people
though, I
like Netanyahu
think.
want to stay in power. So
I think they have already, though.
they have killed some people, but it's not
the
the
hostages.
Same. Yeah, but there's a lot of them. It's not the same as like if they just, I don't know, gassed the tunnels or something. So it is a tricky situation. But I'm trying to point out what's the strategic logic from Hamas's side for doing it. Whether or not the Israelis are willing to do even more horrific shit, that's a whole different question, right? And this current government is the most extreme in this country's history, by far. So the fact that they're going to do some terrible shit is like a given, but there's 2 good reasons for them to have done it, and it's not really about the fight overall. It doesn't have any strategic purpose in terms of like the conflict or aiming for peace. It's just a trade-off. They're pawns. They're useful.
And also to try to get a lot of the people who are imprisoned by Israel.
Yeah, exactly. Really, so they're bargaining chips. They're an insurance policy, and they're a bargaining chip to try and get some people out. But that's the only real purpose that they serve.
There's another thing to run by you from the comments. This impact, this conflict, the conflict's impact on Islam, and how there are actually a lot of people in the West right now converting, or at least getting really becoming much, much more open-minded to Islam. And I've even heard people, on TikTok, lots of people who are, from the US or wherever. So the question from the comments was, do you have any feelings on that, as far as just a different view on it, you know?
I don't know. My other marriage was to a Muslim who was a convert. I mean, it happens. It's always happened. I know people who've done it. I don't know that this is really a big driving force for that, because that just falls into the kind of well, it's just like it's some fad thing. You're just seeing it and it gets you really interested and you're just going into it. I don't like speculating on things like that, because it then questions the sincerity of someone's choices or beliefs. There may be psychological reasons that people do fall for crap like that. Sure, like there's some people that do like get into something, for reasons that ultimately aren't all that great. But I don't like speculating on issues like that.
Question. I think it's going
Well,
to be
I
quick
just want to
to
make
ask and
sure.
answer.
I wanted to make sure, Mohammed, was that your question? Pretty much in a nutshell?
Somebody asked, what is the likelihood of Israel using nukes? I think that's a quick one.
They
Zero.
won't. Yeah,
That's
it's
zero.
zero. It's not going to happen. The fact that they've allowed references to it is a form of psychological terror. That's its purpose. But there's no way in fuck they did use one.
It would also really mess up Israel as well if they did.
Oh, sure, yeah. There's no way that wouldn't be terrible all around, and it would completely destroy their relations with the world. No, they can't tolerate it. It makes zero. But it's like it makes sense as a question, because there are honestly people that think that North Korea wants to lob one at us. That makes no fucking sense either. They'd be a radioactive wasteland in a second. It makes no sense at all. The purpose is a deterrent, so we don't invade like we did in Iraq. That's the only purpose they have there. It's a way to beat your chest and try to be taken seriously. No one's going to use them. Same with Iran. Iran is, I saw tons of people saying, if Iran gets a nuke, they're going to nuke Israel. No, they're not, because they're not fucking morons. I mean, if Iran nuked Israel, Iran would cease to exist. We'd nuke the holy fuck out of it. So it makes no logical sense. But nuclear weapons terrify people, so it's easy to fall into like fear-mongering about it. So I kind of get the emotional side of that. But there's no risk of anybody intentionally using one here. The biggest risk for like nuclear weapons use in the world today is accidental use. Something fucked up in South Asia, the wrong person's in the wrong place, or like something isn't maintained well. You've got situations like that in Russia where things are deteriorating, shit can go wrong. But no one's going to pull the trigger deliberately.
I think Israel should finish this because I believe this is their last opportunity to stop having bombs of any sort coming. Maybe one day they won't need an Iron Dome. Let's pray for that. But if they concede to a ceasefire at this point, they won't be able to escalate this to this level of trying to clear out that area again, at least not in the foreseeable future. And in 3 years, this will just start all over again. So I think, unfortunately, it's better for them to just clear out the area and, hopefully everyone can live in peace.
By clear out the area, do you mean clear out the H group, or do you mean the people?
I would put a nice distance between their border and whatever the distance is for some type of projectile missile, from being able to be.
Oh, that you couldn't do.
Into Israel.
The way too small. If that's the concern, then full ethnic cleansing is your only option.
Yeah, well, I would like to put a nice.
They've got rockets that can already hit Tel Aviv. There's no way you can create a buffer to protect that. And honestly, Israel has intentionally put a lot of settlements very close to Gaza, so that's not a strategic issue for them either. But even without getting into though the feasibility of what you're pointing to, well, there's one thing I'll propose to you to think about here, because you're right in the sense that this is an opportunity for them to to really be heavy-handed and to get away with it because there was a lot of sympathy in foreign capitals that's kind of giving them a free hand to do some crazy shit. And that's not going to come around very often. There's been plenty of times when that, I mean, this is what, the eighth major, dust up with the Gaza Strip and since the disengagement, but none of them have been this intense. So that's true. The problem here is it's not actually possible to gain security this way. It is literally impossible to win this in military terms. So unless you're going to talk about the G word, right, or full on or ethnic cleansing, at least like completely eliminating the population there, you could wipe out every single, not even just the leadership, because Netanyahu was talking about taking out, Hamas's leadership. If you took out every single militant, you'd be right back to this in a couple of years, because people are going to stay angry. The situation won't be solved. They still have no political horizons, no rights. They're still living under apartheid in a giant prison. They're still going to be mad, and they're still going to make rockets and launch them in them. So if Israel wants security, it needs to solve this politically. It needs to talk to people. This is true of all terrorism. Doesn't matter if you're talking about Basque separatists, the IRA, the Red Army faction. It doesn't matter which one you're talking. Any terror group, the only way to solve it is to address the concerns that caused it. If you don't do that and you just keep playing, you just keep playing whack-a-mole. No matter how many you take out, more are going to pop up, and this will carry on forever. So your solution, unless it involves some really horrific war crimes, it's not a solution at all, and it will keep Israel unsafe.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'd like to think that it would be a little. I think that if you know what, maybe there's another place for the Palestinians. Maybe there's some place where they can go live in peace. But obviously, living next to Israel and ripping up the water lines and using them as rocket launchers, it's not a sustainable place for them to stay.
Well, sure, but the same thing then could be said about Israelis. So, I mean, if you're not willing to recognize the actual national rights of an indigenous population, then what's to say people shouldn't go in and then uproot the Israelis and put them someplace else? They could go live in Siberia or Canada or something. I mean, it's the same argument. If it's good enough for the Palestinians, why not the Israelis? How about we just take everybody out of there? We just make it like an empty Holy Land for tourists to go to, staff some like Disney employees to show people the churches and shit, and then move everybody to some, empty chunk of land somewhere.
Do you think that would solve the problem?
Well, if there's nobody there, then they have nothing to fight over anymore. But
Correct.
The idea of removing one or the other makes no sense to me. I would say exactly the same thing to some Muslim brother that's saying, and I've had conversations with Palestinians there that say, oh, the Jews should all go back to Europe. And I tell them exactly the same thing. Most of them were born here. This is their country now too. Maybe their grandparents stole some land. Yes, okay. But they were born here. They live here too. And you got to deal with that shit. And I'll say exactly the same thing to you. The Palestinians were already there, and it's unjust to remove them. If you think it's just to remove them, then I'd say remove the Israelis too and take everyone out of it. Otherwise, it just makes no sense to me.
Maybe a theme park with a beautiful parking lot. Maybe.
Charles, I think you should stop right there.
Why is that?
Because it's very clear what you're doing, and this is not
What
the
am I
life
doing?
for it, I'm afraid.
May I comment on that, please?
Hold on, Nazir. So yeah, I think.
Yeah, I don't want to turn into arguments about these things, but I did
No,
want
I
to
think
address
Charles
the
trying to
concern
be
he made, and
clever
I
and
think
dog whistle.
good.
Liam. So yeah, I think it's a good idea that you drop now, Charles, if you don't mind.
May I comment on that, please?
Hold on 1 second, Nazir. 1 second. Yeah. Do you want to drop yourself, Charles, or do you want somebody to drop you?
Well, why are you? Am I being threatened with something? Is there something?
No, you're not being threatened. I think we just want to make sure that the live stays as it is, which is an opportunity for everybody to engage in conversation. And clearly, you're doing something else.
You're engaging in
Really?
bad faith.
Really? I thought I was having a conversation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
I
You're still engaging in
I
bad
give it
faith.
like give it like a second here and see, because it's possible it's never occurred to him that it would be unjust. So, I'm just depending on what he says next, I will either just drop him out of here entirely or not. But I don't like to assume. Well, I mentioned turning it into a theme park. If there's no people there, then I don't think it's a reference to like nuking it or something, because there'd be no people.
No, I thought we were talking about making it a tourist.
Yeah,
Didn't we say we were going to
just
turn it
remove
into a
everybody
tourist attraction?
entirely. Yeah, and then we can all go visit Bethlehem together, and then that's that. But there's no Palestinians and no Israelis. Otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, your initial position is nonsensical, and I'll leave it at that. I don't want to discuss any further along those lines, because anything that suggests the ethnic cleansing of a population, I don't care where they are, who they are, what their religion, what their culture, anything that talks about dispossession of people is a non-starter for me.
Okay, that's great. Well, thank you, and guys have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, have a good night.
Hello, can I speak a bit? Just me. Thank you so much. Well, first of all, I want to identify as a Palestinian Marxist. To be honest, it's quite shocking. Like even on this level, as a on like a discussion, like when you approach the Palestinian resistance, you approach it as the H group. While like in reality, it was not only the H group.
Oh
There
yeah.
are other groups.
Mm-hmm.
There are like, for example, the Islamic Jihad. They have a totally different political agenda than the H group. There is the BFLB, Marxist-Leninist, the BFLB, Fatah,
And the
also
Democratic
the
Front,
nationalists.
and they were both involved in the attack.
Yeah,
Yeah, and honestly,
exactly.
it
So
shocks
like,
me that the American media won't touch that at all. It's hilarious that they won't, because you'd think all the old Cold War shit they'd want to say, oh look, some commies were attacking there too, but they completely ignore it. It's bizarre.
yeah, I mean, now it's like they're focusing on like making it an Islamist thing. Um, but the thing is like about also like I see like you mentioned first about the hostages. Like it was, I think it's by the Palestinian resistance. This kind of reaction was maybe unexpected. But regarding, like you mentioned, that Israel is a democracy, that they care about killing their own hostages. While actually, like in the military doctrine, multiple reports have uh, documented the Israeli orders in case of an Israeli soldier being taken captured. They try to kill that soldier with their captors in the way, so they will not have to negotiate a hostage. They try to kill their
Yeah.
own. So like
Right, but
saying that they
these aren't
actually
soldiers, and the military doctrine, it is what it is,
Yeah, I've
but
heard that too.
but we're talking here about civilians and the reaction of other civilians, not military and the reactions inside the government about it. So it's a different issue there. The Israeli state still is willing to kill the hostages themselves, even if they're civilians, but they won't say that because it's politically problematic to do so in any representative system. So they have to then come up with bullshit reasons to blame other people. Oh, it was a operational miscalculation. Oh, we tried to rescue them and then they died. They're not going to say, no, we just straight up shot your uncle, because
exactly,
it's not the same
yeah.
thing as a captured soldier. A captured soldier it falls under a completely different category.
Yes, I agree with that to that extent. Yes, I agree. But like as you said, yes, I think they are more than willing to kill their hostages in order
Yeah,
to achieve the political agenda they have,
they are.
which is
Yeah.
pushing the people of Gaza to Sinai. Like anyone who has like actually been watching the recent history of Sinai, you could see that in the past few years, the Egyptian military have been conducting multiple military operations. Like it has been known for us in the Arab world that this is happening. The Egyptians are trying to kick the people of Sinai to make Gaza, to make it free for Gazans to go live there. Now the thing is like, as the Palestinians, I was born in 1995. I am still a young man. I still regret what my grandparents did when they left in 1948. the new generation, we are born, like, we would rather die than see another Nakba go ahead in front of us.
Good.
I'm like, I'm still not willing to start a life, to start a family for that reason. So I would like give up my life happily to my Palestinian people. So I won't see that suffering that Um, I saw in like documentaries and stories from our grandparents happen again.
Mhm.
This there and like also like the idea that the Israeli army can actually get rid of the resistance in Gaza. It's I don't think it's in any way possible because right now this is like totally different from like let's say the American Iraqi war where Iraq was isolated. Right now there's an axis of resistance which conducts from the resistance in Iraq, in Yemen, in Syria, in Lebanon, and Iran. These countries are strong. They have like huge military forces. And most of these countries, the only reason they have legitimacy to stay in power is supporting Palestine. So if they like they refuse to stand with the Palestinian resistance, and they watch while the Palestinian resistance get demolished by the Israelis, they would lose legitimacy in their own people's eye. Like the people, their supporters are practically right now begging them, we want to go. Set us loose. We want to do it. Like Iran have said multiple times, the U.S. is trying to like tell us yes, there will be a ceasefire. They've been lying to us. They've been like trying to test our patience. But Iran directly, there is no chance it will strike Israel. That's like known fact. But it can start like mobilizing its allies. Like for example, like if the Israelis was in 7th of October were hit by the H group and the Palestinian resistance that large, this will be considered a joke if our allies from the north went in fully because they are like at least 20 to 30 times more strong than the Palestinian resistance. So, in my point of view, I think this will have to, like, Netanyahu is trying to find a way to get out of it without, like, trying to draw a fake victory photo so he can, like, disengage and maintain whatever he can.
Quite honestly, I think that it would be desirable to Netanyahu if there was a wider attack and if the, say, for example, the other age group from the north got involved more heavily. They're not actually a threat to Israel. More civilian casualties will happen, but it'll be a drop in the bucket compared to what happens because the Israelis will level Lebanon before they put up with something like that. It's none of these countries want to get involved, and none of them will. And releasing more militants, all it does is it turns it into more of the same kind of guerrilla fighting. And a good example there is there's just tons of places where this has played out before already. The FLN, they fought valiantly against the French in Algeria, but they lost militarily. But what they did, though, was they inspired ordinary people to massive civil disobedience that ultimately got the attitudes to change, both there, also in France, and in large parts of the world. And eventually, France was forced to pull out because it became ungovernable. If all the Palestinians just sat down, it would cause a huge amount of damage on its own. Uh, the people filling the streets in Algeria is what finally got France out. But as long as the FLN was still fighting, they were willing to commit horrific atrocities. They napalmed villages. They carbon bombed areas. They carried out huge numbers of horrific war crimes, but militarily they won. They completely crushed the FLN, and that's what would await on the Popular Front in a wider fight. And it's one of the reasons that they know that the goal that a lot of these groups have, and it's sad, and the way that it plays out. But in attacks like this, the main goal is to count on the fact that Israel always responds disproportionately, that it always overreacts. They want Israel to bomb more Palestinians, which is sad, but that is what's changing global opinion. It's showing people just how over the top and callous the Israeli state is, and that's beginning to change attitudes. Unfortunately, it costs a lot of lives. So I can see strategically what they're after, but there have to be better ways to do that that don't involve increasing the already horrific suffering that people have in places like Gaza. But that's the only possible endgame. More attacks like this, when they happen, they're just going to lead to even heavier bombing, and the U.S. isn't going to do a damn thing because of the whole like war on terror rhetoric. We won't negotiate with terror. We will totally allow the Israelis to level areas. Hell, we allowed Israel to occupy a quarter of Lebanon for 18 years. We're not gonna back down from letting them just crush the holy hell out of it for tolerating an attack from the north. There's no way that this wouldn't play out very, very badly for the resistance. The only possible endgame you've got there is more dead Palestinians that changes world opinion, and I want a better way. I understand though the reasoning that you're putting out. I'm just saying, like, in the longer term, you take the bigger view here. It really it doesn't play out very well.
I totally understand where you're coming from, but like also when you mentioned the economically aspect, like right now the Israelis have called on upon more than 300,000 of their reservists. Right now they're actually trying to send them back, the ones that are not in the front lines, because it's like economically damaging them. Like we've known, the
Not
Israelis
enough.
cannot maintain a long-term war.
Uh,
Their
we give them
society.
we give them $4 billion a year. There's no way this is a drain. There's different reasons they're sending them back, and that's one of the reasons for the charm offensive with the Arab Gulf states, and one of the reasons the Saudis are. I mean, the Saudis are literally arresting people for wearing keffiyeh in Mecca. They don't. They're siding overtly with the Israelis, and they're going to continue doing so because it's economically advantageous to them to do so. Right? The Emirates will,
Uh,
the Saudis will, and that gives them more access. They're not going to be hurt by a military attack there, especially as long as the U.S. is willing to give $4 billion frickin' dollars a year. We underwrite their military budget already. Um, what could hurt them economically is BDS. What could hurt them economically is massive civil disobedience. You know, there's a ton of ways that actually could shut their economy down. A war won't. I mean, they crushed multiple Arab states' armies at the same time, and these groups, they do not compare. The Syrian military, for all, I mean, it's shitty. It definitely packed more of a punch than any of these groups would. Same with the Egyptian one. Same with the Jordanian one. The Israelis could crush all of them at once without batting an eyelash, and everyone knew that they weren't threatened. The U.S. told that. I mean, when the Israelis tried to claim, "Oh, we're so threatened here in the '67 war," I mean, our government told them, "We know you will win within 5 days. You know, this is nonsense. This is full of shit." They have massive superiority, and the economy can weather a long fight of the type you're describing. It could weather a long fight with larger countries around it. It certainly can handle a fight against the militant groups, but it wouldn't go that long because they would just resort to, again, massively disproportionate violence. So it terrifies me. I feel where you're coming from. I really do. And again, my I grew up with a family that was like, knee jerk IRA supporters. I grew up with like my great grandfather, offering me. I mean, my first shot of Irish whiskey, I was way too young, but it was like toasting, the Fenian fighters. I get where you're coming from, but it doesn't play out well. The IRA lost too. I mean, militarily, this doesn't ever play out well.
I, I'm sorry.
So it hurts me to see what it's going to cost, and I don't want another generation of Palestinians to die to not actually accomplish anything.
Yeah.
I can see where you're coming from, but regarding actually like Saudi Arabia, not only they're arresting people wearing kufiya, they're also arresting people who pray for Palestine, and like even praying to
Yep,
God is to them is like,
exactly.
and they're intercepting
We
attacks.
know where the money comes from at this
Regarding
point.
the yeah, I mean they're, and to me like the reason why we want to fight Israel is not for me as a Palestinian Marxist. I don't care about them being Jewish. I don't care about them being from another ethnicity. To me, they serve as Saudi Arabia government role. They are a base for imperialism in our region. To
Yeah,
think that the Americans are actually funding them because they're Jewish and they care about Jewish people, that's just complete idiocy.
it
The
is.
Americans don't care if they were even anything, if they were aliens, and as long as they serve their nature, if their interests, they
Yeah,
will
strategic
continue to
objectives,
support them.
exactly. Yeah, the only people who
And
really
like,
care about it are like the only people who care about the religion are the Christian Zionists, and they care about it because they want all the Jews to die anyway. It's a horrifying ideal. So
yeah,
yeah,
that's the avalanche. Yeah, it's like they want to, I think, like gather them in one place, and then so
so
like a
there's a
great war will
so then there's
happen.
a great war and
Uh,
an apocalypse, and Jesus comes, and yeah, it's a terrifying ideology. But they're the only ones who would really give a damn. The rest, as far as the government is concerned, it's a strategic position. Same with
yeah,
our relations with
exactly.
the Saudis. We talk about human rights all the time and we criticize Iran, but the Saudis have a worse human rights record and we don't give a damn at all. We give them tons of money all the time. It's always strategic.
Exactly.
We're giving them nukes
Like, for
too.
example, also
Yeah,
like during the
yeah.
Arab Spring, what was a joke to me, like I live with one of these monarchy in the Arab countries, which is considered, actually, it's called security company for the US, what we are called, the country I live in. It's funny that like I see people from the during the spring, they say they want democracy in Syria. We'll have democracy in at least Syria. There's a president. He lies. He does like a play every 5 years that he's doing an election. Okay, the election is a fraud, but at least he lies to his people and tell them, yeah, we have like democracy. You don't. You have a monarchy. I know, like, depending on who sleeps with who, there will come my next leader. But the thing is about the Palestinian resistance. Like, I think, for example, like reading liberation movements like the Vietnamese, what they have gotten through, and for how long the Algerians. Oh, there's Hassan Kanavani once said something that clearly like represents the Palestinian people. To us, not living with dignity, not living as liberated, is as well as being dead.
Again, that's why I
For
say I feel like the why of it, the lack of dignity, the lack of any possibility of freedom. I totally understand why that would be a reason to fight back. And it's one of the reasons that I will never criticize someone's decision to do that. I'm not going to say people shouldn't fight back. I'm going to say that I'll point out just strategically and historically where the problems are with this as an ideal, but just in ethical terms. It's not my place to say somebody shouldn't fight back when they feel that sense of like hopelessness and rage. So that, I mean,
I
I get that.
I totally agree with you. Like, for me as a Palestinian right now, I'm living abroad where I'm not getting like the flashback of Israel. I cannot, like, as a Palestinian, I cannot request my people to go and fight, because like I think they should do whatever they find necessary, and I will give them my full support. But I cannot ask them to do something as long as I'm not facing the lashback of it. Like, I can't tell people go fight while I am living somewhere else safely. To me, as my stand as a Palestinian, um, like right now, if I could like be there with them, I would. But to without that, as you said, I stand with you. Like in the ethical, like I think yes, I can't tell them what to do, but I will stand by them whatever means they find like revolutionary violence. I'm with them. Diplomatic talks, I'm with them. Whatever they think is necessary, I would fully support them, and I will always support the Palestinian cause against the Zionists. And I actually believe the only solution we can, like I think you mentioned, like you're against the position and remove, like as Palestinians who like, or Israelis who want to remove the other one because like Israelis have been born there. Like, yes, I understand right now. Israelis have been born there. Yes, the land was stolen through violence 75 years ago. I don't think any Palestinians actually like officially said that we want to kill them all or we want to kill them all. Like I think
things like that are things like that are just rare extremists. Yeah, it's not a credible position to attribute to them as a whole. No, never was.
I think like I'm actually considered like one of the most radicals in considering the Palestinian cause, and I think the only solution that's possible is a non-national one state where Jews, Palestinians, everyone, aliens have the same rights, and no one, a non-national state where it's like not Jewish, not Arab, not Muslim, everyone have their own rights and live together. Because I understand like some of them were actually born here and they don't know anywhere else. Like that's I think the only logical solution to this issue. I don't believe in the two-state solution. I think Israel cannot seek peace. If they sought peace, they will lose their purpose. The U.S. will not be supporting them because they lose. Why would they support them if they are not acting as a military base and planning interventions in other countries and making threats to other countries in the region as well? And if they don't keep like fueling dispute in the region, they will lose their purpose to the U.S.
Right. Theoretically, they could find another one, though. I mean, it is still possible to work with. I mean, we have crazy relations with a lot of countries in the area, so it's not. It doesn't necessarily preclude that, but it's certainly not desirable. It's not what our foreign policy elite would most prefer. We would rather have Israel just the way it is, in the foreign policy establishment. But I think that we could live with it if some other solution like that really came about. I don't think that we would actively oppose a binational or a one-state democratic solution. I tend to favor more the binational one only because I think it's a more practical step given the kind of hard, closely felt identities people tend to have. I don't think people would have an easy time giving up the idea of being Palestinian or Israeli, or their romantic attachments to those identities very quickly. But I would prefer a simple secular democracy. That suits me much more as a socialist humanist. But I don't think that is, I think it's essentially a non-starter too. Even more so than binationalism, and that's hard enough to convince people. But I'm glad at least we agree that like mass expulsions of anybody doesn't make sense. It's one of the saddest things about the collapse in the Algeria situation was that by the time that war was over, that all the moderates were gone. I mean, people hated each other. They were terrified. And a lot of the European Algerians that had been there for a century, they picked up and left because they were afraid. And I get why they were afraid, because their government did some really horrific, fucked up shit. But the Israeli government is too. But we need to find some way for people to be able to live together if they're ever going to actually learn to really get along. Like it's going to be very, very difficult though. So this is not. I could not tell you how many times I've had people say like, well, just like draw a little Sharpie, make two-state solution, problem solved, no big deal. There's no way. This is so much deeper. This is going to take this will take another century to undo if we had a solution today. We'd still be suffering like hatred and terror attacks on either side, for a long, long after there's peace.
I completely agree. Yes, I think hatred will still be there for like at least a generation or two.
Yeah,
I completely
a couple of
agree with you.
generations. After a couple of generations, it'll calm back down. People will slowly get to know each other, but it'll take a couple of generations to really sort through, given how harsh some of these ideologies have been toward each other and how harsh some of the actions are. So it's one of the reasons I'm not terribly optimistic anymore, but I try to be. I'm optimistic about people, but I don't see any easy solutions to this because people have to change, and that's hard, and people have to choose to change themselves. No one can force that.
Hey, Liam.
Well, as a Marxist, I kind of believe that if you change like the situation, like
in the long run it does. In the long run, it does. And in that sense, true. But that's a matter of like, okay, once you have a peaceful solution, a situation there, it still will take a while for those to trickle down. For better education, constant engagement and interaction. It will change in the long run, but people will change their own attitudes by either growing up in a different situation or choosing to think about it differently. But those are the only two ways to do it. No country can force it on it. There's no military solution, and there's no forcible diplomatic solution that can, on its own, change things. There's still a lot of hard work to do on the ground, and that, I think, is the stuff that Israelis don't even want to touch.
Hey,
I
Liam.
completely agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nasser,
To
can you give
drop
me a...
off.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
what was
gonna
it?
just gonna say goodbye. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah,
Have a
no,
good
yeah.
one. Bye bye.
Thank you for your contribution.
Hey, Liam, I won't stay on too long. I'm so glad I fell upon your live tonight. I appreciate. I've been on for a good hour or so, and just a quick plug for you, for those listening to this gentleman here, he's giving back his time. So you guys need to trend his live. I would love, and you and I can connect offline at some point, for me to interview you. I think there's such valuable information that you bring to the table. And if you'd like to talk offline and join one of my lives, it's just you and me on the panel. I've done executive moderations before. But the insight you gave me tonight, I've learned so much from you, and be blessed. I've learned from you as well, joining other lives. But I'd love to do a interview format style. I think our younger generation, even our current generation, can really benefit from the conversation because it's thoughtful, it's concise, and it really makes sense. So if you're open to it, I followed you. I'm on the West Coast, and I assume you're probably around the same time I am. But please let me know if you're up for it. We can DM each other.
Yeah,
And
for
we
sure.
can go
I
from...
hit the little follow thingy, so you can send something along there, and yeah,
I
we'll
will.
chat.
I appreciate you.
I've done a bazillion media interviews over the years. I've
Awesome.
never had any problem like talking. I'm always happy to contribute wherever I can.
Thank you. I'm the same way. So I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for doing this tonight. I'm going to get to bed. Looking forward to connecting with you. Have a great night. Take care. Be blessed.
Thank you. I only know so much because I come here, so I take what I learn from here and drop it somewhere else, really. But yeah, no, if you guys could like the live just before Liam wraps up. But and again, if you're not following or have your notifications
Oh
on,
wow,
it's a good idea.
it's 5.5 hours.
Yeah, it runs away
shut
with
up
you
at some
before you
point.
know it. Yeah, before you know it, it's like 7 hours and stuff, and it gets a bit much. So
Yeah. Again,
yeah.
this is why I can't do this during the week. There's no way in hell. I get up in 2.5 hours for work if it was a weekday.
I'm going to ask a contentious. I don't know if it's contentious, but one last question before we drop off. So, have you read the Letter to America, and what are your thoughts?
Oh, I was gonna ask that too.
Is it just talking about that going to get this shut down and me banned or something? Because they've been aggressively taking it down here already. I know.
I believe they've taken down the full 8 pages, but 4 pages are publicly allowed. The full 8 has been banned.
So I
I
guess just
understand.
saying a few words isn't going to hurt anything.
Yeah, I don't think they implemented that if they had.
The short on this, and this is where it's possible to intensely dislike a person's own belief system or methods, but still see what they're talking about. And it gets to, because I've been a critic of U.S. foreign policy, most of my life, and we cause most of our own problems with it. The key to it, though, that I think is important, it's a broader point, and I totally understand why it's making the rounds again now. It's interesting that it took this long for so many Americans to even heard of this shit, because I was pissed as hell in 01 when people weren't talking about it then. They're like, they hate our freedom. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He said what he's mad about. It's right here. This is what he's mad about. Like, and they've been saying it for years before this point, what they're mad about. Like, but we don't want to have honest discussions about that, and that's true of all resistance movements. All the anti-colonial struggles were treated the same way. all kinds of like resistance movements around the world have been treated the same way. We don't want to talk about the actual causes, what's actually inspiring it. We want to deflect from that. But because at the end of the day, if you actually address the concerns, then people stop attacking you. Then you can't play upon fears for control. You can't feed the military-industrial complex. There's a whole bunch of different things. It's not any one single thing, and it's not some weird cabal pulling the strings. It's actually it's the structure of our society. It's the way things work. We honestly can't, in the context of these kind of modern nation states, have an honest conversation about these causes. States don't think like people do. They have their own peculiar rationality. There are reasons they act the way they're doing, but if you ever expect a government to act logically in a way that makes sense to you, you're just going to frustrate yourself because they have an entirely different way of reasoning. It makes sense to me to say, if you want people to stop being blown up, if you want terror attacks to end, if you don't want this shit to happen, if you want to feel safe, then address the concerns people have. Talk about what's going on. That, I think, is the value of that document circulating around again. And I don't for a minute believe that a bunch of Gen Z people reading it are suddenly going to become terror sympathizers and join Al Qaeda or whatever weird fervent bullshit that the fever dreams coming out of Washington and the think tanks and the newspapers right now. It's nonsense. People are not that stupid. If they're reading this, they at least have an opportunity to see that our government lied to us about the reasons for this, and that there were causes, and that there were reasons that people were pissed off, and that we chose not to talk about those and instead just go bomb people. We wasted trillions of dollars, and we got away with it because of an uncritical population that refused to consider it. So one really good thing about that circulating around, regardless of how my dim view of that fella in particular, it's that at least it's an opportunity for people to realize that all of these problems in the world can be solved if people are actually willing to talk about this shit and really address the core concerns and not deflect to they hate all Christians and hate all Jews. I can't do a Bush impression, but I have the lines. I know what he said. It's horrifying. Are you fucking kidding me? There's at no point did this fella ever say he wants to go and kill all Christians. They just pull that shit out of their ass to scare people and to get us to stop paying attention to the fact that they didn't want our dick in their desert. They wanted our troops out of their country, and the Israel-Palestine conflict is a big deal. Go figure. Right? They've been problems for a while. So I'm honestly glad that it's circulating, and I hope people get the right message out of it.
It
So this
is
is what
also
concerns me, is that I think I think it's been well discussed that there is a generational gap between people's understanding of what's actually going on in the world at the moment, right? The Gen Alphas, I guess in this case, are very much we're sick of being involved everywhere. We just need to stop all of these wars and trying to really think beyond all of the propaganda. And then the older generation are still stuck in their ways and are not able to dismantle all of the information that they've been fed. And I feel like as if this letter circulating is more dangerous, for them because it resurrects an old ghost. It continues to create the link between what's happening now, even if it's just an emotional link between what's happening now and what happened then, and gets them to then agree with what's happening because that fear has been stoked again. That's where I was just like,
Yeah,
it's
that's
convenient.
and that again, it's for all the people who aren't going to bother reading it or thinking about it. So yeah, there's a bazillion boomers who are going to hear that people are looking at this stuff and they're just going to be afraid again. It's going to bring up their trauma about it, and they're going to associate this issue with that issue, and it feeds into more Islamophobic fears and bullshit there. Yeah, I totally get that. But honestly, the people who will react badly to that discussion there, the people who are having that reaction, you can't reach them anyway. I wouldn't be concerned there. It's
Even the people who are reading it are even the people who are reading it are only surprised that there's anything like semi-coherent in what he wrote, is because they've been propagandized so much to the point where he became like a Disney cartoon villain and not even like a person to people. That's the only reason people even care, even if they are sympathetic to like the plight of like innocent civilians killed in Western bombings.
well, I don't even it doesn't even have to go into a sense where they're sympathetic, but just having to confront the fact that the media lied, the government lied, everyone lied to them about this, and that there actually were causes, that there was a reason for it. There was something that we could have discussed that could have prevented that attack from happening in the first place. September 11 was entirely preventable. And we had tons of, not only did we, and not just preventable in the sense that we knew attacks were coming and that they've been like steadily ratcheting up attacks in different places for years. I mean, preventable in the sense that like our foreign policy directly causes that shit. It's never justifiable though. I mean, and that's the sad thing about a lot of the assholes that keep justifying Israel's attacks on the Palestinians. They are literally using bin Laden's logic. Because they're saying it's totally it's fine to take in this level of civilian casualties because at least you're taking out some bad guys and some bad guys did some bad shit to you. Well, that's literally what fucking bin Laden said, and so there these tons of people in the U.S. are unconsciously justifying the September 11th attack, and then they're going to say that people like me are doing it when I'm saying exactly the opposite. It's so fucking dishonest.
Mm-hmm.
It's really frustrating. But
see the beauty of some of the older generation not reading it, again, if you see it as beauty, is that they'll only take away what gets sensationalized, and that's what they will base their feelings on. And seeing it being discussed again, particularly on things like TikTok, gets them to go behind, get behind, oh, let's ban TikTok, and the younger
yeah,
generation are lost, and or even
right.
their biggest fear, oh my god,
Did
they're all going to turn Muslim,
Did you hear
But
so
granted,
the
granted,
recording?
they'll say that about anything, though. I mean, you've got a population in the U.S. and in a few other places that have been so systematically propagandized for so long that you can scare them. And look at the way people are freaking out about like trans people or gay people. Still, I mean, I showed a film on Thursday in my Middle Ages class. We watched a classic. I had them watch. Uh, uh, The Lion in Winter from 1968, and it's got a lot of very very blunt homoeroticism in it. References to like sodomy and did you love me and all this shit, and they're like getting up and like, ready to kiss each other, and it's like 1968, and no one fucking cared then. But everyone's just like, oh my god, a drag queen read a story to my kid. They're gonna turn them gay, and they're like, you can scare these people into almost fucking anything at this point. So I'm not I'm not going to be worried about whether they're going to try and ban TikTok. It's more important to me that younger people who have an opportunity to talk to people all around the world and can develop a more cosmopolitan attitude can develop themselves more of the critical reasoning ability to look past a lot of the bullshit and start really focusing on the real problems. If we want to live in peace and security, it's entirely within our power to do so. But we have to do something about the idiots who've been lying to us.
Based.
um
Oh God, yes.
yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
there's nothing easy about any of this shit. Just like none of this is. If a better world was easy, why would we have these conversations at all? But the simple fact is, things do improve. It does get better a bit at a time, and that to me is worthwhile in its own. It's one of those like the journey itself is important, the struggle itself is important, all of the efforts to try and make the world more just. It does make the world more just. It just doesn't immediately solve all the problems. It's a slow process.
Hi,
um
Liam.
Oh, hey.
Hi. It's my first time to come live. I really admire you so much. I'm Palestinian. I born in a refugee camp, and I have learned a lot from you. My English is not my first language, not even my second language. Uh, just regarding the letter that has been trend nowadays, as a Palestinian, I feel it do us more harm than benefit us. Um, I know, like linking a classic villain to the West to the Palestinian cause in this time, it will just make the opposite more uh, dehumanizing of the Palestinian cause, in my opinion.
I completely agree.
So I just wish if the people who want to support us and show the letter right now in this time, it feels for me that it doesn't help the Palestinian cause. Because I live in Germany and I see how the German react to when they hear, oh, but what happening right now is exactly what led to 9/11, and then everyone say, oh, so the Palestinians are just like this and that.
I've seen some people saying exactly the same shit too. Palestinians want to kill all Americans. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Yeah.
Like what Ron DeSantis.
There's a reason on none of my social media, not here, nowhere, have I said a damn word about this. This is the first time this has come up at all because it was a question. I've said nothing about it, and I wasn't going to draw any attention to it. Because I do think it's harmful to this specific situation we're in here and to the Palestinians. But since it's circulating, I can kind of see why people are trying to do it, and I'm at least hoping that something good can come out of them having done it. But there's no way in hell I want to contribute to that because I know how it's going to be misused.
Thank you.
So yeah, I
definitely
totally feel you there.
I definitely agree in seeing like some of the early TikTok videos that I saw just felt like, you know, people getting overly emotional. I was like, what is this? Why is everybody getting emotional about this letter? Like, as if, first of all, that it's new for a lot of people, but also that there is something that isn't just fairly straightforward. You know, that there's no big revelations there, for me at least, that made me think that it requires some people to be having a breakdown on film.
Yeah, but that in itself tells you how deluded people were about a lot of these bigger issues. That they've been fed a crock of shit for a long time. So from them, for them, reading this may have done some good, but for the Palestine issue, it does nobody any favors. So they're honestly they're separate issues. I can kind of get why people are having those reactions because they have been fed a complete crock of shit. It's not surprising to us, but what's in there would be surprising to a lot of Americans because no one's taught that shit. The media's had the opportunity for 22 years to talk about this shit, and they never did.
The Western media has never been fair to us.
Correct. It is not. Not to the Arab world as a whole, and certainly not to the Muslim world.
Yeah,
No.
and I think really you see the sensational coverage of ISIS really feeding into these kinds of stereotypes as well.
Yeah, and honestly, the way that our two age groups here, I find it honestly really upsetting that people are constantly saying, "Well, they want to come and kill a bunch of Americans." Like these are literally nationalist movements that have nothing to do with you at all. Like what the fuck? I mean, so many Americans are like freaking out about this stuff. Like, oh, they want to kill me. No, that's just because someone's been lying to you and feeding into fear for decades to terrify you of your own shadow. It has nothing to do with reality at all. You know, this stuff is never really a threat. It's the only threat to Americans is our own actions, really.
I have a question, maybe, in your opinion, because living in Germany, most of the discussion I have with German is Holocaust, the anti-Semitic stuff, which is so in Germany the majority are biased to Israel because they feel guilt, and I'm not as articulated as you. I don't have such argument point, and I want to understand how can we, as Palestinians, show the world that we are fighting an occupation. That's it. It is as simple as that. We would have fight it as much if they are whatever religion they are. How to separate because Israel or Israeli point always the history 2000 years ago, 80 years ago, the Holocaust. The for us the history started in 1948 when my grandparents kicked out of Tabariya in Palestine, and we had nothing to do with this. So in your opinion, how as a Palestinian we can show the world that we are fighting an apartheid and occupation and not we had nothing to do with 2000 year history, 180 years history. Just like to hear your
There are three very
Sorry,
simple.
Liam.
Yeah.
Masla, would you mind muting just between points because we're getting a bit of feedback from your mic?
There are three simple things. First off, don't try to convince the Germans. It's just going to frustrate you because there are very specific reasons why those arguments will be difficult to take in. Because no matter how sympathetic somebody is, it clashes with another significant problem. The next is it already is changing because people are talking and they are engaging and it's changing. There are significant generational shifts in attitudes toward Palestinians. When I was a kid, when I grew up, so take us back 5 decades here, if you mentioned the word Palestinian, the only thing it brought to mind was people wearing balaklavas, picking up their Kalashnikovs, and hijacking an airplane, because that's all that ever showed up in the media here. Palestinian equaled terrorist. No one talked about them at all. So the fact that we have these conversations today so often, there's a huge change that's been building up. So that's good. So it's already shifting. The last one is if you really want to see how we can change attitudes and get a real progress on an issue like this, when you've already done that much work to raise some awareness and attention, particularly among younger people, I would say take a page from Mandela's shift, because Mandela came up earlier in the conversation tonight. He was originally a proponent of violent acts, but that brought so much bad press on a movement that it got harder to take seriously. When they started engaging in large-scale nonviolent protests, it eventually, when the state still responded violently, and it still attacked people, then that is what changed the narrative. If Palestinians just fill the streets and sit the fuck down, and Israel still overreacts, mass arrests, firing fire hoses, rubber bullets, like shooting live ammo, whatever, they do all kinds of crazy shit no matter what. If there's no actual resistance and they're doing that will completely change the global narrative on it, in the same way that it did in the apartheid situation and a whole bunch of other ones that we could point to if we wanted to have a longer conversation on this. It's difficult, but it's very hard. It's not for everybody, because I'll be sympathetic, but if you're talking about broader terms, the public, the people as a whole in Europe and the US, it's very hard for a lot of Americans, a lot of Germans, a lot of people across Europe to be sympathetic to any group that's using violence, especially if civilians are caught up in it. So any attack, no matter how much somebody might feel it's justified, that hits a civilian on the other side is actively harming that public relations move. It makes it difficult for people to sympathize. So it kind of forces you to take a step back and say, well, if we want the sympathy and we want to change minds and we want to get people to care about our plight and actually advocate for justice for us, then we have to show the world that they will shoot us no matter what. And you do that by shifting to nonviolent tactics. That's at least my strategic part.
Very good strategic. Thank you.
Some of the cultural workers have started speaking up. You might want to do some reading on I don't want to call it a biannual, but something called Documenta. So the last Documenta and then the current upcoming one. the last one was very did give Palestinian people a voice, and it caused a big uproar between the curators of the last documenta and the German government, because they felt like it circumvented some of the, I think, the rules that they had put in place. But a lot of
Oh
the
yeah,
art
no,
world was
I
very
I know
supportive
attitudes
of them.
just from people on the ground that I know there that the attitudes are shifting there. But I'm just saying it in terms of having those social conversations, trying to like really push the narrative there. Let that build up organically by pushing elsewhere is all I would just suggest, because there are so many distinct problems in dealing with in Germany, and we already talked earlier today about the free speech issues, and this can run into serious legal issues in Germany because of the weird conflation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. So I think that as global opinion is changing and as more people are talking, those attitudes are going to shift in Germany no matter what. No matter what you do, it's still going to happen.
So the curators of the last documento, I believe, were Indonesian, and there was an accusation of anti-Semitism, but the art world globally, stood behind them and said, no, actually, they should be allowed, and this is the purpose of art and culture, and it should be pushing these discussions. And I'm pleased to see that some of them actually walked out. I saw the press release today, and some major art curators put their foot down and said, actually, we're not going to be involved in Documenta anymore if the Palestinian people's voice is going to continue to be squashed.
Yeah, which is great. Yeah, I mean the criticism is just insane, but entirely predictable. But like I said, the attitudes are going to shift no matter what. Is all I'm saying. So I think it'll save the frustration, and it sounds like he's facing a very frustrating situation as a Palestinian in Germany, having to deal with that.
Yeah.
So I would just say, like, don't stress yourself out about it. Deal with people internationally. Keep the pressure up internationally. Keep advocating that way. And it's going to affect Germany anyway, because young Germans, they're watching this shit too, and they're learning, and they're going to get a more nuanced view of this, and that will eventually change the government's position. It's just there are serious complications right now that will prevent them from doing anything really productive.
That's true. From my experience when I come online, when I see Instagram, TikTok, I see many young German, or even old German who started to talk about the Nakba, about stuff I never expected German to speak about.
Yeah, that's great.
But when I go to my day-to-day life, I see the majority are brainwashed to a level I can't even talk about. It's just like Israel is Jews. Jews is Israel. If we fight Israel, we fight the Jews. We contribute to the Holocaust, and it's just not fair. And I don't know. I feel very frustrated.
Yeah, it is not fair at all, and I really feel for you there. I mean, I totally get it.
Yes, thank you. But I'm going to try your strategy. I hope it might change a little of the narrative.
Cheers. Oh, okay. So we're like, hey, look, we're 1 minute short of like 6 hours. I should probably go to sleep.
Self-present.
Oh yeah.
Question, and then
there was one more person popped in. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, exactly.
Hello, everyone. I appreciate the peaceful conversation and narrative that you're, trying to enlighten us with. I have that I have questions about. First of all, the letter. I was not aware of the the hashtag and the trend and all that until I was really disappointed in a way, because I felt like the brother said, they're trying to connect it to the Palestinian issue right now, which won't do it any good. And the main thing that really triggered that feeling within is, in a sense, I felt like this trend is trying to pass a message that it is okay to attack civilians, even though deep down, with my humble research and also search for the truth mainly, I'm truly convinced that they didn't have the ability to actually uh, basically destroy the two buildings. And there's also evidence from scientists.
I should probably stop you there just to.
I apologize. I'm not trying to point out any.
No, just on a basic point, because yeah, there are some engineers who do that. The overwhelming consensus on it is that it's entirely plausible. You don't have to melt steel beams. All you have to do is slightly soften them. Everything about it is actually plausible. And we've known about these groups for a long time and their capabilities. They absolutely could have done this. And I'll just tell you that as somebody who has spent a lot of time studying extremist groups around the world. They absolutely could do this, and it could still be done.
I agree.
But I do get why it's appealing oftentimes to think that it couldn't, and that there's something else. But I'll just there really isn't.
Okay. On that point, I mean, like you know, I got from this live, it won't do the Palestinian issue any good. Actually, it would do the opposite. Another thing is,
The more this is discussed, yeah, it actually can do real harm to the Palestinian cause for sure.
because at the end of the day, I'm Muslim, and I believe saving a soul saves humanity, and killing one soul kills all humanity. You know what I'm saying? Especially the innocent ones.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that's the real problem, and why I started off saying, like, you know, I mean, I can't stand that fella, his ideology, his tactics, or whatever. It's honestly just fascinating to me that people are now discovering this so much later, that there was actually a reason articulated that was just never reported in the media here. But the way people can conflate that, the way people can start feeding into a lot of the Islamophobic stuff, all Muslims are terrorists, all that kind of crap, that's scary enough as it is. And I already run into way too many Americans that are just irrationally terrified of Palestinians. Like, what the hell are you talking about? But this is what they're fed. You know, this is all they hear. So,
indeed, majority of scholars, Muslim scholars, actually talk about the ideology of that group, and they say it's non-orthodox. You know,
it's not. Yeah.
Yes. So
it's not. I make that point a lot in classes too. People like bin Laden, they're not clerics. They don't come out of the clerical class. They're just random people who opened the Quran and interpreted it.
Indeed.
So it's really problematic here. I mean, I get this all the time from Americans. Well, if Muslims aren't all terrorists, why don't they criticize the terrorists? I'm like, they fucking do every fucking day. It's just constant. The clerical class has been criticizing this from the start. But yeah, I I feel you on that. We completely agree on that.
God bless you for pointing that out. And the other thing is, I wanted to ask, anti-Semitism. You know, Arabic is a Semitic language, and also when I looked into it, why are people Semitic? Because it goes back to, historically speaking, it goes back to Sam, the son of Noah, which after the flood occupied. I think Sana'a, the capital of Yemen, is still till today called the city of Sam, which means the majority of Arabs are actually Semitic. Why point out or label that only to anyone who, in a sense, attacks the Jews?
It's because it's a scam. It honestly has nothing to do with the Semitic languages or Semitic people. It never did. So this is something that useful because we can criticize both the anti-Semites, but also I don't think it's helpful when people try to counter it by saying, but I'm Semitic too, because that misses the point. Anti-Semitism was invented as a con by people who wanted to keep hating Jews, but didn't believe in the Christian religion to believe in the Christian reasons to hate Jews anymore. Because in classical European history, there was a problem in Christianity itself that caused people to hate Jews, and that was inherited. But you get into like the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment, whatever, you got people that they grew up hating Jews, but they don't want to hate Jews for being Christ killers anymore. So they had to invent a new reason. So they invented a word. European Jews weren't Semites. They didn't speak a Semitic language. And to be Semite, you speaking a Semitic language. Arabs are Semites, but no one means anti-Semitic means hating Arabs. The European Jews didn't speak a Semitic language at all. So it's a fraud. It's literally a fraud. They made up a word, and we're just stuck with it now as a distinct word for hating Jews. But that's literally all it means. So don't try to read into what the word means, because the word itself is it's nonsense. They made it up to try and sound more scientific.
I got you. And last point, I appreciate you for letting me come on. Last point is most people talk about Muslims hating the Jews and stuff like that. Actually, if you read the Quran, or if anybody reads the Quran, they'll actually understand that we have nothing against the Jews. And also, there's a verse that says, there are those believers from the Christians, from the Jews, and from other, religions, like specifically mentioning believers, what I mean, which believe in God, and certain things in the Day of Judgment. Those believers will be, will be entering heaven, and we have nothing against Christians, Jews. The thing that people are not aware of is the group called the Zionists, and which have their own ideology, own agenda that has nothing to do with God and religion.
Right.
That really bothers me. Just like the word which you call the fraud, which is really a fraud. The general people are under a cloud of ignorance, which is really causing all these problems. In your opinion, how like the intellectuals, how will they be able to actually clear out the cloud from the general people? Because this cloud is so dark to the point where we have levels and levels and levels of it to get to the truth.
There's no easy answer to that one, other than to say we have to keep talking to people. The simple fact is, a lot of the people who best know these things, they don't. They just talk to each other. So academics love their little, circle jerks. They don't interact with much with the rest of the world. That's kind of a problem. But the more we can educate ourselves just as ordinary people and spread things around ourselves and try to help, it can make a difference. But it's difficult to get past a lot of that kind of cultural programming that people get hit with. And yeah, I run into tons of like weird Islamophobic shit about like, oh yeah, Muslims all hate Jews. And like, they're literally Ahlul Kitab. I mean, they're not. It's Islam accepts that there's a legitimate revelation there, and that God will sort out any differences that God has with them. But there's I see Christians all the time too. They get their little T-shirts made, and they'll have kafir on their T-shirt, and like, they're like, "I'm a proud infidel." I'm like, "Are you Christian?" Yeah, you're not an infidel. Like, it's literally impossible for a Christian to be an infidel if because they're a believer.
Yes,
it's that it's pure ignorance. But Americans generally aren't taught these things. We're not taught about different religions growing up, and our media doesn't talk about this shit anymore, and our politicians sure as hell don't talk about it. They all have an interest in exploiting the ignorance. So we have to address that ourselves. And I love that a lot of people educate themselves by, going onto things like this, or they read on their own, or they don't just blindly pass on the bullshit, right? That's because that's the problem, is when you just, somebody said that somebody said that somebody said, and you just say it as if it's true. I mean, these guys with their little infidel shirts, they've never touched a Quran in their life. They know nothing about this. Someone told them that on Fox News or something, and they just believed it. That's the problem. If we're willing to always question what we're hearing and look for more answers, that's how we get over it. And it's not, you asked a question about how can the intellectuals fix it. Well, honestly, we can't, because it's the choice of individuals to not be ignorant themselves. They have to be willing to take that step outside their comfort zones and read or listen or talk.
God bless you. On that note, before I go, I like a Rumi quote. That says, that says, actually, to be honest, not to misquote. I take that back. I don't know if it's Rumi or someone else, but I really love that quote. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And you're right. It takes a personal interest to actually seek the truth and get out of those clouds.
Right. Yeah, exactly. We have to be willing, always. You can, it's something I'm always warning people about too when they want to like get into arguments online or debates. Hey, you should debate this person. Debates don't usually solve anything. People have to be willing to learn and be open. And a lot of people who engage in debates or arguments online, they're not open to changing their positions. They're looking to win, to score points. That doesn't work.
Exactly.
So try to talk to people who are willing to listen. If somebody is coming at you with a lot of this attitude, that if they're already closed off, save your own emotions and just walk away. Leave that to something else. But anybody who is sincerely interested, those are the people who deserve your time. Yeah, I've several times in this chat actually like banned people that pop in with like oh my god, there was one. I don't know if you guys saw, anybody still here saw it, but there was somebody that said like Gaza should be nuked into a parking lot or something. Like block, instantly block that shit.
Yeah, one of the mods got them.
Yeah,
unfortunately, when
there's
they see
no point wasting time with things like that at all.
God bless you. God really sent you to my life, because I literally deactivated my account last night, completely deleted it. But you have 30 days to come back. I don't know. I just had the interest to come back, just because of that issue. I go into, unfortunately, people call themselves Muslims, Christians, and Jews, and they come on these lives trying to like you said. Instead of sending the enlightenment message, they really are there to argue and just try to prove a point. I was so disgusted. I was literally, in a sense, hating myself for actually giving them time and coming in, because I was attacked more than anything. Just trying to remind them, hey, listen, at the end of the day, you gotta be productive and positive. You guys are not actually doing that.
Right.
And like you said, my energy was I was killing myself literally slowly.
Yeah,
But
it's not healthy for anybody to engage in things like that.
I came back here and I decided I will just find those triggers and just slide up or just get out of it, because my energy is more important than any of this BS.
For sure.
God bless you guys. Thank you for letting me in, and you have a good night or
have a good night.
Take care.
Morning for me now. Somebody asked a minute ago, and actually I saw it a little while back too, about when I do these again. Friday evenings are pretty easy. When I get home from work, I can pop on. This is now a little over 6 hours I've been on, so you can guess from what time I would have started. That's usually around the time I can make it home, because I've got a 3 to 4 hour drive home on Fridays. But I may go on a little bit tomorrow. If I do, I will put up a little announcement sometime and say, hey, it looks like the day is going well. I'll have some time and I'll pop on a little later today. So that's possible. So Saturdays are always iffy, but they're possible. Fridays are secure for now. And when that changes again, I'll have a bit more time during January, because my schedule is lighter. And then we'll see. I'll let you guys know for the spring semester, because it depends a lot on my work schedules. But I'll keep you guys posted. But for now, Friday evenings are a definite. Saturdays sometimes.
For anybody who's here, if you make sure that you follow Liam and you turn on your notifications, you should be able to get an alert when he goes live and when he posts something as well. And with that, just one last question that somebody put, so it's not really something to answer now, but they said, would it be possible to share a book list? And then somebody else mentioned that you had shared one.
I guess I've answered a few people on things like that already. It depends on what people want. I mean, I have 52 bookcases in my little house. That's practically all I have here are books and cats. So if somebody has a question about something that I'm already interested in, yeah, definitely I can share something there. But
in that case, I'll suggest people put it in the comments of one of their videos if they want.
Yeah, exactly. Comment somebody and give me always. The more specific you can be about your interests, the better. When somebody says, hey, can you recommend a good book on Palestine? I'm like, shit, I don't know. I got a whole bookcase on Palestine. Fuck, where do I start, But if you give me a sense of like what's most interesting to you, then yeah, I can hop in. I can give you some good lists. So
Yeah, so put it in the comments of one or multiple videos, and then you should. I think Liam will then get an idea of what people are interested in, and will respond accordingly. But yeah, again, thank you so much. I always appreciate this live, so you'll definitely see me here again next Friday.
thank you. This is great. So see y'all later.
Thank you. Bye.
Have a good night. Okay, let's see. Those comments. No problem. Always happy to help. Minerva. Minerva. Salve, Minerva. Okay. Let's see where. Oh, it's the top. There it is. Always forget where this is.